I love my Sega Saturn. That's something that I say, that's something that everybody should say. Everybody should love their Sega Saturn. And I know you all have one. And one of the best parts of owning a Sega Saturn is the library of games. You have fantastic racing games, fantastic spaceship shooter games, and fantastic fighting games. Games like Virtua Fighter, Virtua Fighter 2, and Fighting Vipers. But one of the best fighting games, probably the best fighting game on the Sega Saturn, comes in the form of Fighters Mega Mix. Now, what exactly is Fighters Mega Mix, you may be asking next, is a crossover between the Virtua Fighter games and the Fighting Vipers games, with some other characters like Janet from Virtual Cop 2, some of the guys from Sonic the Fighters, and a few random ones just thrown in here and there to spice it up a bit. Fighters Mega Mix is one of the best games on Saturn, if not the best game on the console. It is such a solid fighting game.
Fight! Ready, go!
Now, I was already a fan of Virtua Fighter. I've played Virtua Fighter 3, 4, and 5 to pieces. The earlier games I never really had a chance to experience until now that I own a Sega Saturn. So, getting a Sega Saturn, I have Virtua Fighter 2, but I also got Fighters Mega Mix here after seeing a glowing review over on Classic Game Room. Fun fact, Fighters Mega Mix was actually the first game that I ever saw a review for from Classic Game Room. And Classic Game Room would go on to be one of my biggest inspirations. So this has links to that somehow. Fighters Mega Mix is really, really impressive. There is a huge roster of fighters in this game. You have pretty much all the characters from Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers, and then, like I said, you have other characters thrown in from Sega, from the what's the team? Sega AM2, I believe that's the team. You have like Janet from Virtual Cop. You have the two of the Virtua Fighter kids. You have Rent a Hero. You have Bean and Bark from Sonic the Fighters. You even have the car from Daytona, USA. Yes, you can play as the fucking car from Daytona, USA. How do you not have this game in your library?
Fight! Ready, go!
If you never played Virtua Fighter before, it's a pretty basic 3-button fighter. You have a punch button, kick button, and block button. Kind of plays like rock, paper, scissors in a way. What's cool about this game is that where I am a fan of Virtua Fighter, I can keep the physics on Virtua Fighter, or if you like Fighting Vipers, you can kind of change the playstyle over to Fighting Vipers, which has a more aggressive playstyle. It's really cool, because Fighting Vipers is also a really cool game. It's really cool to have a choice to really switch between which game you want to play.
Fight! Ready, go!
Obviously, this game is probably only going to really appeal to Sega fans who know the Virtua Fighter or Fighting Viper franchises. But even if you've only played one Virtua Fighter game, if you enjoyed it, this is the game to get. Like, if you're looking to get a Saturn, this is the game to get. It has so much to offer. It is such a good fighting game. like I said, it's probably the best game on the console. Not the best, but probably my favorite game on the console. Let me rephrase that. This is probably my favorite game on the Sega Saturn. The music has that Sega 90s cheese to it that I love so much. And while the game, yes, doesn't look as good as a game on the PS1 or the N64, it still looks pretty damn good for a Sega Saturn 3D fighting game. There's an arcade mode, there's a team survival mode, there's a survival mode. The game has a lot to offer in terms of multiplayer and single-player content. If you're a fan of fighting games, this should not leave you bored.
Fight. Ready, go!
The only problem I have here with Fighters Megamix probably comes with the name, Fighters Megamix. They could have came up with such a way better name, like Virtual Fighter Cross Fighting Vipers or Virtual Vipers. I like Virtual Vipers, but Fighters Megamix makes this game kind of sound generic. Like the first time I heard Fighters Megamix, I was like, that doesn't sound too fun. And then I looked and see what it was, and it's the total opposite of of the name. If you're going off the name alone, Fighters Megamix sounds kind of lousy, but the game is superb. So yeah, if you're new to collecting for the Saturn, or if you have an old Saturn laying around and you want to dust it off, and you don't have this game, this is a great choice. It won't run you that much. A North American copy in box goes for like $30 at most. You can get it loose, the disc loose. If you're not into collecting, you can just get the disc for way cheaper, or you can import the Japanese version for like $15, and you can play that. Using the action replay cart. Thank you. So there's all kinds of ways to get your hands on this beautiful game here. Fighters Megamix is highly recommended, highly recommended, and I'm not just saying that because I am a fanboy of the Sega Saturn and Sega, and also I'm a fighter myself. This is fighter approved. Fucking going out there busting people in the face, fucking mixing it up. I'm a fighter, you're a fighter. Fighters Megamix.
What's up, Turbo Zone?
Yo, welcome to the Turbo Zone.
Welcome.
We are very turbo.
We get style, turbo style.
Turbo points.
Yes.
Speed of points.
All right, so we are here on a mission. We've got a purpose. We are in a very, very mad world.
We are a man's with a plans.
Men with plan. I make words. All right.
So
Mad World.
Mad World. Actually, before we start this, I actually wanted to say that this was actually the game that I was going to review, stemming off of my 5 cheap games video.
And I butted my way in. I totally infiltrated.
So to you guys you guys being like, I think like one person voted for it, but for whoever wanted the Mad World review, here you go.
Yeah,
you get a whole duo video for it.
Yeah, buddy. All right. So, real quick, describe this game. One word.
Violent.
Oh, I was going for charming.
I was gonna go for violent,
okay.
Or maybe like style.
Okay, it's kind of a flesh of things. How would you describe like the gameplay? What is Mad World?
Mad World is a super ultra-violent hack and slash beat 'em up.
Yeah.
For your Nintendo Wii.
Good, yeah, good comparison there. I was definitely leaning towards the beat 'em up. I would even go so far as to argue it's like a kill 'em up.
Me? It is.
Well, it is a kill 'em up. There's no argument.
And before we actually went that, this game, and it actually feels a lot like a PS2 game called God Hand because it's by the same developers. So, yeah. So
but
if you
what
play,
role did Sega have here?
they just publish it mainly. It's by Platinum Games. Because Platinum Games, they're important now. Like, this was their first title. And now they're doing Star Fox. So that should tell you enough about Platinum Games.
Well, if Star Fox is anything like Mad World, there'll be lots of carnage.
I wish.
Dreams can happen.
All right, so Ted, you want to talk about? I don't know. What you want to start with here? You want to start with a story or something, or?
Well, let's talk about the game first, because I mean the story's good. I feel like it progresses well. I'd say story is a backdrop here to the action. How do you feel about that?
I feel like they both mesh pretty well because they don't spend too much time on the story, but the story itself does influence a lot of what's going on.
Yeah, it feels very cinematic almost, and the voiceover quality is really good here. I like the different character development, and this harkens back a little bit to maybe cinema culture, kind of like Sin City almost. Maybe Hellboy was a character.
Super cool. Stephen Bloom as Jack does a really good job.
Yeah, definitely.
But okay, yeah. So let's talk about the gameplay now. Let's jump on in with that then. So what do you think about the gameplay here?
I saw lots of blood, and well, I mean, I'm not big into that kind of game, but I could appreciate this for having its own like sense of character and almost playing around with it. It was almost like a parody.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's black and white and red all over. It's called Mad World.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I was hoping you'd say that.
Really?
I didn't know that.
I really like enjoy the gameplay. It's it has a lot to offer for an old school beat 'em up fan. Say you like games like Street Rage and stuff. I feel like it kind of stems off that kind of heritage. Which is very cool. So.
Yeah, there is a lot of carnage. Basically, you get a lot of points by killing guys, and you kind of progress through the stage to get to like this boss battle. And there's a time limit, but the time limit never really matters.
No.
And basically, it's just kill or be killed.
Yeah, that's mainly what the game is. And what's really shocking, especially at the time, was that this is a Wii game, and this is it's that violent. It's that I don't know, because most Wii games are like sports or mini games or whatever, platformers. Like this at the time was really shocking.
And even more shocking, at this time, you can find this in a GameStop bin for $2.
Yes, and I think like even if you're not super into the gameplay, I think you can agree it's worth $2.
Oh, I mean, I'd buy two.
I'd buy all of them.
That's fair. Okay, so how about the aesthetic? Do you enjoy it?
I think I really love the art style, and I've heard people say that this game it only used the black and white art style because it's a Wii game. And I feel like it's really unfair because I feel like there's tons of great looking Wii games.
Yes.
I feel like it used the art style in a very good and clever way to where you could tell that they were just running with this black and white comic book style.
Yeah.
That really worked.
It did work.
I think it worked.
Yeah, I like that, and in general, it kind of just plays around with it. Like I said, it is kind of like a parody of like that excessive violent film culture, and it's got like a lot of character to it. I enjoy things like the there's these cut scenes, with the bloodbath challenges and the shock TV
and the Black Baron.
I love it. It's a great sense of character. It's very humorous. Even like these loading screens, you can see like these little stick figures like getting killed.
And like the art style, like I would say, harking, but I said, I compared it to Streets of Rage earlier. It's also kind of like Comic Zone in the way that's also set up.
I was getting that sense too. At least when it comes to those cutscenes and whatnot, it really does feel like comic book esque.
Yeah, it feels really fresh, especially for this day and age, where everything's all brown and gray and violent. This is still violent, but it's not brown and gray. It's black and white.
Yeah. And it pulls it off well. I mean, the red is a nice touch, to throw in there. I guess it works well in contrast.
So I want to go ahead and open this up since we're talking about the style. What about the music here, Teddy?
Definitely, hip hop fusion.
Yeah, how do you feel about the soundtrack? Because like I've heard some critics like diss the soundtrack because they said, oh, it's too why is it indie hip hop? Why can't it be like rock or something like that? But I feel like
this
works.
kind of it plays into that humorous style. I enjoy it for that, and also I mean, it's not like mainstream hip hop, and it's not like like really good hip hop either. It's just like good hip hop that's not overstating itself.
Yeah, I mean, and like a lot of the songs are really self-aware, and like I have this game, actually, and its sequel, their soundtracks on my iPod because I really enjoy them that much.
Yeah, they're good. Do they loop as much?
Not when you buy that, like get the actual music.
Yeah.
They're like a good like 3-minute songs or so. So,
and that's not to say the loops are bad in the game. I feel like they work towards its favor actually, and it doesn't sound repetitive.
They kind of have to loop it if they're going to use hip hop. You can't like have like a 12-minute hip hop song.
No, I mean it goes without saying with any game, but I mean hearing those same lyrics, you might think that would get boring, tiring after a while, but it really doesn't.
Well, yeah, and like they don't reuse a track. Like each level has its own track, and each boss fight has its own track. So you're always going to have a new track to listen to while you're playing the game.
That is true. And there's a good pace to each level within the worlds. They don't really take too long. I feel like I could get into it and just have like a quick hack and slash gameplay.
And I love the progression of the levels too, because like while the hack and slash gameplay is fun, but you're always trying to work towards the boss of that area.
Right, and that could bring us into the scoring system right now, which works like... This is kind of the beauty of the game, is how you earn points and progress throughout. Mm-hmm. Basically, the best way to do it is to kill with style. Like, the more you can bash an enemy, like stick a street sign through his head and then stick a garbage bin over him and throw him into the melting pot, you get bonus points for, like, combos.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's a man with a chainsaw strapped to his arm, but if you use that chainsaw constantly, you're going to get nowhere. You have to be able to, actually, get kind of creative with your kills, which is really cool too.
Yes, absolutely. And that chainsaw. that's a lifesaver for those boss battles, though. Except there are these cool things, these QTEs, quick time events for the boss battles. What'd you think of those?
I don't feel like they're too bad because they don't. I don't know. I feel like they're pretty easy to get into because okay, this is kind of transition into the motion controls because you're using motion controls for a lot of them.
Yes.
So whenever the thing says swing your Wiimote, you're gonna just swing your Wiimote. You don't have to worry about like hitting a button or anything. You have to worry about I don't know. I feel like it's very easy to get into with the the quick time events.
Yeah, I mean, they are, if you want to be, totally picky here, you could say they're gimmicky, but I feel like they work really well, and they kind of build up that intensity when you get into it. Like, you have to beat the thing as fast as you can, and, it helps you to take down the bosses. So
they work a lot better than playing other action games, because I don't know how many other action games I've played where it's just like mash the square button, and I'm like, why? But like this is like, use your hands to like cut this guy's arm off, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yes.
So
it does work quite well. All right. How do you feel this game progresses challenge-wise?
I feel like the challenge, I feel like it's pretty good for the most part. I'm not saying that, there's not problems and there's not unfair moments.
Yes.
There are some later on in the game, definitely. But I feel like, for the most part, the game doesn't throw too much at you, unless you're playing on the actual hard difficulty.
Yes.
So, which if you do like the hard games, there is a hard difficulty. So, you always have the option.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, it's very accessible, and I mean, it treats you fairly. Like, there are opportunities to pick up health. I love the dialogue that's going on in the background. The guy saying, like, drugs are good, when you take the pills.
Oh, what's his name? John, is it John DiMaggio? I don't know. The guy who plays, like Bender and Jake from Adventure Time and stuff like that. Like, that guy. He's one of the narrators. He's hilarious.
Yeah, there's some funny dialogue and stuff going on here.
Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and talk about the story a little bit, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you want to kind of get into that?
Okay, so the story is about a man named Jack Kamen, who enters in this contest called Death Watch, who's like, it's like this really like evil TV show that makes people like kill each other to be number one. It's kind of like Smash TV in a way, in the like way it's set up. But Prince Jack is progressing through the ranks, and as you move on, like throughout the story, you find out more and more about what's going on, and with this evil TV show and stuff. And it like I feel like it's a decent story to like set up the game, but I don't feel like it's anything too extraordinary.
No.
But it does its job well.
Yeah, and I mean it works. It keeps things interesting throughout. I mean, like the roster of characters and whatnot. Just conceptualization, everything. It's pretty nice. I like the settings. You go through like different maps in the city, to Chinatown, I like the sense of, I guess, exploration. The areas feel
Yeah.
kind of narrow, but like it's still like characteristic. So
Yeah, and like the areas have cool design, and you can tell they put a lot of work into those boss fights. I mean, some of them are super creative, like was his name Von Twisting Killer, the guy with the arms that make tornadoes. That's super,
yeah, that was great.
so so they put a lot of work into making sure that like each boss fight felt fresh and felt new.
And definitely, and I know I was saying this is hack and slash, but along the way to those boss fights, you go into these segments where it's like these bloodbath challenges, right? It's like these almost mini games of killing people, like throwing them across the
Black
buildings
Baron comes out and explains your challenge to you.
Yes, before he gets brutally killed by his mistress.
and it's super funny. See, like this game has a fun sense of humor with it. They're like a lot of games nowadays are actually kind of missing. Especially violent games.
Yes,
are actually kind of missing. So.
Definitely, great character. Now, I did have a sentence completion for you here. People run around me in circles. It's a very, very... You don't know?
Is it a Mad World?
It's a mad world, yes!
Oh god, what do I win? What do I win?
Turbo points.
Yeah,
okay, bonus multiplier.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll take it.
Okay. Anything else you want to throw in about the game?
I don't know. I feel like we covered pretty much the game. I would say it's a pretty short game, but then again, at $2, who cares?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's pretty replayable, especially with the points. To see how for each like level, what your max points will be, or how many you can get or whatnot. I feel like it does a good job.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like your game where you'd kind of like just sit down and play for hours. Maybe some others would. I can't do that. But for that quick 15-minute fix, like it does its job well.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty fun. I would disagree with that though. I'm the kind of person who can play this kind of game for a pretty long time. So whenever I first got this game, I got it when it not soon after release. I got it, and I played it a couple times through. So.
Yeah.
But that's just me though. I like that kind of game. So.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yeah, I'm from a different era, or I don't want to say era, but like different kind of mindset. So no biggie. Well, that leaves you, the viewers, with a better idea of like how this game will fit you, I guess, fit your personal style.
I will tell you, I think the final boss fight is worth it. And in my opinion, so especially if you've been enjoying the game's humor up to that point, right? Because the final boss is kind of like you don't really see it coming. So
sure, and I mean I'm not going to lead the viewers on here.
It's very cool.
I didn't finish this game, but I definitely got enough of a gist of it and enough entertainment out of it to feel like I was in a position of authority to talk about it. So that's why I kind of butted in here.
Do you think I should say what the last? Do you think I should say what the last fight is, or no? You should leave it to for a surprise.
Leave it to interpretation. If they want a turbo surprise, they get it. You can get a turbo surprise. Turbo
it's the best kind.
Yes, the only kind.
All right, so I feel like we did a good job here. That was Mad World. Would you recommend it, Teddy?
Yeah, absolutely. Mad World, great game. Get it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I would say get it. It's worth $2. And if you don't like the style, or if you're looking for something a little more HD, there also is a sequel called Anarchy Reigns for the PS3 and 360.
Okay.
So you can look into that too. So
cool.
Either one, it's a good game. But Mad World is definitely I think it's a classic on the Wii. So.
Sure. I mean, it's definitely one of those character-driven games. It has like a lot of personality. So definitely Wii game. That should be in your collection. All right. I just got a little song for you guys. If you hear me out. Are you scared?
Go. No, go ahead. Go.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. It's a very, very mad world. All right, no, never mind. Cut.
I think you're doing a good job, man.
I can keep going. Mad world.
Mad world.
This game kind of reminded me of like Gears of War, with the chainsaw.
Almost. Oh yeah, kind of. Only it's cooler because it's stuck to his arm.
I also got some, Afro Samurai out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
better,
think if I've learned
better.
anything over the years, it's that as long as you have a chainsaw strapped to your arm, you're good.
Yes, absolutely.
You're gonna make it.
Mm-hmm. Keeps things interesting.
That's something you should live by.
All right. If you
I bet
made
you
it through
think
my
my
song,
stuff-
then you're a true Turbo Kong. And yeah, my singing prowess.
You know what? I think we should. I don't know. I think we should just thank you guys for watching.
Yes.
Thank you guys
Yeah.
for watching this review.
Absolutely. I hope you enjoyed it. It has been mad.
Hope you're not mad.
No, me neither. I'm joyous. I'm just overzealous.
Happy world.
Yes. That could be a good prequel.
Happy world.
Yes.
It's before everything got all crazy. It's just Jack just hanging out, going to work.
Yeah. Martinis, bartending.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I feel like we've kind of outstayed our welcome here.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Turbo Zone.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, and welcome to a brand new segment called Comic Zone, where I take a look at comic books and give you my overall thought issue to issue. Starting off the series here, we have the first issue of Sonic Universe. Now, Sonic Universe is part of the Archie comic series. I'll be honest, I'm not super familiar with all of the Archie comics. I know a few here or there, but overall, I just haven't got into it, which is very strange because I am a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan. But this was given to me by my good friend Majora T, so I decided to give it a read, and honestly, it was a pretty good book. First off, for a book called Sonic Universe, there's really not a lot of Sonic in this issue. Sonic only appears in some flashbacks, but I think it's a really interesting concept. From what I could tell from the Sonic Universe line of books, it's more meant to just expand the Sonic universe. The story in this book follows Shadow the Hedgehog as he's trying to take down Metal Sonic, or one of the versions of Metal Sonic, and he ends up in the same, I don't know what exactly it is, the same dimension or whatever that Sonic Rush Adventure takes place. So he meets up with like Blaze the Cat and Marine the Raccoon, and it's all around a fun issue. That's the basic plot. But it's just fun seeing these characters really interact. The characters have a lot of dialogue and a lot of expression. They're really really awesome. I'm really intrigued to get into the Archie comics now, because just from reading this issue, like where in the games Shadow was just kind of your generic brooding, am I a whatever creation, oh my dark past, blah 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 character. He actually has a lot of like great moments in this one issue where you get a lot of characterization from the character, because there's moments in here where Shadow's Shadow feels very human. He feels like a character, which is something that the games don't really get right a lot of the times. The Sonic has a huge cast of characters that you could do a lot of things with, and I think this series really understands that, because just in this issue alone, I mean, besides the flashbacks, there's really 4 characters: there's Shadow, Blaze, Marine, and Metal Sonic. And just the parts where Shadow's talking to Blaze and Marine for the first time, this is the first time they've ever met as characters, it was super interesting just to read that. I mean, of course, there's a battle near the end with Metal Sonic. But overall, I really liked the way that the characters were portrayed, and I really like the art style. I mean, once again, the characters are really expressive. It's just a really colorful looking book, which is nice to see, in a comic book. Of course, you want colors in your comic book, or else it's going to be boring. It's going to look bad. But overall, I think it's a really serviceable comic if you are a Sonic fan. And I'm really interested in getting the rest of the Archie series. I know it's going to take a while for me to do. But Sonic Universe #1 is a really great book. I would recommend this for anybody who likes Sonic, or maybe if you don't like Sonic and you like comics, this could be something for you to read. But anyway, next time we will return on Comic Zone with maybe a little bit of Turok. Geeks and Gamers. Today I thought I'd do something a little different. My friends have been telling me that I play too many retro games, so I asked them to recommend me a game, and they said Doom. I've heard of Doom. I have a Doom shirt here. Okay, so I went out and I found a copy of Doom for the Sega Saturn. I mean, I didn't know they still made Sega Saturn games, so I guess we'll take a look at it and see how it is.
My name is...
Hello? Oh, hey, little plastic Mario. Yeah, I'm about to review Doom on the Sega Saturn. Wait, what? Wait, you're telling me I bought the wrong game? There's a Doom on PS4? Would it be called Doom 4? They just called it Doom? Oh, well, that's confusing. So you're telling me I bought the wrong game? Fuck. I mean, what do? I can't cancel the episode. Yeah. I guess I'm just gonna review Doom on a Sega Saturn. Okay. Well, this is awkward. Doom on the Sega Saturn, everybody! I've played many ports of Doom in my time. From Doom 64 to the PS3 Classics Collection, it's hard not to own a copy of Doom. So imagine my excitement when I found Doom on the Sega Saturn at my local retro gaming store. If only I knew what I was in for. Doom on the Sega Saturn runs about as fast as my prom date. That is to say, not fast enough. Let's get this out of the way. The frame rate is horrible. This port actually gave me a headache. I had to turn it off. So while this version contains both Doom and Doom 2, I couldn't handle turning it back on for Doom 2. So the footage you're seeing is only from Doom 1. The frame rate is so piss poor, it slows the game down to such a crawl and makes it so easy. The music in this version is amazing. Did I say amazing? I mean awful, because there isn't any. Okay, let me explain something. Doom isn't scary. Doom 3 and Doom 64 were arguably scary. So the choice to replace the metal soundtrack with the slow ambient music isn't a good one. It comes off as lazy, and why even? The Saturn had great CD quality audio. Doom needs that metal to make you feel powerful, to make you feel like a demon killing badass.
This is my boomstick!
They could have put anything here, and it would have worked better. Put fucking freeform jazz, I don't care.
Now you must acquire a taste for freeform jazz.
Doom is about the power trip, and I feel no power here.
I'm gonna get going. Your music sucks and you're an asshole. I'm having a hard time expressing myself.
But to be fair, the game is intact. There's not much missing. It's just trying to play the damn thing that destroys your eyes. And your movement just feels clunky. Using the Sega Saturn controller for a first-person game isn't really ideal. It's not awful. I like the Sega Saturn 6-button controller. It's just not ideal for Doom. I could forgive Saturn Doom if it wasn't for one thing. PlayStation Doom came out in '96. This version came out in '97. PlayStation Doom is so much better. This is just a downgrade of that version. How did they fuck it up this bad? It came out a year later. This has never happened to any other game. Oh. I mean, I guess if this is your only way to play Doom for some reason, it's passable. You can sort of have fun when the frame rate isn't, 8. Seriously though, fuck this port. I don't get pissed off at minigames.
but being a fan of both Doom and the Sega Saturn, this port is a nightmare. Skip it. Buy Doom on the PlayStation or buy Doom 64. Or go for the more modern ports like the ones found on Doom 3 BFG Edition. This port should say how stupid it is on the box. I'm dumb, right there.
Fill me with barbecue sauce because I'm dumb as hell.
Mira, tú no sabes qué pasa.
Yeah, I know, Javier.
Now I guess I should take a look at Doom for the PS4. Maybe it's better.
Rated M for mature.
You know, this game kind of reminds me of something. Can't put my finger on it. This is Spark the Electric Gesture. And I know what you're thinking. Alex, it's quite obvious what this game reminds you of. It reminds you of a good game. Because it is a good game. Spark the Electric Gesture is a game made by an indie developer, and I'm going to mess up part of his name. It's Felipe Daniluz? 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 A Brazilian indie game developer. He was originally a fan game creator for the certain series you may have heard of, Sonic the Hedgehog series. And this game actually started development as a Sonic fan game. But he turned it into its own property. And I recently picked up the triple pack on Steam that has this game and its 2 sequels. So I thought I should do reviews of all 3 of the games. And here I am with the first game. Spark the Electric Gesture follows Spark the Electric Gesture, believe it or not. And he has lost his job. That's the story. He went to college for an engineering, in electrical engineering degree. Quickly found out that the college degree meant nothing. Worked at a circus until he got replaced by a robot. And now he is without a job, and robots are raining havoc. So Spark I don't know. I guess Spark figures out he should go stop the robots. Maybe somebody will pay him for it. Who knows? And thus the journey begins. The game is an interesting combination of Sonic the Hedgehog mixed with some other games. Kirby is a big one that comes to mind. Mega Man when it comes to the bosses. Also, I feel a little bit of Rocket Knight. This feels like a love letter to 16-bit platformers. Not just Sonic the Hedgehog. It feels like it takes the speed mechanic, but adds so many other elements that it makes it feel pretty different than just another Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis game. Which even at that, the speed elements that do feel like Sonic still feel really fucking good. The part that makes it feel like Kirby is the fact that as you're playing, you get different hats. So hats change your abilities, and they can affect anything. It's crazy. The way that hats work, I found that I've done 2 playthroughs of this game, and I found that certain hats work better for different levels, actually, and some may hinder you in certain environments. So it's smart to change the hats based on where you are and also which bosses you're going to fight. Some of my favorite hats have been the hoverboard hat, where you get to ride a hoverboard. That one's really fun. I like the wind hat, where you get to you're a lot faster and you get to do a lot more platforming. The hammer hat is really good for bosses, I found. The ice hat, you get to skate around, and also you get to do like an ice swirl in the air, which is pretty cool. The edgy hat gives you a sword and throwing knives, which is really fucking cool. There's a good number of different abilities in this game to play around with, and you'll find ones that you like. I really enjoyed that aspect of the game. It reminded me a lot of Kirby, but it felt unique enough, and adding that onto a more speedy platformer feels really fresh and new. There is actually a pretty decent narrative as you get further into the game. I'm not going to explain any of it here in this review because I do want you to actually play this game. And from what I know, I haven't played 2 or 3 yet, but from what I know, they actually build upon the narrative pretty well in those games as well. So I am excited to see what happens going forward. But yeah, the narrative is pretty cool. Some dialogue is very funny, and I enjoyed the game's story. The environments are fucking beautiful in this game. They look fantastic. There's many times where I got to a new environment and I was like, okay, what is this trying to be like? And none of them really feel like they're trying to resemble another game's environments. Even if they use something like lava or sand, they still mix it up enough to make it feel unique and make it feel like its own original idea for each level, which is also very refreshing in a time where, you know, we have a lot of indie platformers and some of them just do the basic, you know, forest, lava, volcano, you know, ice place. And this game does that, but it adds enough to make it feel fresh and fun. This game's pretty beefy. I'd say a good playthrough. This game takes you about maybe 3 hours. 3 so hours. It's got like 15... I wasn't counting. I think it was like 15 or 16 areas to roll through, which is a pretty good length for a 16-bit 2D platformer like this. It does the classic Sonic thing where you get to an area and it has like 2 acts basically. There's also like mid-level bosses and end bosses, and they're also very fun, even though I did find a few of them to be pretty easy to cheese when it comes to the weapons and stuff. I found a few of them that I could really just, I don't know, mash my way through, but for the most part, you can't do that, I found. There's a few of them that actually kind of punish you for that, but beware, you can cheese a little bit of it. Very impressed. The music's really good in this game. Really good music in this game. It's fucking fantastic soundtrack. And I'm looking on the Wikipedia page here, and there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. There are like 6 composers for this game, and man, they did a great job. This game's got one hell of a soundtrack. I'm glad they didn't just limit the game to having like a Sega Genesis style or Super Nintendo style, you know, sounds. The soundtrack sounds really good and fits the journey that you're going to be going on. And overall, I really liked Spark the Electric Gesture. I feel like coming from just being a Sonic fan game and turning it into its own original game, it works very well to stand on its own. I played it here on Steam. That's where I got the bundle with all 3 games. Let me look. I don't know if it got another... No, this one was only on PC on Windows, I believe. So if you want to support Felipe, buy this game on Steam. Buy it on whatever service has it on PC, like Steam, and give it a try. It's a really, really awesome game. This is one that I would love to do on the button mappers for a map out. I feel like this would be a really cool game for a map out. I am excited to play the other two because I believe the second and third game are actually 3D platformers, which is very interesting to me because I've seen many different indie developers try their hand at like the 2D style speed platformer, but very rarely do I see anybody do the 3D style. So I'm curious how those turn out. I do want to review them. They're probably going to be what I do next after this video in terms of reviews. I don't know if I'll put something else between those. I might. But in terms of reviews, I will probably do Spark 2 and Spark 3 following this. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome game. Spark the Electric Gesture. It reminds me of Gex? No, that's not it.
Saint Sword may be one of the most intriguing games I've had the pleasure of discovering in recent years. What really made this game stand out to me before even playing it were two things. One is the artwork insert for the case. Now, most Sega Genesis art inserts have obstructions in the form of a banner that reinforces the Sega Genesis logo, or other borders that separate the art from the edges of the box. Saint Sword, not so. The artwork takes up the full space. Every little corner of the paper is detailed with vibrancy and color. And not to mention, the artwork on the case is just flat out interesting and makes me want to know more about what this game is about. The other thing that made this game stand out off the bat was the interesting choice of title, Saint Sword. Never in my familiarity with the English language have I heard two words of these sorts put together. Saint Sword. And to some effect, it doesn't surprise me that this game fell into the depths of obscurity and that most are probably not familiar with the game outside of this review. Still, there is a very logical reasoning to the title of the game. If you watch the game's intro sequence, you will learn how the main character, Macris, is given the honorary title Saint Sword of the Titans. So immediately, I wanted to check this game out. So that I did, and here's what I thought off the bat. That's how you start a game. As you can see, it started off quite favorably. But I did think initially that this game bore a lot in common with other fantasy warrior action adventure games of the time. Your Golden Axe, your Roston, even Altered Beast. They felt very much similar, and I didn't know what it was separating this game from the pack until I got more into it. So initially I just thought this was a hack and slash dungeon crawling type of game where you collect a key from an enemy that drops it, use that key to open a door to find your way to a boss, defeat boss, move on to the next stage, so on, so forth. Standard fare. But then I discovered some of the items that I was picking up. They were interesting because I didn't know how to use them, and then I realized from my experience playing Revenge of Shinobi that you actually have to pause the game, go to the item, and use it. And, much to my surprise, my character turned into something completely different. An angel with a sword. How about that? A centaur that can jump extremely high. Wow! A mermaid that can impale enemies underwater and swims like a fish. That was perfect for those awful waddling sequences. So as you can see, the transformations alone really change this game into something else, and really make it something distinct and almost iconic in a way of that Genesis style. There's a couple other interesting things that occur, such as when the player manages to defeat a certain number of enemies, the color of their armor will change, as does their strength, and if they can keep that up without dying, they'll keep going up in strength until the third threshold, whereupon they can earn bonus lives. Now, just as the main character can increase their power, so too do the enemies as the stages progress, and thus the game gets logically harder. Actually, one of the most interesting points about this game is the exploration itself, because the enemy unit that the key is located in will never be specified. It's never the same one, even during the next time that you play through the game. However, the structure of the stage will always remain the same, so it'll always make you work your brain as to what area you haven't explored yet, and keep you on your toes. Now, there is a time limit, but I haven't really run into any issues with that on either of my playthroughs of the game. That being said, this game is not without its faults. The first is that the enemy attack patterns can be quite annoying from time to time. Sometimes taking damage is almost inevitable, no matter what transformation you use. So it's advisable to sort of hack and slash your way through, but trying to do so in as orderly a means as possible. The boss battles as well range from being decent challenges to simple and formulaic. Now, I don't mind, a simple boss battle, but sometimes they kind of made it a bit easy in this game. You can't always turn the difficulty up, but that brings me to my last criticism for this game, which I think is its cardinal sin, is that after you beat the game on the first playthrough, it will ask you to play through it again in order to see the true ending. So does that mean you have to play the game twice in order to see the true ending? No, not at all, because I'm about to give you the password so you can start from the first stage on the second playthrough. But I do recommend that you play the game twice anyway, because on the first playthrough the game will give you navigational tips helping you to get through each stage. And it's nice to have these, especially when the game can seem a bit confusing and take a bit of warming up to on your first playthrough. But this brings me into perhaps the strongest point of this game, which is, in my eyes, the soundtrack and even the presentation to a degree. The soundtrack just has a very mystical quality to it that almost speaks to the sorcery and mythos inherent in the game, and makes the player feel almost entangled in this dark and enchanting adventure. In general, I also like the incorporation of mythological elements. This game almost harkens back to Altered Beast a little bit. We see some replica character designs as well as concepts overall. So I think people who enjoy Altered Beast as well as other classic arcade style warrior adventure games will feel right at home with Saint Sword. And that brings me into the last point. Will you enjoy this game? I think the big thing here is you have to have some appreciation for that mythological tie-in, as well as going back to old school Genesis games of the time. Because this game is rugged and gritty. But if you like that, then this game will be right up your alley. So Saint Sword, it's definitely a distinct game with some strong identity. It does have a few setbacks that may detract some potential players, but if you can look over them and appreciate the game for what it does well, I think you'll walk away with something positive from the experience. So that's it for Saint Sword. Awesome cover, beautiful art, and in general just a very creative design from the folks over at Taito. I'm not sure why they didn't give this game more love in their Taito Legends discs, or any for that matter, but it's still nice to go back and discover, especially in its original form. So thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed the review, and see you next time here in the Turbo Zone. Turbo Zone! Turbo.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, so my therapist told me that I need to find out a way to take out my frustration. I have too much road rage, and apparently I can't be doing donuts in the hospital parking lot. What can I say? We all cope with anger in our own ways. So one method she suggested is roleplay. So if I can't actually drive all crazy because people around me don't know how to fucking drive, I can do something similar. I can play a video game. Something like Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller.
Under clear blue skies, crazy cabbies earning crazy money. Yes, it's the West Coast. Yeah.
Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller was released to the Xbox in 2002 and was the last home console game the franchise would ever see. Later releases from the franchise would either be ports of the first game or handheld games. For those of you who don't know what Crazy Taxi is, it's a hectic, crazy driving game where you play as a taxi driver and you're asked to deliver customers to their locations while driving as crazily as possible. It was an arcade game that was ported to the Dreamcast in 1999, became very popular on the Dreamcast, and got a sequel on the Dreamcast. Being a crazy taxi driver, this means you're going to be asked to do things like jumping over traffic, driving crazy fast, and having no regard for your surrounding. The game had an amazing soundtrack made up of real bands like The Offspring and Bad Religion, which really helped to set the tone for the game, this really punk rock crazy tone. And some of the locations where you would take your customers were real businesses, places like Pizza Hut, Levi's, and even KFC. It always brought a smile to my face when a customer asked to go to KFC.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm from Kentucky. Fucking ignorance.
Okay, high roller, it's time to make some real dough. Here we go.
Why are you taking so long?
A sequel would follow up on the Dreamcast that would expand on the formula. Crazy Taxi 2 would allow you to pick up more than one customer at a time and take them to more than one location at a time, and it came with a map inspired by New York.
But alas, Crazy Taxi 2 would be the last Crazy Taxi game on the Dreamcast because Sega kind of crashed and burned. They exited out of the console industry. They couldn't keep up. The sales of the Saturn were pretty bad in America, and the Dreamcast, while it did do pretty well, the PS2 was on the horizon, and people were just wanting to wait for that thing. So with Sega exiting the console market, they started making software for other companies like Sony, Nintendo, and most importantly, Microsoft. Microsoft had their first console, the Xbox, and Sega worked with them closely on the Xbox, releasing like a lot of sequels for Dreamcast games like Shenmue 2 and Jet Set Radio Future. Really great Xbox exclusives. But one of those Xbox exclusive games was Crazy Taxi 3. This is why I love the original Xbox, because it had a lot of Sega exclusives. Yes, there are more games on the original Xbox that aren't just Halo, believe it or not.
By this point, gaming had already shifted away from the arcade-style games of yesterday. Now we had realistic driving games like Project Gotham Racing and Gran Turismo. We didn't need your kiddie taxi games. But Crazy Taxi, even to this day, holds up much better than many of those old simulation-style driving games. It's just arcade fun. So what does this third entry really offer? Well, for starters, you get 3 whole maps. Both maps from the first 2 Crazy Taxi games, alongside a brand new map based around Las Vegas. And the new map it's alright. The new setting is cool. I like the Vegas setting, but the Xbox seems to have trouble running this map. It has a lot of slowdown. I guess the Xbox just can't handle the awesomeness of Crazy Taxi.
And outside of the normal arcade mode, there's not a lot here. There's this mission mode, which I wasn't really a fan of. The mission mode, you have to complete different missions, be it get a certain height, jump, do a certain task. I didn't find it to be all that fun. In fact, I found most of the missions to be kind of frustrating. But the Crazy Taxi formula is still really fun to this day. But, I mean, with this being the third entry, you'd think they would have expanded. Sure, they added 3. There are 3 total cities in this game that you could drive around. But you would think that they would have some sort of campaign. Maybe you have to get a certain amount of money in each city before you can move on to another one. That would have been cool. Maybe some multiplayer, some 2-player split screen, 4-player split screen would have been fun. Co-op even could work. And with Xbox, one of its big attractions being Xbox Live, the advent of playing games online with other people, it was becoming more accessible nowadays. You would think maybe they would have had some kind of online functionality. So in terms of innovation, I think Crazy Taxi 3, that's where it really falls behind, is really changing up the formula and doing something new.
But what is here is still really fun. It's just more Crazy Taxi. And I think by this point, everyone had just moved on. I never really hear anybody talk about Crazy Taxi 3. People just mention that it exists, it's a game. But it's a very fun game, especially if you like Crazy Taxi, like I do. It can keep somebody like me entertained for a while. But alas, this would be the last new game in the Crazy Taxi franchise outside of handhelds and mobile games.
But alas, we never got Crazy Taxi 4. And that's kind of sad. Crazy Taxi 4 could work in the modern landscape, with gaming becoming more focused on digital gaming and arcade-style games. Releasing Crazy Taxi 4 today could work. People would buy it. I don't know if Sega's really that interested. I know they've mentioned bringing back other franchises like Virtua Fighter and Jet Set Radio, which is awesome. But Crazy Taxi 4, I don't know if that could happen. I would like for it to happen. It's just sad that we never really got another home console Crazy Taxi game after Crazy Taxi 3, because this game is fun, if not lacking, in innovation and originality. It's still a fun time. It's still a game that I would recommend you pick up. With that said, we did get a couple of. I think there was a Game Boy Advance game after this, and then there was a mobile game you could play. So Crazy Taxi has still been around in some form. just not the form I would like it. With that said, all this video has managed to do is inform you on a forgotten Sega game. It hasn't helped me with my road rage at all. Man, I don't know. Maybe I hear there's a new children's hospital down the road. I wonder if the parking lot's big enough to do donuts. I'll see you guys later.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, I get asked all the time what my retro console of choice is. This video has nothing to do with this issue of Turok. I was just reading an issue of Turok. Whenever I think about what retro console is my favorite, two come to mind. There's the obvious Sega Genesis. This is my OG Sega Model 1. And the Sega Genesis has some fantastic games. Games like Vector Man 2, Thunder Force 2, Sonic 2, a lot of 2s, Shadow of the Beast, and Rocket Knight Adventures. Great games. All those are great games. Here on what I consider to be my favorite console of all time, but that's been rivaled. As of late, I have endeavored into the classic Atari 2600. This console is not a console that I grew up with, unlike the Sega Genesis, which I've had that console forever. This one I purchased recently, and obviously I am 23. I was not around in 1977. I was not around in the 80s. So this game console I just never had access to until now. I played some of the collections. I played some like flashback consoles, but owning the actual Atari 2600 in all its glory is a true gift, if you will. And the Atari is cool because it has some great games like Battlezone, Berserk, Pitfall, Centipede, and Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. Fantastic games. Both these consoles are phenomenal, and they have both become my favorites. It's very strange how this has happened, but I love both consoles so much. So if you're asking me which console I would recommend, the Atari 2600 or Sega Genesis, for one, you should buy them both. You fucking idiot. Buy both of them because they're both fantastic. But if I have to choose one, I'm sorry I called you an idiot, by the way. Please love me. If I have to choose one, let's give it some thought. So the Sega Genesis, there are different types of controllers, but the standard one, the classic one, is the classic 3-button. There's also a 6-button, which I do have, but the 3-button just looks the nicest, even though this one's a little dirty. But that's okay. It still plays, and it's fantastic. And the Atari has the classic Atari joystick. You get the joystick of one button. What else do you need, right? Well, what's cool is that the Atari and the Sega Genesis are closer than you may think. This is the Sega Genesis plug, and this is the Atari plug. They look pretty similar, right? That's because you can use a Sega Genesis controller on the Atari 2600, and you can, if you really fucking wanted to, you could probably use a Atari joystick on the Sega Genesis. I would recommend that because there's only one button here. But I mean, if you're wanting to play Streets of Rage and only push one button, whatever, have at it. You could do whatever you want, I guess. So they're both fantastic here. And which console do I recommend for you though? Well, I guess if you're looking for more modern, well, I wouldn't say modern. If you're looking for games that
have a little bit more depth. Games like Rocket Knight Adventure and Thunder Force 2, one's an action platformer, one's a spaceship shooter. I would go for the Sega Genesis. It has a great library of games like these. Rocket Knight Adventure is one of my favorite. Rocket Knight Adventures, sorry, is one of my favorite games on the console. But if you're up to more arcade-style games, games like Battlezone and Centipede, you're going to want to go for the Atari 2600 because it has mountains, just mountains of arcade ports. And like a lot of them are surprisingly good. Plus, I love the silver label games. I have a ton of these. And games like Battlezone here, the cart looks freaking awesome. It's so cool seeing this on your shelf. And they're both just classic consoles. So really, you need to pick your taste. I think my favorite is still the Sega Genesis, but the Atari 2600 comes in close second. They're both fantastic. One thing I will say is that if you go to the Atari Age website, they actually sell a bunch of 2600 homebrew games. So people are still making 2600 games. That console is 40 years old, and they're still making games for it. It's super crazy. So yes, pick which one you'd like. I have reviews. I have a lot of reviews of 2600 games. I have a couple of Sega Genesis reviews. I should probably do some more Sega Genesis videos. I just haven't. And last but not least, just don't play this. Do not play Wacky World's Creativity Studio.
I am a Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Now when I say that, a lot of people just automatically assume and group me in with the really extreme part of the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base, which you shouldn't do. While I am a huge Sonic fan, I'll be the first to admit that there are some really bad Sonic games out there. I'm not a defender of the awful games. Yes, I've played them all, because once again, I am a fan of the franchise. I'm going to play literally everything that comes out. But with that said, it doesn't mean I have to like every bit of it. And the 3D games, I have liked the 3D games here and there. The Sonic Adventure games were fun. I liked Sonic Heroes. I liked parts of Sonic Unleashed. I really liked Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations. But overall, over the past 15 years, Sonic has never lived up to what he was at his prime. And that's where Sonic Mania comes into play. Sonic Mania is a return to form for the classic Sonic franchise, for the roots of Sonic. If you were around back in the 90s and you played games like Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Sonic CD, this is a game for you because it's styled after the classic Genesis franchise. Now, the Sega Genesis is my favorite console of all time. So to see this Honestly, the first time I played it, I was almost in shock because it feels so good. It feels so close to playing the classic Sonic games. And my favorite Genesis game and my favorite Sonic game has always been Sonic 2. But I'll tell you what, I don't know for sure. I'll have to see how well it holds up, but I have a feeling that Sonic Mania is going to take that spot. Because Sonic Mania is a celebration of what made Sonic good. Sonic Mania takes the classic Sonic franchise. It takes aspects of Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Knuckles, Sonic CD, mixes them all together with some new stuff to keep it fresh. The plot takes place after Sonic 3 and Knuckles, effectively making this the real Sonic 4. There's some stuff with time stones, and the game gets thrown all throughout Sonic, up to that point. So you'll be revisiting areas like Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant, the obvious stuff, and you'll also be revisiting areas that I didn't really expect, like Oil Ocean Zone, or Flying Battery Zone. Those are really cool surprises, and whenever you revisit the older stages, the first act is usually pretty similar to the classic stage, and then the second act throws in this whole new idea. It's almost like the developers were like, hey, this stage was cool, right? Well, we can make it even fucking better by adding stuff that I didn't expect, and it was such a breath of fresh air. On top of that, there are a bunch of new zones and levels to have fun with. If you want to, there's like a cowboy saloon desert themed area that's based off of the canceled stage from Sonic 2. I think it was Dusty Desert, I think it is, or something like that. There's a garden looking area. There's a Studiopolis, which has been all over the promotional material for this game. There's all kinds of new stages here too, and I found that every boss encounter, whether it's an old stage or a new stage, every boss encounter felt fresh and new. There were points during the boss encounters where, some of them did stump me and were hard, but most of them, I started playing and I thought I knew what I was getting myself into. The boss started up, and then it threw a curveball at me every fucking time, and it was amazing. I haven't felt this in a very long time. This isn't a case where I can look at Sonic Mania and say, hey, Sonic Mania is good if you like this type of Sonic game, if you like this type of Sonic game. This is a case which is very rare for the Sonic franchise, where I can look at Sonic Mania and say, hey, if you want fucking good game, here's a fucking good game, because that's what Sonic Mania is. It's a reminder for all those people out there that always talk shit, that always say, hey, Sonic was never good. Sonic was always bad. Sonic always had bad games. Sonic was always a terrible franchise. This game looks at them and says, yeah, fucking right, because the classic Sonic franchise it's why Sonic's iconic. They were some of the best 2D platformers of all time, and still are to this day, and Sonic Mania is here to join them. I loved a lot of the fan service in this game. There are a lot of fan servicey parts. I'm not going to spoil them for you, but there were some characters that I didn't expect to see. There were some references to other Sonic games, like there was a Sonic CD reference. There's a Knuckles Chaotix reference. There's a bunch of other Sonic references. References. I can't speak today, man. I'm so fucking excited. Sonic Mania. This year alone has been fantastic, because this year I've gotten some of my favorite franchises back. Like Resident Evil 7 started off the year, and that was awesome. We got the Crash Insane Trilogy was awesome. Sonic Mania is, oh my god, I can't even imagine. This is one of my favorite games. This might be one of my favorite games in a long time, and I see myself playing this for a long time. My only complaint is that I cannot buy this game for the Sega Genesis, and I can't play it with the Sega Genesis controller. But other than that, I loved every aspect of this game. I loved how much detail there is. This game didn't feel like it was made to sell Sonic. This game felt like it was made because the people who made it loved Sonic. And you can really tell. If you've ever enjoyed a Sonic game, old or new, if you ever wanted to play a Sonic game, if you've never played the classic Sonic games, Sonic Mania, it's $20. Get downloaded. I have it on PS4 here. It's on the Switch. It's on the Xbox One. Just fucking download it. Just go download it. Like right now. Like what are you doing? Turn off this video and go download it. Like what are you waiting for? Sonic Mania is one of the best games I've played in a very long time. It feels so good, and I hope Sega learns from this. I hope Sega sees how well this game is doing and realizes that they're sitting on a gold mine, because the Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast libraries gave us fantastic games, like the classic Sonic franchise. And if this classic Sonic can come back with such a big bang, then why can't other classic Sega franchises like Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, give me some fucking Knights, give me something? Because Sonic Mania proves that this type of classic game is not dead. This type of classic Sonic game is not dead. Sonic is still great. And just because, the Sonic franchise has a stumble here and there, doesn't mean that it's gonna die. Because clearly Sega knows that there's an audience. And Sega, I hope you do. I want just more of this. I mean, I know Sonic Forces is coming out, and I am excited for Sonic Forces because I like Sonic Generations and I like that gameplay. But at the same time, I don't know if Sonic Forces can top this, because this game is fantastic.
When you think of Disney games on the Sega Genesis, what usually comes to mind? Lion King, Mickey Mouse, Castle of Illusion, maybe even Aladdin. And all those are great games. But I really enjoy Quackshot. Quackshot starring Donald Duck. Quackshot starring Donald Duck is an early Sega Genesis title. I don't know the year exactly, but I know it came out near the beginning of the system's lifespan. And I thoroughly enjoyed this game. It was one of my first games for the console, along with Sonic 1. Like, I got this game and Sonic 1 with my system. And I've put so much time into playing this game. It's such... I don't know, it's such a classic to me, and it's a game that I don't really hear too many people talk about, and it's a real shame, because I feel like this is the kind of game that a lot of people would really enjoy. It's an action platformer adventure game that's all Disney-fied and stuff. That, I don't know, it's just a really cool idea. You play as Donald Duck, and this game's actually based off of his original comics stuff from the I think it was from the 30s, where he was more of like an explorer. So no, this game is not a ripoff of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is a ripoff of the original Donald Duck comic strip. But anyway, so this game is based off of that, and you play as Donald Duck, and you're looking for treasure and whatnot. And the game's kind of interesting because it gives you a Mega Man style select at the beginning with 3 levels, but you can't really play them in whatever order. You need to play them in a certain order because each level gives you certain items which allows you to go back and progress in another level. It's kind of Metroid in that way. So say you go to Duckburg, and you get to the end of Duckburg, and the guy says, hey, you need something to get over this wall. Okay, so then he gives you a key. He says, here's a key, take it to Mexico. So you go to Mexico, and you walk through, and you use that key on a temple. And you go through the temple, and at the end, Goofy's like, hey, here you go. Here's a plunger to help you get over walls. So you take that plunger back to Duckburg, and you use it to climb that wall that the guy asked you about. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And the whole game, as it opens up, it expands, it gets more complex, but it's all about puzzle solving and figure out where to go next and what you need next. It's a really cool idea. Donald Duck is armed with a plunger gun that can also shoot popcorn and shoot bubblegum, I believe it is. And that is a really neat idea. The levels you traverse are all really cool. They're usually themed off of actual places. Well, not Duckburg, because, Duckburg isn't a place. But, it's themed off of places like Mexico and, Transylvania and stuff. And I really enjoy that fact, because it's not just like Castle of Illusion where it's just made up crap. It's supposed to be like, quote-unquote, real locations. So that's neat. And, the game's presentation looks really good. It's actually surprising to see that, or to hear that this game came out towards the beginning of the Genesis lifespan, because the game does have a really nice, clean style. I really enjoy the presentation. I really enjoy the music. The music in this game is fantastic, and I don't know. I just consider this game a gem, a little hidden gem, as a one Mr. Metal Jesus would call it, a hidden gem. So I don't know. It's just a fun title, and I've been playing around with my review format lately, and the past 2 reviews have been really scripted and joke heavy. And this one, I felt like I just wanted to go back to my roots and do a more commentary style video, because I feel like I do like these kind of reviews where I just kind of talk like this. And Quackshot is a game that I've been wanting to talk about for a while, and I just feel like maybe, hey, you should play this game. I don't really have too many negatives, though. I can't think of anything that I really didn't like in this game. Maybe some of the backtracking, but even then, the backtracking was really light. Like, super light. Like, maybe, like, not... it was hardly even there. I don't know what... So, yeah, I don't really have too many complaints with this game. I'm not saying it's, like, the best game of all time. I'm just saying I don't think they did much wrong here. I don't think there's much wrong. The game could be better on some fronts, but nothing was wrong. It's a fun title, and you can find this for pretty cheap. I have it in box. I don't know how much it is in box. I think loose you can get it for about $20 or so, is what I saw online. So I think it's worth picking up, especially if you like Disney games and you like 2D platformers on your Sega Genesis, son. It's a great time. It's a really good time. I would recommend this game 100%. Thanks for listening to me ramble about the Quackshot, a game on the Sega Genesis that you maybe have played, maybe haven't played, who knows. I'll see you guys in my next video. Disco Duck.
Genesis, my favorite console of all time. I love the Sega Genesis so much. I have so many gaming memories growing up playing the Sega Genesis, having a good time, and there's just so many great games on the Sega Genesis. It's my all-time favorite console. That should come as no surprise to some of you who have been watching this channel for a while. The Sega Genesis is one of gaming's all-time best consoles. And Sega, I don't think Sega really ever lived up to the Sega Genesis after the console died. The Saturn is good. I like the Saturn a lot. And the Dreamcast is really good too, but I don't know, there's just something about the Sega Genesis. I really love this console. And some of you may be interested in getting into playing Genesis games, but maybe don't want to go out and buy a console. Maybe you just want to have a way to play some of the games, try them out, and maybe test the waters. And a good way of doing that is with this guy. The Sega Genesis Classics on the PlayStation 4. You get over 50 Sega Genesis games. That's a good deal. I mean, there's a lot of really good games on this collection. Games like Sonic the Hedgehog, Golden Axe, Phantasy Star 1, 2, and 3, Streets of Rage, Shining Force. There's really quality games that makes, this $30 package well worth it just for a few of those names alone. But there's a lot of games on this collection. For me to go over every single game that's on this collection would take me a while. It would be a really long video. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to go in parts. This is going to be a series. Am I going to do them in order? No. The next video after this one will not be another Sega Genesis Classics video, but this is volume 1. I'm going to show off 5 games and talk about them, and really give you a taste of those 5 games for this first episode, and then in later episodes I'll show off more. The 5 games are pretty much picked at random. They're just games that I felt like playing at the time. I will eventually get through them all, but let's start off with a little game known as Fatal Labyrinth.
We start off our showcase here today with a little game called Fatal Labyrinth. Fatal Labyrinth is pretty interesting because it is a RPG top-down dungeon crawling roguelike game. Pretty cool. It's a pretty cool game. You play as a guy who has to go through the Fatal Labyrinth. It's in the name of the game. You start out in a little village and everybody talks about this ancient hero that once slayed this dragon up in the labyrinth. And now the tower has risen again, and who's going to do this? And this kid over here just doesn't want to go to school the next day, which is relatable. I wouldn't want to go to school either if there's a giant evil tower in the middle of my village. So you go into the Fatal Labyrinth. It's a pretty cool top-down game, kind of simple for today's standards. You can open up an inventory menu, and once you pick up items throughout the labyrinth, you can equip them. But battling kind of happens by itself. You just have to face the enemy and push in that direction, and you'll automatically battle. It's all stat based, so it's all really dependent on what kind of gear you have, and the gear is dropped at random. So this is really going to be where you either do or don't like the game, because sometimes you get really good gear from the start of the game, and sometimes you get really crappy gear. It just kind of happens. It's just one way or the other. So the game really is randomized. You never know what you're gonna get when you start playing Fatal Labyrinth. So I know a lot of newer games borrow this roguelike structure, and people seem to like that. I mean, I do. I know I like games like Crypt of the Necrodancer and Binding of Isaac, and that's kind of what this game reminds me of. It's a bit slower than those games, less gimmicky, but it's still a really fun time. Fatal Labyrinth is one of those games that I think is kind of underrated on the Sega Genesis. I can sit down and play this game for a while. Next up, we have Sonic Spinball. I knew I wanted to talk about a Sonic game in the first episode, but I thought coming out the gate with something like Sonic 1 or Sonic 2 might have been a little too obvious, so I wanted to try something a little different with this one, and I wanted to play Sonic Spinball. Sonic Spinball is a game that I used to play a lot when I was younger, but I haven't really touched it in a while. I wasn't sure if this game would really hold up as well as my memory serves it, and I'll be honest, it really doesn't. It's not really that great of a pinball game. There are better pinball games. Heck, even on the Genesis, there's better pinball games. I think Dragon's Revenge is probably a better pinball game. But I don't know. There's a certain charm to this game. You play as Sonic. You're stuck in this evil pinball land, like that. It's in Eggman's base, I guess. That's what the opening cutscene kind of implies. I don't know. I mean, I could read the manual, but I don't really care. It's a Sonic pinball game. You kind of semi-control Sonic. You can kind of influence his direction in the air. But it's really all about pinball. Each table has their own set goals. Like the first table, you just need to open the pathways to get to the 3 different emeralds and then beat the boss. And like I said, where it's a pinball game, it's kind of hard to really influence your direction unless you're just really good at pinball. And even at that, the physics are still Sega Genesis pinball physics, so they're not the most realistic physics in the world. Like I said, I don't know. There's a certain charm to this game. There's a certain charm to this game that I really like. I think the music, for the most part, is really good. For the most part, the options menu has awful music, but the actual in-game music is really fun. I really like the kind of darker tone that this game has for some reason. A lot of the areas in this game look really sinister, which makes sense because we're in Dr. Robotnik's base. And something always kind of cracked me up about Sonic's model in this game. It looks kind of off. You can tell that it's by a different team. It's not by Sonic Team, so it looks a little janky, but Sonic Spinball is still a fun game. It's a fun game that is pretty easy to get into. I don't think it holds up as well as my memory serves, but it's a cool addition here, and it's something you can just waste 30 minutes on if you're just looking for something to play. Next up, we have a really cool one here, Wonder Boy 3. Wonder Boy 3, just the Wonder Boy series in general, I think, is kind of overlooked. In recent memory, there have been a few remakes of like the first Wonder Boy and Wonder Boy, the Dragon's Trap. They've gotten digital remakes on like the PS4 and stuff, but overall, Wonder Boy is still one of those Sega series that I think goes way overlooked. The Wonder Boy series is awesome. This collection also has Wonder Boy and Monster Land, but Wonder Boy 3 is pretty notable for being a little different than the other game. This game is more akin to the first Wonder Boy. It's a auto-scrolling platformer shooter, I guess you would call it. As you play along with the game auto-scrolls, you platform and you shoot enemies. I wouldn't really call it a shoot 'em up, like a shoot 'em up, but also wouldn't call it a platformer. It's kind of like a hybrid. It feels really arcadey, but it's very fun, especially in co-op. This game is great in co-op, but it's just, I don't know. There's just a lot of charm in this game. Something about the visuals reminds me of like a Taito branded arcade game, something like Bubble Bobble. I don't know if anybody else gets that vibe from this game, but it reminds me of something like Bubble Bobble. But Wonder Boy 3, I think, is still a really fun game. As you play along, you must keep collecting fruit to keep your health up. You must keep collecting power-ups to get different power-ups to your I wouldn't say gun. You don't really use a gun. You kind of shoot things out of a sword, but to get different power-ups to your sword laser thing. It's Wonder Boy. Once again, I think Wonder Boy is a really underrated franchise. There's way better games. I really did I wish Wonder Boy 4 was on here. That was a Japanese exclusive, but it's been released outside of Japan in recent years on the Wii Virtual Console and on the PS3 and Xbox 360. You could download it. I have it on my PS3. I was kind of hoping that game would make its way onto this collection. And it didn't. And in terms of side-scrolling shooters, there's really not a whole lot on this collection. There's a lot of shoot-'em-ups, but just side-scrolling shooters, especially spaceship shooters, this is kind of in the same vein, I guess. Sega really could have used a lot more of those in this collection. You have a few games, but Sega owns the Thunder Force series now. And I don't really get why they didn't put the Thunder Force games on this collection. But Wonder Boy 3 can probably help you scratch that itch. There's even levels where you ride a little pterodactyl and you shoot enemies like that. This game is a lot of fun, especially if you like arcade shoot-'em-up games. Next up, we have Gunstar Heroes. I couldn't talk about this collection without at least showing off one game by Treasure. And why not show off probably the most popular game on the Sega Genesis by Treasure, Gunstar Heroes. There are quite a few Treasure games on this collection. Some of them you probably haven't heard of, but Gunstar Heroes, you've probably maybe heard of this one if you're familiar with the Sega Genesis. It's a lot like, say, Metal Slug or Contra, but I actually find this game to be a lot more fast-paced than those games and a lot more fun. This game is really, really, really fun. Treasure, they're really good at their craft. They really know what they're doing whenever it comes to these shoot 'em up style games. Probably not my favorite treasure games. I think my favorite treasure games are probably still Sin and Punishment. But Gunstar Heroes is phenomenal. I really like the 2-weapon system. You can pick up 2 different types of weapons at once, and it kind of mixes them together to have different outcomes. My favorite will always be the homing, the homing weapon along with the laser weapon. I think that combination is probably the one that I use the most. It's the one that I'm using in this video. It just locks onto the enemy, and I don't think it's as powerful as other weapons, but it's just a lot more useful because it just drains their health, and it allows you to focus on your dodging. This game has a lot of cool set pieces, a lot of really fun set pieces in this game. I think this game is, I wouldn't say a hidden gem, but it's a treasure. Ha ha ha! It's a treasure. I think this game. That was stupid. I'm sorry. I think this game is really good. And Gunstar Heroes is a game that you can enjoy by yourself and enjoy with a friend. It's phenomenal. Last but certainly not least, we probably have what is my favorite game I'm showing off today, Golden Axe. I mean, I have it on the background of my Turbo Zone set. I have a poster back there. Golden Axe. This game's important to me. This game is very important to me. Not just because it's a good side-scrolling beat 'em up, but because I have really early memories of this game. I have really early memories of playing this game with my dad. And my dad's not really that into video games. He played them with me a lot as a kid. But really my mom was more into playing video games, and she still is. But Golden Axe is a game that I remember playing with my dad when I was really young. And probably my first time playing a co-op style game like this, and I just hold it really close to my heart. Golden Axe, if you don't know, is a side-scrolling beat 'em up. You pick from one of 3 characters. I usually go with the girl. I think her name's, is it Tyra something? I don't remember her name. But I usually play as the girl because she has more magic that she can use, and I find that to be useful for boss fights. Golden Axe is a really tough side-scrolling beat 'em up. It's kind of primitive by today's standards. You don't really have a lot of you have one attack button, one jump button, and one magic button. But I still find this game to be really enjoyable. I wouldn't say it's as good as Golden Axe 2. I think Golden Axe 2 is better, and Golden Axe 3 is debatable. But Golden Axe 1, I hold this game near and dear to my heart, and it'll always be one of my favorite games of all time. It's a game that I can always return to and have a lot of fun with. And I understand that maybe if you don't have that kind of connection with this game, it's not going to be more than just something you'll play maybe with a friend. This game's definitely better with co-op. But where I do have that emotional connection to Golden Axe, I definitely find this game to be a lot more important to me than probably the average person. But Golden Axe is fun. Golden Axe is fun. It's got great music. It's got. I mean, look, you can ride little dragons. You can ride dragons. What else do you want from me? You can ride dragons.
There you have it. That was 5 games from the Sega Genesis classics. Fatal Labyrinth, Sonic Spinball, Wonder Boy 3, Golden Axe, and Gunstar Heroes. Next time I return, I'll do 5 different games. If you want me to cover a certain game on this collection, drop it in the comments. Let me know, and I will try to fit whatever I see into the next episode. With that said, once again, I think this is a great collection. Is it the best thing in the world? I mean, it's probably, because it's a bunch of Sega Genesis games. But there are other Sega Genesis collections out there, and they're probably cheaper. But this one has a lot of games that some of the other ones don't, like a lot of the treasure games. So yes, next week we will return with something a little different. That's my goal with this show now, is to do something a little different in each episode. And next episode will definitely be a little different. I'll see you guys later. You know, geeks and gamers, sometimes after a hard day at work, it's fun to come home and turn on something like Solar Eclipse for the Sega Saturn. A beautiful console with some beautiful games, and this is one of them. A game by Crystal Dynamics. It's originally a sequel to a 3DO game that I've never played, and you fly spaceships around. That's fucking cool. So what goes well with the Sega Saturn and spaceships? Well, obviously it's beer. So I'm going to pour myself a beer in this glass. Actually, maybe not. I had a really tough day, so maybe this glass won't cut it for me. Ugh. There's a glass. I don't know. This is still not enough. Oh. Now this is a glass. I think I might need more than one beer. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Oh. Well, there we go. Now that is a beer. To you, Solar Eclipse. Oh. Woo!
Confirmed. It's still jamming our distress call. Starting uplink procedure to Telsat 5.
Sue, we just lost the number 4 line. It's a full cascade.
How long?
Less than a minute.
Initiating unmanned launch cycle.
It's a 10G push, Susan. You'll never make it.
Watch me.
LaGrange Mining Colony, Facility 17. We're under attack. The ships are being flown by... We attempted emergency procedures, but triggered a cascade in the reactor and destroyed the facility. It's tracking me. Switching to frequency Delta 4-5. Oh my god.
Get out your popcorn and put on your space helmets because it's time for Solar Eclipse.
We're taking hits! Returning fire!
Solar Eclipse is a hybrid on-rail and simulation space shooter developed and published by Crystal Dynamics and released on the Sega Saturn in 1995. Like I mentioned in my intro, it's actually considered a sequel to a 3DO title named Total Eclipse. I've never played any games on the 3DO, but if Total Eclipse is anything like Solar Eclipse, sign me up.
My objectives are powder right now, pal. How about yours?
You do not want to piss me off, Lieutenant.
Sure I do.
At ease, gentlemen. I could ground you right now for the way you flew that mission. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't.
He nailed the target.
Besides, the man knows just how far he can stretch it. Man flies like that, you just can't take away his wings.
Now, mixing an on-rails shooter with a simulation shooter may sound strange, and it sort of is. This game requires more precision and skill than your usual arcade game, but still retains some of that arcade difficulty. And that arcade difficulty leads to this.
This game's pretty fucking hard. So in order to give you guys the fullest experience and really show you what this game has beyond the first few levels, which is as far as I can get normally, I'm gonna have to break out this bad boy. The Action Replay. For the Sega Saturn, this little magical device not only lets you do things like import games and save games to the cartridge, which is really handy because the Sega Saturn's battery system sucks. Also, I can use it to cheat. So I think I'm going to cheat.
You're 2 for 2, stuntman. Kelp may not like your moves, but I don't hear Hopscotch complaining.
I hate this. Losing an engine, job only got half done. Can you imagine the humiliation?
You're welcome.
Hey, stay in the pocket, Hopscotch. Setting course back for the Tomlinson, half speed, so Gimpy here can keep up.
Hey, cut it out.
Man, you have to love live-action schlock from these old CD-based games. I was actually highly entertained by this game's story. You play as Stuntman, a know-it-all pilot with a dark past who was sent out to investigate a strange distress signal coming from an old mining colony. And from there, it's your basic sci-fi action you could find in any old 90s sci-fi show. But it actually does have a pretty notable cast for being a game like this. Claudia Christian from Babylon 5 is here. Gary Hudson, who was in Roadhouse and also in The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr. Man, could you imagine if Bruce Campbell was in this game? Steve Park was in Fargo and one of my favorite films, Falling Down, with Michael Douglas. I absolutely love Falling Down. And even the voice of Mario himself, Charles Martinet, has a role in this game. I guess the Saturn does what Nintendo do.
You got Solar Eclipse on the Sega Saturn. You got the Sega Saturn. And you got a tall glass of beer. This is gonna be a fun night.
This game spans 8 stages, with each stage progressing the plot and ending with a boss battle. I really liked how some of the stages have you rotate your ship 90 degrees to avoid obstacles with the shoulder buttons. It's a really cool mechanic. And how you can also get power-ups to stack on top of your normal lasers and missiles. It made for some very fun and varied combat. Makes you wonder why people slept on this one. I mean, it's not, Panzer Dragoon, but it's still a fun game. By Crystal Dynamics, I mean, they made Gex and the current Tomb Raider games. Like, this is a game I don't hear people talk about too often.
We're off the deck.
Q Bravo wing. How long till she blows?
16 minutes if we can't stop it.
If the Tomlinson blows, it won't matter who made it off that deck. We're as good as dead without that carrier.
Where's Hopscotch? Damn! The ship was down for repairs. I'm going back.
Negative. I'll signal Bravo wing and they'll...
Bravo is below deck. I'm going in.
Hold position, Peterson. That's an order.
Damn it, Pitbull!
Major, I was wrong about those 16 minutes.
How long?
Well, right about now.
No!
Peterson.
We're dead. We're dead. We're dead.
My only complaint with this game, really, is that the stages go on a little too long sometimes. Like, up to 20 minutes for a single stage. And when the game takes such a realistic tone as it does, the environments never change too drastically or get too crazy, making the stages that take a while drag on quite a bit. You know, it's just, I don't know, they should have either shortened the stages, or they should have, you know, like, made the game a little more varied with its, you know, with its environments. You know, besides the addition, you know, the occasional cave or outdoors, you know, asteroid belt or something.
Shield energy. Excellent flying, stuntman. You've been stuck in Bravo too long.
Oh shit.
This is Pitfall. Regroup immediately. Have not confirmed any impact, Holly.
I wish I was a Sega Saturn drummer.
Vegas took out a lot of peripheral targets, but he was on a winning streak.
You blew the mission chasing the wrong priorities.
You would know, Lieutenant. Okay, Hellcat, we need a cool head in charge of Red Team.
Can't. My navigation computer shot. It should be Stuntman anyway.
That's not an option.
Major, the guy's a Class A jerk. But he can fly. And he has a functional nav computer. We need to exploit every advantage we have.
But the game is still very fun. It feels very nice with the Sega Saturn 6-button pad. The only thing that feels a little weird is maybe like the up and down for the ship, but you can get used to that very, very easily. Although I would be interested to see how this game would play with the flight stick for the Sega Saturn. That might actually make this game a lot more fun, to be honest. And there's even a first-person mode available in the options. I didn't use it because I don't like it too often. I tried it and I thought it just hindered your view way too much for this type of game. So I stuck with the behind the ship view, but it's an option, so that could be cool. This game did get a PlayStation release in Europe under the name Titan Wars. So if you like the PlayStation over the Sega Saturn, well, for one, you're subject to a suplex from Segata Sanshiro, and two, you still have a way to play this title, so don't be afraid to pick it up. Solar Eclipse. Check it out on your Sega Saturn. A boxed North American copy won't run your wallet up too much. I mean, it's pretty affordable, and that's saying something because it's a North American Sega Saturn game. But I've seen it online for, you know, maybe $30, $40. Not going to run you up too much, and that means you have more money to go buy more beer. Yay, beer!
I don't know if you can hear me, Major, but Iris is dead. So is that crazy colonist. So are you, for all I know. As for me, I'm out of fuel, oxygen, and luck. I'm about out of time. In case there's a colony receiver station out there, this is Lieutenant Jake Cross. Last survivor of the UNS Tomlinson. For the record, first man to land on Saturn.
Oh God. Oh.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, welcome back to Review Month. Today I have another Dreamcast game to talk about, and you know, if you follow me, or you follow the button mappers, or you follow anything like that, you know recently I've I don't want to say like anything too negative, but I've kind of taken shots at Yuji Naka recently, especially after the experience that was Balan Wonderland, and that nightmare of a game. So today I wanted to review a game by Yuji Naka that I actually really love. This is Choo Choo Rocket for the Sega Dreamcast. Choo Choo Rocket for the Sega Dreamcast is a mixture of a puzzle game and a party game. It's a pretty original concept. You have a grid, you have a rocket, you have mice you have to lead to that rocket, sort of like lemmings almost, and you have cats that want to eat them. There's a few different modes you can play in. There's a puzzle mode, which is the main single-player campaign, where you have certain objectives you have to meet to finish the level. That's pretty fun. You have 4-player multiplayer modes where you battle to see who can get the most mice. That's cool. You can even like make your own levels and stuff. This game is super creative. I actually do own this. I'm recording it off an emulator just for the ease of recording, but I actually do own this because back whenever I bought my current Dreamcast, whenever the hell that was, I bought it and I got like, I forgot what I bought that day with it. I bought like Dead or Alive 2 and like Rayman 2, I think, with it. Pretty good games, honestly. But when I got home, I opened up the disc tray and there was a loose copy of Choo Choo Rocket I guess the store had forgotten about, just sitting in the Dreamcast. And I remember being like, I knew it was like a Sonic Team game, so I remember being like, whoa, that's cool. And then I think I might have put more time into Choo Choo Rocket than I did Dead or Alive 2 or Rayman 2, to be honest. This game is super fun and super addictive. Honestly, though, if I was a kid owning a Dreamcast back then, and it was the hot new toy on the market and hot new technology, I could see Choo Choo Rocket being a little disappointing because it doesn't really do anything to push the envelope in terms of the next gen gaming. You think of Dreamcast, you probably think of games like Sonic Adventure and Jet Set Radio and Shenmue that were good looking games, especially Jet Set Radio. Shenmue was good looking for the time, and Sonic Adventure is an acquired taste. But those games still, for 3D games, for the era, looked really good. And Choo Choo Rocket is very basic in its art style and its presentation. But I think with this style of game, with this style of puzzle game, you really kind of have to be. Now, when I say you have to guide the mice, you actually have to place arrows on the ground, and there's a limit in the puzzle mode, which is mainly what I'm playing here. There's a limit to how many you can put down, and with the multiplayer mode, it's fun because not only can you use the arrows to lead mice to your ship, you can also use the arrows to lead the cats to your enemy's ships, to the other players' ships, which kind of adds this sense of chaos and strategy. I've only played this game with like one other person before. I would love to play this game 4-player. This would make a great game for like a re-release on the Switch. I could definitely see this being like a budget, like $20 download on Switch, and using 4 Joy-Cons to play this game. That's perfect. I don't know why Sega hasn't jumped on that yet. I don't know why they hate money and they refuse to publish games that aren't Columns 2 over and over again. Choo Choo Rocket, Yuji Naka. Good job, man. This game's awesome. This game's like legit good. Like most games, I could say like, oh, Sonic, Sonic Adventure, great game, but so and so. Knights, great game, but so and so. Billy Hatcher or whatever, great game, but so and so. This game is just a great game. There is no but. There is no downside. If you like puzzle games, if you like fun party games, if you like anything of that sort, Choo Choo Rocket is just a good game. There's no buts. There's no buts. Welcome back to the table of ranking. Today we are ranking the Virtua Fighter series. The only ground rule here is that I'm only counting the fighting games with that really count. I think count in the Virtua Fighter series. So like Virtua Quest or the weird portrait things on Sega Saturn, those won't be counted today. It's the main fighting series. And I'm not going to be counting like every version. Like for Virtua Fighter 4, I'll be doing 4 along with the update version of 4 lumped together. Same thing with 5. 5 and the 3 other updates will be lumped together into one. I think the only thing I'm going to count separate is like Remix and 1 because they are slightly different. And different ports don't matter either. So like the Saturn version of 1 and the 32X version of 1 will be the same thing, with one exception, and we'll start off with that exception. First off is the game, the only game I don't have an actual copy of right now, and I don't really want one, so to take its place, I'll be using a different game. The worst one is Virtua Fighter 2 on the Genesis, Virtua Fighter 2 Genesis. I count it because it has a different subtitle, and it's like a 2D game. Mortal Kombat 2 and a 32X can take its place and substitute. I'm sorry to put you down here, Mortal Kombat 2 and 32X, but somebody has to fill in. Virtua Fighter 2 on the Genesis is a fucking nightmare. It is just utterly terrible. Up next, we have a game that I don't actually think is terrible. Genesis was the only really bad one here. We have Virtua Fighter Animation on the Game Gear. This game was cool, based on the animated series, the anime, if you will. It did what it could. It definitely worked better than the Genesis version of 2, and it did what it could on the Game Gear. It was pretty impressive, but it is still playing Virtua Fighter on a Game Gear, so I do have to put it pretty low. Beyond that, the next one, I should have sorted these up before I started this episode, and I forgot to, so I'm going to have to grab them and give them an order as I do this, is Virtua Fighter 3 TB. I don't actually have a case for this, I just have the disc right now. I've never really felt like getting the case for some reason. But, 3TB, the third game in the series, or, it looks like Thirth, but it's 3TB. I think it's 3-team battle. It adds some weird elements with the ground. There's elevated sections, makes it really difficult to fight in some stages, and overall, one of the most lackluster Virtua Fighter games in my honest opinion. Up next, we have this abomination, Virtua Fighter Kids. This is basically just Virtua Fighter 2, but if all the characters were chibi with big heads. That's why I'm putting it so low. Because there's really not a purpose for this. If you have Virtua Fighter 2, you don't really need this. There's no point to own this unless you're just like me and you want to own everything
Sega because you're stupid. So that one's kind of lame. Man, this light in here is killing me. There we go. So that one's kind of stupid. Up next, I will have to put, let's see. The original Virtua Fighter. It's the first of its kind, revolutionary 3D fighting game. But going back and playing it, it really does feel like the first 3D fighting game. It's pretty basic. The other games add stuff that this game is sorely lacking. But it is still, it's still highly respected as the first 3D fighting game. And then to follow that up, I will, I'm including this game because I don't think of it's not its own franchise, and I kind of want to put it in here anyway. I'm gonna throw in Fighting Vipers. It's not really a Virtua Fighter game, but it's the same team and uses the same engine, so it feels like a sister game. And there's actually a game coming up that has the characters in it. This game's interesting. I don't like this game as much as the main Virtua Fighter series, though. I do like the armor system and the breakable stuff. It makes it very unique, but I'm just, compared to Virtua Fighter, I just suck at this game, so it's going right there. Next will have to be Virtua Fighter Remix. This is an updated version of the first game. Fixes some issues, adds stuff in from 2, makes it cool, and really helps this. The Saturn port of 1 was kind of lacking, so this is like the ultimate way to play it. I know I wasn't going to throw in alternate versions, but I don't know. I feel like this could count as its own half step. This is like 1.5 in a way. So Virtua Fighter Remix definitely goes there. As for what is next, let's see. This is where it gets tough because these last 4 games are all pretty phenomenal. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. This is Virtua Fighter 4. This is the Evolution version, which is updated. Honestly, I would say if you're new to the series, this is where I would get into it with this game. Like I said, it's the updated version. It adds different things. It adds new characters. It actually has its own remade version of Virtua Fighter 1 included. And overall, it's a really solid fighter. This is one of my favorite fighting games of all time, and we got 3 games left, so that's saying something. What is next? Fuck. This is hard. You know what? I'm gonna have to go ahead and do my boy dirty here in Virtua Fighter 2. This is the classic. This is the one. This is the Virtua Fighter game you probably know, seen, played. But it is lacking in aspects that the other later titles would address, like character roster, stages, different things like that. But it's still a bona fide classic, and you can't disrespect Virtua Fighter 2. It's just a phenomenally fun arcade fighting game. Last 2 games here. Oof. Fuck. Virtua Fighter 5. I've been playing the PS5. Not PS5, fuck. I guess you could play it on PS5, but the PS4 update, whatever that's called, Final Remix, Final Showdown, Final Fight, I don't know what it's called. But that version, but I still played it a ton on PS3. This game feels a lot like 4, just majorly improved in certain aspects. And, I am kind of upset they haven't done a 6th game, but honestly, just updating this game feels almost like enough because this game is so mechanically solid that you don't really need you don't really need it, but I would like a 6th game. So you may be asking, what's the last game, Alex? You've already covered 1 through 5 and some other stuff. Well, this might be cheating, but Fighters Mega Mix is like one of the best fucking 3D fighting games in my honest opinion. This game mixes Virtua Fighter with Fighting Vipers and a bunch of other Sega properties. Just tons of stuff. This game's phenomenal. It's got a huge ass roster. It's crazy. It's a Saturn exclusive. You can play as the car from Daytona, USA. If you haven't seen it already, I actually own this. Hold on, I actually own this game twice over here. See if I can get it off my shelf. My shelf is a mess. Right here, I think. I actually own this game twice. I own both the North American and Japanese version, and that North American version is not that cheap. So that's saying something that I felt the need to own this game twice for some reason. It's just a phenomenal game. If you haven't seen my review, I did a review, I think back in like 2018 or something. I did a review of this game. I absolutely fucking love this game. So I would be doing a dishonor if I didn't put it at the top of my list. But there's my list. Really only one bad game, which I don't own, is Virtua Fighter Genesis. I played it on compilation, so I don't really need to own that one. But let me know what your rankings of the Virtua Fighter games are. And poor Mortal Kombat 2 on the 32X. I'm sorry, you didn't deserve to be compared to Virtua Fighter 2 Genesis. I'm very sorry. I mean, you're pretty fucking awesome. Oh, the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn was a fantastic console because it had a whole slew of games. You may not realize it. Some of you out there probably never even played a Saturn, but the Saturn had fantastic fighting games, fantastic spaceship shooter games, and most importantly here, fantastic racing games. One of which being Sega Rally Championship.
Sega Rally Championship.
Sega Rally Championship takes me back to a much simpler time, where racing games weren't just all, realistic, Gran Turismo, Forza style games where, you gotta earn money, buy cars. Racing games back whenever I was a kid it was just this. It was just fun arcade action, and I know that Gran Turismo came out around the time of the PlayStation, but I didn't play it. But Sega Rally is the kind of racing games that I really enjoy. These kinds of racing games with rock music where you're sliding around corners, having fun, and it is fantastic.
Easy right. Easy left. Easy right. Over jump.
Sega Rally Championship might just be my favorite racing game on the Sega Saturn, which is a big claim because, the Sega Saturn kind of has a game called Daytona USA, and Daytona USA is also fantastic. But I think Sega Rally Championship really nails it when it comes to the controls. Granted, I'm not that good at the game because I'm just not that good at the game, but the game is super fun to play. It's fun to slide around corners, it's fun to get your car going really fast, and it's so great. And for a Sega Saturn game, this game looks amazing. The Sega Saturn wasn't it wasn't the most efficient when it came to 3D games, I guess, but you could probably tell me that this game was on the PlayStation 1, and I would probably buy it because it looks really, really good for the Sega Saturn, and the soundtrack is fantastic. Having these rock riffs as you slide around the corners, they make you feel super powerful as you just, so good. The only downside is that where this is a arcade style game, there's only 3 tracks, so that's something. You can customize your car quite a bit if you really want to, how it handles. And there's a practice mode and time trial mode. So there's more and more to do, but this game isn't very costly as it is. I think for my cased copy on the Sega Saturn, I paid $10. It's not much, and it's a fun racing game. So if you are a Sega Saturn owner, Sega Rally, yeah, grab it. It's a good game. I mean, I really wish Sega would come back with more of these arcade-style racing games. I mean, Virtual Racing, Daytona USA, Sega Rally, hang on, come on, guys. Outrun. We need, no one makes these kind of arcade racers anymore, and we really need these. Also, the Sega Saturn is the best console of all time. Hey geeks and gamers, and welcome back. I'm finally back. I took a bit of a break there between the last video, but I promised I would continue on with the Spark the Electric Jester. Spark the Electric Jester Marathon, and I'm here to review Spark the Electric Jester 2. If you didn't catch me last time, I reviewed Spark 1. I thought it was a very awesome 16-bit inspired game that took elements of games like Sonic and mixed it with games like Kirby and Mega Man. It was very cool. I tried to talk about how I thought that game had a lot more influence than just Sonic. But moving into Spark 2, things are very different. Spark 2 is a follow-up to Spark 1, but you don't actually play as Spark. You play as Fark. In the first game, Fark was a robot copy of Spark. He appeared multiple times throughout the story, and he is the focus of the sequel. Spark 2 is interesting because it doesn't follow the same ideas from the first game. Instead of being an homage to 16-bit classics like Sonic and other games, it takes its inspiration directly from the 3D era of Sonic. And don't let that scare you away, because Spark 2 is very, very good. Spark 2 is an interesting game because I don't see a lot of indie developers taking this style and running with it. I think it's mainly because there's a lot of controversy surrounding the 3D Sonic games. And Spark 2 really feels like it takes its inspiration from the adventure game, Sonic Adventure 1, and definitely Sonic Adventure 2. Anything from the menu designs to the gameplay to the music, it feels like an homage to Sonic Adventure 2. So, before I continue, just know that if you don't like Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2, this one may not be for you. But I'm not in that camp. I fucking love the Sonic Adventure games. I even did an episode of the games that shaped me, which I want to bring back, by the way. I'm thinking about bringing that series back. I did an episode of that series on Sonic Adventure 2 and how much it means to me. So to see Felipe, the developer of this game, come up with an idea to make its sequel closer to the 3D era of Sonic is very cool and something I was very excited for. Fark is fast. He is fast and fluent in this game. While you can slow down to explore the levels, there are like some hidden stuff throughout the levels. I don't do that. That's not why I play games like this, and I'm not slowing my ass down for anybody. I loved blasting my way through these levels. He feels so good to control. Honestly, he feels better than some of the 3D Sonic games. Maybe not the adventure games, maybe he's right, they're on par. But some of the other lesser 3D Sonic games, this game actually feels better than, and I find it to be very impressive because the Hedgehog himself has had issues with that in the past, but he seemed to get it right on his first try. They do still keep the elements from the first game, where you have different hats, different things you can use, but they seem less relevant to the levels. I think in the first Spark, the different powers you get actually played a part in more of like the level design and how you get through them. In this game, you can carry up to 3 different powers with you at all times and switch between them on the fly. They're mainly used for combat. There are a few that are used for traversal, but I never found that I really needed one over the other for certain areas, and I never felt like one was really hindering me like the first game. They felt sort of inconsequential, which I guess you could say is a good thing, that there's not a big focus on them. It's more just about the speed platforming, but that is a little disappointing to me. I would have loved to see the elements from the first game and its item system its power system brought into this title. Spark 2 follows Fark, and he's on an adventure to figure out what the hell's going on. I'm not going to say anything about the plot because the first game has had quite a bit of plot near the end. This game has a lot of plot. There are cutscenes. They're not voice acted, sadly, but there are cutscenes. They do tell a narrative, and it also reminds me of that era of Sonic where they tried to tell more of a story with the characters. And I do really enjoy that in this title. I found some of the characters to be rather fun, and overall, I think it's okay. I think it's an okay story. Fark is a fun character. I like playing as Fark, even though his name is fucking stupid, Fark. But they kind of make jokes about that too. I like playing as the bad robot version of Spark. Kind of gives me like a Shadow the Hedgehog vibe. The music is outstanding. Once again, the first game had fantastic music. This game has fantastic music, and I pray to the high heavens that Spark 3 continues that tradition, because my god, these games have really good music so far. If I had to complain about something, some of the level design, not the actual design of the paths that you traverse, but more of like the actual visual designs, I think can be lacking. There's a lot of plain checkerboard looking areas to me, and I kind of wish it was a little different. Maybe it has to be that way for readability, for while you're going really fast, but I don't know. I just noticed that at some points some of the levels look a little similar. It's nothing that's too big of a hindrance for me, but it is something I noticed, so I wanted to bring it up. Also, some of these boss battles are over in seconds. Just second. There's a parry system for the combat, and if you get that parry system down, which is really easy to do, you can obliterate some of these bosses, and I mean obliterate some of these bosses. It is insane. This one is really good. Spark 2 is really good. I don't know quite yet if I like it over Spark 1, but I definitely like it. I definitely do. Because I really appreciate that era of the Sonic games, and to see an indie developer try that is very cool, and he succeeded with flying colors in my book. This is fantastic, and I think Spark 3 is also in 3D, so I'm interested to see what improvements he makes. This one is interesting because I do actually know, I'm not sure about PlayStation or anything else, but I do actually know that you can get this one on Xbox. So while you can get it on PC like I'm playing here, there is an Xbox release. So if you got an Xbox and you want a really fun 3D platformer, here you go. Spark 2. Put on my Spark shoe. Run to the Spark Zoo. It's Spark me and Spark you. I don't know how to end these reviews. Bye, everybody. I'll be back with Spark 3. Maybe next. I don't know. I might do another thing before that, but I am going to review Spark 3. I'm very excited. Bye. What sounds cooler than taking control of everybody's favorite blue, extreme, fun-loving, chili dog having a hedgehog and riding fucking hoverboards through a futuristic racing game? Well, if it turns out like anything like Sonic Riders, everything sounds better. Sonic Riders is a game that I really want to like. I really want to sit down and like this game. And I can't. I really can't. Back whenever this game was released back in 2006, I remember I was still in school. I was fairly young. I would think I was around 12 or 13 when this game came out. And no, it would have been before that. I was around, yeah, I was about 12. And I remember seeing this game and being so excited for it. I loved racing games and I loved Sonic, so hey, mix those two together and you got a great combination. At the time, My parents bought me games here and there, but they couldn't really afford to get me games all the time. And the previous year they had got me Shadow the Hedgehog, so I couldn't really afford to go out and get a brand new game. So I skipped this one. I didn't play this Sonic game for a pretty long time, and I'm pretty thankful that I didn't, because Sonic Riders is really underwhelming.
Hope you're all ready for a show. We've got an exciting event just for you. Since you all seem so bored, I've put together a little extra something to spice things up. I call it the X-World Grand Prix, a tournament to see who's the best of the best with extreme gear. Not just a race, but a special race to see who's the fastest.
What I mean by that is Sonic Riders is a game that is very promising in its concept. It's really promising in the art design, the music, the style. Everything looks like it's going to work. But it all falls apart when you start playing the game. Once you start playing Sonic Riders, you quickly realize that there's just too much going on here. I think in their effort to stray away from games like Mario Kart, which I agree with. If this game was just a ripoff of Mario Kart, people would be like, oh, Sonic Riders is just a ripoff of Mario Kart. But instead, I think they veered too far away from that casual karting genre. This isn't even as good as like other extreme sports games like SSX or Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This is like its own thing, and it's really hard to get into. Sonic Riders, so you take control of a Sonic character, you ride a hoverboard. Sounds like it'd be pretty simple, but it's not. In the corner there, you see that I have an air gauge. The air gauge, you have to constantly be building up that gauge. You have to be doing tricks. You have to be, riding the little wind streams behind other racers. You have to be doing certain things to get that air gauge up. There are pit stops, but that'll severely slow you down. I don't recommend doing that. The best way to get air on the air gauge, the best way is to just do tricks off of jumps, which is a little tricky to time at first, but you can get it. And other than that, there's just a lot of other things at play during the race, like the leveling up system. You have to get rings to level up your board in order to do things like Sonic can grind on rails, and Tails can use little fly gates. That they're like really character type specific things, which there are character types. There's speed types, flying types, and power types. Along with that, there's segments where you go into a little quick time event and you have to twirl the stick around. That also builds your air. I don't know what the point of that is. It's not very fun, but it happens. This game just has there's a lot going on, and you never feel like you're really in control of the race. I never feel like I'm in control when I'm playing Sonic Riders, and that's the biggest problem.
Now, the race is about to begin. He makes a nice landing. Knuckles has done a great job taking advantage of the lead.
I've had this game for years now. I bought this game, I want to say I bought it back in about 2009. I finally decided to pick it up and play it. And I still, it's been almost 10 years. This is 2018, and I still do not think I fully feel like I'm in control while playing Sonic Riders. Which, once again, is very sad because this game has a very promising concept. I'm a huge Sonic fan. I play every single Sonic game released. What's even worse is that the sequel to Sonic Riders, Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, fixes a lot of the gameplay issues and makes the game very fun. I actually really like Sonic Riders Zero Gravity because they take a lot of what didn't work, like the air gauge, they throw it out the window, they add a few pretty simple mechanics in, and it works really well in the sequel. Sonic Free Riders, not so much. But the sequel to this, Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, is pretty good. It's just the first Sonic Riders, they really didn't get off on the right foot.
The semi-final race will begin in 10 minutes. Please convene at the gate prior to that time.
did you learn those techniques?
Not very impressive for someone of your reputation. You know, I've checked you out, actually. Not bad. I admit you're pretty fast on your feet. But here, it's a whole different story when riding with extreme gear.
There is a story mode. Sonic meets up with these characters called the Babylon Rogues. Eggman's hosting this big race tournament thing. Chaos Emeralds are involved. Standard Sonic fare. It's not really too interesting, but it is kind of fun to watch, especially at the time in 2006, because around this time we were getting other games like Sonic 06, which had a fucking stupid plot. And we had Sonic Genesis on the Game Boy Advance, and Sonic and the Secret Rings, which also had a fucking stupid plot. So Sonic Riders, in that regards, doesn't do that much harm with its plot. It's very like Saturday morning cartoon, and the way you go through it. I do like some of the voice acting and the jokes. And, I mean, like I said, the presentation is great. Sonic games usually have really, really nice presentation. And, I mean, the music's fantastic, the soundtrack, the visuals look good. It's just the gameplay. It kills it. It kills this game. I really want to like this game, but I just can't bring myself to like Sonic Riders. But if you are a Sonic fan like myself and you must play every single thing released in the Sonic franchise, you can do a lot worse than Sonic Riders. It's just expect to not get into it as much as you thought at first, because it's going to take some. There's a huge learning curve. There's a giant learning curve. You're going to be practicing for a very long time before you're actually any good at the game, unless you're a god or unless I just suck. The first Sonic Riders, if you like it, that's good on you. I don't really care for this game.
Hey everybody. I couldn't think of a clever intro this time, so I just decided to ride a bike in. Today, we're back. We're back with... with the Sega Genesis Classics Collection, a great collection of games on your PS4, not the Sega Genesis. From all I know, this won't actually play on the Sega Genesis, but it will give you some Sega Genesis goodness. Last time, we talked about some pretty great games. We talked about Fatal Labyrinth, we talked about Sonic Spinball, we talked about a Wonder Boy game, we talked about Golden Axe, and we talked about Gunstar Heroes. 5 fantastic games that everybody and their mother that like Sega Genesis should give a try, and you can, on this collection. And today, on Volume 2, we're going to go through 5 more games. 5 more great, most of them are great, Sega Genesis games to be found on this collection. This is going to be a great video, I hope. People seem to like the first one, so I'm trying this format again. And before we start, yes, I did cut my hair. Thank you for noticing. Let's start off here with a little game that I like to call Altered Beast.
Rise from your grave.
Altered Beast is just one of those classic games that whenever somebody says Sega Genesis, it comes to mind alongside Sonic the Hedgehog, Streets of Rage, and Golden Axe. To me, Altered Beast is iconic. It's almost like the poster boy for the Genesis because it was the first pack-in game. It's pretty awesome. This game, by today's standards, is a little archaic. I mean, you play as a guy, you wave, you punch and shoot. Shoot. There's guns in this game. You punch and kick your way through levels, beating up monsters. You get power-ups each stage that turn you into a different animal or beast or whatever. It's just good, cheesy 90s arcade goodness, even though I believe it came out in 1989. But whatever, it feels very 90s. I love Altered Beast. This is one of my all-time favorites. And it's even more fun co-op. And I know most of you have probably played this game at some point, but if you haven't, this collection is a good time to really go back and try this. It's not that expensive to get an actual cartridge of this one, but it's just a fun game. This is a game that I can sit down on a Saturday afternoon and waste some time with because it's just so much fun.
And I swear, this game has the funkiest game over tune I have ever heard. Yeah, listen to that Sega Genesis goodness.
Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is probably one of the most important games on this episode to me because Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is really Puyo Puyo in disguise. And this game is the reason why Puyo Puyo is my all-time favorite puzzle game. I had no clue as a kid that I was playing Puyo Puyo. I was playing some Japanese game, Puyo Puyo, brought over to America as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Today, I still play Puyo games. Puyo Puyo Tetris is like one of my favorite games. And I have this game to thank. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that it was themed around Sonic the Hedgehog's enemy, Dr. Robotnik, I probably wouldn't have picked up this game and tried it in the first place. It's a really fun puzzle game. If you've ever played Puyo Puyo before, you simply match the little colored Puyos or beans in this game by 4, but you know the colors by 4. But you can set up combos, and this game actually gets like a really intricate and takes a lot of thought to really get into, but it's super addictive. I've always loved this game, and Mean Bean Machine is the reason why I'm a huge fan of the series. I do like the fact that this game is themed around the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon show. That's a little bizarre, but fun. And I don't know, this is just a game that I can always return to. Puzzle games are fantastic, and this is probably my all-time favorite. Space Harrier 2. Ooh, Space Harrier 2. This is a hard one to talk about. Space Harrier 2 is such a good game. And I'm not talking about this version. I'm talking about the arcade version. It was such a missed opportunity here. I know they're wanting to stick to the Sega Genesis theme, but man, the Sega Genesis port of Space Harrier 2 isn't that good. It's really choppy. It's not smooth. It doesn't feel great to play. This is one of the few games on the collection that I can honestly say I can't find much enjoyment in, especially after playing Space Harrier 2 so much. I mean, they could have easily thrown in the 32X Space Harrier game. I mean, that game at least runs great. This version is not how Space Harrier is supposed to be experienced, and that's really sad. But it is cool to have it on this collection, I guess, to kind of show the sorts of downgraded ports the Sega Genesis would get sometimes. Because if you were at all familiar with the classic Space Harrier 2 arcade cabinet, this is not how the game should play. That game's great. Space Harrier is great, but this version of Space Harrier 2 just doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't. It just the music sucks. The gameplay sucks. The frame rate sucks. It doesn't even say "get ready" when you start playing, which is one of the best parts of any Space Harrier game. So maybe don't play this one. Yeah, bad game on this episode. Woo, celebrate, I guess. Oh fuck. Landstalker, this is a game that I actually don't have much experience with outside of this collection. I've never played this game before. So sorry, fans of Landstalker, but I don't know much about this one. But from what I played, this game is pretty good. It's like an isometric adventure, like action-adventure RPG of sorts. You play as a treasure hunter named Nigel, and you find this fairy, and you guys go out looking for this treasure together. And from there on, it's an action-adventure game. You get into all kinds of mishaps like you would normally do in these types of games. There's villages, people to talk to, stuff to buy, items to use, stuff to find, and dungeons to solve. The one thing with this game that was kind of jarring at first was the isometric view. I'm not a huge fan of those kind of views in games. I know like a lot of Game Boy Advance games use that kind of stuff, and I wasn't crazy about it. But this one I found to be enjoyable after you adjust. This game I think does benefit from being on the PS4 because I couldn't get it. I couldn't get the game to feel right with the D-pad. The character just wouldn't move the way that I wanted it to. But playing with the analog stick, this game actually felt a lot better. And it's always awesome to have these kind of lengthy action-adventure games on these collections because it gives you something more to dive into. Some people aren't into the arcade-style games like Space Harrier or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and that's okay. If you're a fan of action RPGs, Landstalker is a really cool one. It has really good presentation, good music, and all around is just a really charming game. I really look forward to playing more of this one. I really look forward to getting deeper into this game. But as it stands, I think Landstalker is a really solid title. last but certainly not least, we have Kid Chameleon. Kid Chameleon is a game that just oozes 90s goodness. Oh my gosh. The game's about a virtual reality arcade machine that all the cool kids are playing. But there's one kid that's just cooler than all the rest. And you know he's cool. Look at him. He looks just like my good friend Teddy. He is super cool. Look at those shades. Kid Chameleon is, it can be compared to maybe Mario of sorts. It's a 2D platformer. It has little blocks you beat your head against to get coins and items and power-ups. But the difference is not only does this game have a darker tone, which I guess makes it feel edgier, which is totally 90s, every time you get a little power-up, it's a mask. And the kid actually turns into different forms. There's like a samurai, like a slasher, axe-wielding form, like a rhino man, a knight. There's all kinds of different masks you can find throughout the game that give you different power-ups, and you're going to need these different power-ups in different situations, and that's the real hook of this game. The game's speed is a little weird. If you're not running, you can't really get some of the higher jumps, which does take a time to get used to, but I don't think it's awful. Kid Chameleon's a game that I've been playing for a while, so maybe I'm just used to it more than other people because I've played this game since I was a kid. But I wasn't a chameleon. I was just a kid. Just so you guys know. That was a stupid joke. I'm sorry I said that. This game's good though. I really like the music. I've always liked how just 90s this game is. Just look, it feels so 90s. Just look at it. It's so much fun. There is a 2-player offering here, where you and a friend can take turns, kind of like in the original Mario Bros. Once again, I do think this game is comparable to Mario. I don't know if Sega was really going for like a mascot with this, but the kid, is the kid cooler than Mario? But I think so. I mean, does Mario have 6 shades? Does Mario look like my good friend Teddy? I don't think so.
So thank you guys for joining me in Volume 2 of the Sega Genesis Classics here on the PlayStation 4. 5 more games, that's 10 total. We're not even halfway through this baby. I don't even know how many episodes we have left. This game's got like over 50 games in it. This is going to be a long series. Once again, I'm not doing these in order. I'm just doing it every once in a while whenever I have free time and I really feel like doing it. So I don't know when Volume 3 will happen. But if you have a game that I haven't covered that's on this collection that you would like for me to cover next episode, drop it in the comments and I will highly consider it. Just as long as I haven't covered it previously. That's the only rule. Other than that, thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully soon I'll be back with some new Turbo Zone content. Sorry I took a couple weeks off. I went to Nashville. I actually had a video planned that I'm still working on, that I took some footage of in Nashville. Hopefully that will be something that I can release fairly soon. Hopefully, don't quote me on that. But thanks guys for watching, and go play yourself some Genesis, boys. Go play you some Sega Genesis goodness. Go get it. Go put it in your mouth. Just Sega Genesis. Hey, happy Halloween, by the way. Welcome to Terror Zone, the last video I'm doing of Terror Zone. And what's my last video going to be? It's going to be something special, even though I only did one other one, which is Maximo. Go watch that one. I'm doing Resident Evil for the Sega Saturn, because you gotta love Resident Evil. I don't know why I licked that, but Resident Evil for the Sega Saturn. And yes, I did pay. Just so you can all see, it's all complete in box. Look at that, all Resident Evil, and I paid $55 for this thing. Is it worth it? Let's dive on into the review and find out.
Horror games have come a long way. Now we have games like Dying Light and The Evil Within to scare us and terrify us. But with that said, where did it all start? The answer? Alone in the Dark. Well, I'm not here to talk about that dead franchise. What was the game that really popularized horror? Resident Evil. Before we had 15,000 shitty movies and a game series as incoherent as a Primus album, we had one game. One cheesy 90s horror game. Resident Evil. Today I'm looking at Resident Evil on the Sega Saturn because, you know, I'm a Sega fanboy and all. The Saturn version isn't really too different from the PS1 version. And yes, I did pay out the ass for this copy. But if you collect for Saturn, you always pay out the ass for anything. So, Resident Evil, the first one. It's a game. I have fond memories of this game. My first time playing this was actually the DS port Deadly Silence, and it's a pretty good port. So no, this wasn't my first Resident Evil game. My first Resident Evil game was actually Resident Evil 4. But after playing 4, I immediately went back and played the whole series, starting with this one. You know what I love about this game? I love the voice acting.
You saved me!
Yeah.
I love how cheesy the voice acting is, how each character reads their line like they haven't spoke English language in their life. And I love the color. Who would dare make a horror game this colorful in this day and age? It rivals Sunset Overdrive in the color department. And we all know the story. Mansion, zombies, go. But that's not why you're here. That's not why you're ever at Resident Evil. You're in this game for two reasons. Bad voice acting and scares. This game has both in spades. Resident Evil holds up surprisingly well for a 90s horror game. The music and presentation have this cheesiness to them that I enjoy and that no game has really been able to capture in the modern era. It can still be scary when it wants to, and funny at other times. You get a large array of weapons to take down the infected. Classic Resident Evil. You gotta love it. And there's a lot of management puzzles, you know, like classic Resident Evil. The tank controls are a little hard to get used to, especially in this day and age, especially after playing the Resident Evil remake. But it's still okay. You just have to kind of reset your mind to get back into that mindset. But from what I can tell, the Saturn version doesn't really add anything that the other versions don't have, except for like one extra tyrant at the end of the game. So do I really think this version is necessary? No. But if you are a Sega fanboy like me, I bought this copy complete in box for $55, and that wasn't online. That was at a store. So I would say maybe look for it. It's not too hard to come by. Online, that is. But, you know, it's a cool port to have. And I love Resident Evil. I'm a huge Resident Evil fanboy, so I would totally recommend Resident Evil 1. Yes, the Saturn version is a little expensive, but you could find it on the PS1 and DS easily, so go for it. And, you know what? Have a little fun with good old Barry Burton and his Jill sandwiches.
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert Wesker. Resident Evil.
Welcome back to the Filthy Black Table. Back so soon, you say? Absolutely. I know I just put out a Filthy Black Table video, but I kind of felt like doing another one. So here I am, back at the table, back for you, the viewer. Hope you're enjoying the Filthy Black Table, wherever you're at, work, home, at the park, on a bus, in space, wherever you are. I hope you're enjoying the Filthy Black Table. I had a suggestion from my good friend Majora to do a Filthy Black Table episode about Sega consoles. Now,
not every Filthy Black table video is going to be a versus type thing. They are fun to do. The last two I've done have been versus ones. So this is probably the last versus one I'll do for a bit. I'll probably do some other ones. You know, like the first two I like played with McDonald's toys and I showed off the Evercade. Like I'll probably do more stuff like that too for the Filthy Black table. But I thought this was a really good idea. He suggested I but like pit the Sega home consoles against each other and see who comes out on top. I love Sega. There's no lie there. If you've watched this channel before, you should know that I love Sega and I love Atari. Those are two things that I hold very near and dear to my heart. And I've been a Sega fan for a very long time. So let's see which Sega console comes out on top. First up, we have the Sega Master System. Now, I'm only doing the consoles, the home consoles released here in the United States. So, and no console variants really either. Just the ones I own. So, this is the Sega Master System. This is actually the newest addition to my Sega collection. I have a copy of Alex Kidd, The Lost Star in there. This is the equivalent to the NES in terms of like the 8-bit generation. This was what Sega had out at the time. Very cool look for this console, I think. I like the polygonal design of the Master System. I think it's a very striking looking console, and the black and red, along with the black and red on like the cartridges, give it a very unique look. No artwork on the cartridges does kind of suck, but we're not ranking the cartridges, so that's fine. We're just talking about the consoles itself. I like just the polygonal nature and the colors. It is weird that there's the pause button and stuff, or start, everything is up here on the console itself. Very strange that I have to come up to hit pause right here if I want to pause my game. It does have a card input for Master System card games, which I don't actually have any right now, but they go right there. Uses the same, there it is. The same pin connectors as the Genesis and the Atari. So those things work. And the back, ignore the RIP sticker. The guy I bought it from put the price sticker back there. The inputs are there. You know, who cares? We're just talking about the design. And I think this is a good looking console. Is it my favorite looking Sega console? Probably not, but I do think it does stand out in my console library, and it is very nice to look at. So we'll put the Master System off to the side and bring out the next bad boy. While that was the newest addition to my Sega library, this is the oldest. My Model 1, which, let me zoom out a little bit, which I do have the 32X on top. It doesn't come off. Oh shit, I knocked over the Sega sign, everybody, shit! It doesn't come off. In fact, it's like on life support connected to the Model 1. But I will pop it off. It has a copy of, what is this, Shadow Squadrons? Shadow Squadron. It's a cool game. I'm gonna pop this off, just so you can see the Model 1 itself, because the 32X doesn't count. That's an add-on, but it stays connected, so I'll put it off to the side, and we could talk about the Model 1 itself. This is my first Sega console, my favorite Sega console of all time, just so we're clear on that. Probably my favorite console of all time. I absolutely love the Genesis, and I've had this since a very young age. The Model 1 has always been my favorite looking Sega console. The Model 2, it looks fine. It just looks kind of generic for me. And of course the Model 3 was like nothing and whatever. And if you even count those Model 4 at games ones, whatever. But this is the original Model 1. I love the circular design in the middle. And then the weird grate over here. And then like the way it goes down, it sloops down here. Then it has like the power reset and then audio, because there's a headphone jack, so you can mess with that. And my god, this looks like just a really sophisticated piece of technology, especially for the time. When, you know, Nintendo consoles at the time were made to be more toy-like, this looked important. I love it. Mine sadly doesn't say high definition 16-bit graphics on it like some of them do, but it does say 16-bit right here. It has the Genesis logo, and of course there's a light right here that powers on. So very good looking console. We surgically put the 32X back in there, and now it looks like a monstrosity. Next up is the Sega console I probably collect for the most, which is the Sega Saturn. And I don't actually have just one to show off today, I have two, but we're going to start with the standard black North American Saturn. I think the biggest crime of the Saturn is that compared to the previous two consoles, the console design itself is just a box, which, yeah, like there is some cool designs inside of the box. I think it does look okay, but compared to the last two consoles, it just doesn't look as cool. You know, it doesn't have like an angular design or the weird circle pattern. It's not as good looking, I think. It is a bit thick. It's a really thick boy. The Saturn's a thick boy. Of course, I have to see what game I have in here. Black Fire! Hey! For the Filthy Black Table, I got Black Fire in there, cool. It looks okay. I don't hate the design for the Saturn. Of course, this is where my action replay is, in the back. And, you know, around the side, like, I think it fits into an entertainment system, like, center nicely, but it does what I don't like about some consoles, especially newer consoles. They just look like a box, you know? So that's kind of disappointing. But we also have my second Saturn, which is my Japanese Saturn, and I actually like the design of this one more. For one, it's white, which is nice. Nice refreshing color from the last, you know, the black consoles that we just looked at. What's in here? What is this? Shining the Holy Ark. Nice. Yeah, it's got the red button for the lid, the gray buttons, and then the gray flap back here. It has more color, just in general, I think. Looks a lot nicer. I wish it had a little more color, like I should have brought it in here. The white Saturn controller has different color buttons and stuff. I kind of wish maybe they put some of those up here for the gray. But, you know, it also just looks like a box, but at least it has a little more personality than the black version. So, there is that. And then we have the last one. And if you don't know anything about Sega, their last console was this one. Another box. But I think this box looks better than the Saturn. This is the Dreamcast. And while, yes, it is a box, it has a bit of an angled design to it. See, it's like rounded at the top with the angled bottom. It's not just a box. What's in here? What's in here? Zombie Revenge! Dude, fuck yes! I played a copy of Zombie Revenge at an arcade like 2 years ago. It's fucking awesome. Put that back in there. Yeah, I like how the lid molds into the design. So it's like it is a box, but it also has like a triangle, and then it also has a circle, and then the lid itself goes like that. Very cool design. Like, it is a box, but it looks futuristic almost. Mine is a little dirty. I've had this Dreamcast for a while. Also, it has these weird bumps. I guess if you're Braille, you can... That's not Braille. But, yeah, it's got the spots all over it. Look, you can hook up a modem or whatever and go online. Play Zombie Revenge online, I guess. Yeah, this just looks really nice. Compatible with Windows CE, just so everybody knows. So, yeah. I like the Saturn design. It does look futuristic. It's a cool looking console. I remember the first time I saw a Saturn, I thought it just looked really cool. So which console comes out on top? Let's go from my least favorite to my favorite. Maybe that'll help me decide. My least favorite's definitely the Saturn, which pains me to say, because this is the console I collect for the most. I love its library. I love the personality that the games and everything about the Saturn it has, but the console itself, I think, is the most disappointing part. It doesn't look bad by any stretch, but just being a box. And like I said, the Japanese version, I think, wins in terms of these two. But altogether, the console design itself, this is in last place. And then it gets tough.
Shit. I'm gonna go with the Master System for the next one. Because I do really like how angled it is and the colors, but the length, I think the length is the one thing I don't like about it. I feel like it could have been a little shorter, like here or something, here. And I know there is a Master System Model 2 that is smaller, but, you know, I like this design, but I just wanted to be a little more compact. This guy's big. This guy's a big boy. So, like, this is almost like the size of like a keyboard or something, maybe even bigger than a keyboard. He's long. He's a long rectangle, so I think he's the next one. Then I would put the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast, while it is a box, I think it has a lot more personality than the Saturn. I love the fact that it's a box with a circle and a triangle. That lights up as well. I don't know if I mentioned that. It just looks really fucking cool. This is a console that like makes you want to play it, you know, but when you look at it, you want to see what's going on here. It looks futuristic, so yep, that is second place. I'll put it right there for runner-up. And of course, that leaves my pride and joy, the Model 1 Genesis. I think is my favorite. Get out of here, 32X. Hold on, I gotta take that off again. The Model 1 Genesis, I think, is still my favorite designed Sega console of all time, or just console of all time. Maybe it's up there for sure. I don't know what my favorite design console of all time is, but this was the one that I always think of. It just looks outstanding. Yeah, it's technically a box, but like, aren't they all sort of boxes just with cool, like, you know, like they're not as flat. Like this has a cool design that makes you forget it's a box. It has the grate over here, has the circle, has the logo, has the cool jewel piece. This little bit that makes it look like a piece of a stereo or something. It's very cool. Yeah, I remember the first time I saw this one. I bought this Genesis at a yard sale for $3 with a copy of Sonic the Hedgehog and Quackshot, which I still have. Yeah, I remember just thinking like, this is such a cool looking thing. And I fell in love with it, and you know, I like all the Sega consoles and like how they look, but this one will always be my favorite, I think. Thank you, Majora T, for suggesting this video, and let me know in the comments which Sega consoles do you like the design for, and which ones do you not like the design for. What's your ranking? Let me know in the comments below. Terry, shut up. Don't talk about Sega shit in the comments, how you hate Sega and how they're all bullshit and how you'd rather play a fucking TurboGrafx. Nobody cares. This video is for Sega fans, so Terry, see your way out. I should have put that at the beginning, but I put it at the end. That way you had to watch it to get this message. I'm starving.
Enemy fish mechs have attacked, so let's take to the stars and shoot 'em up in this Taito classic for the Sega Saturn, Darius Gaiden. Hey everybody, it's me, Majora T, here filling in for Alex from TurboZone for the Majora T Takeover. Thank you, Alex, for the opportunity to talk about this much beloved spaceship shooter, aka fish ship shooter, for the Sega Saturn. I originally played this game on the PlayStation 2 through a Taito compilation called Taito Legends 2. You actually get the full game in that compilation, and Alex and I talked about it on his channel years ago. The video is still up if you want to take a listen. But there is really so much to this game that is worth discussing and exploring. First, the Darius series is well renowned for its legacy as a spaceship shooting game, yet it has a very fishy twist. So Darius Gaiden is what I like to call spaceship shooting opera with fishes. Spaceship shooting opera with fishes. That sounds good. Like a genre of music or something. I should patent that.
Consider it archived.
Now, when most people talk about marine fighting, I bet you didn't expect an actual marine setting. This is aquatic, militaristic, and a blend of the two. It's never officially like you're playing in an aquarium fighting just octopus. These things are like straight robots, and you really do get the sense that it's blending this kind of sci-fi feel with also themes that range from the sea to also robots and mechs. I think somebody had an interesting play on the word marine when they were coming up with this game and the concept. I especially like Darius Gaiden for its presentation. It's just a beautiful game that synthesizes the music with the spaceship shooting experience very well. It almost feels like you're experiencing an opera or something, especially with the music. It's just so well scored. A very beautiful game. Darius is also unique for the branching path system. Notice every time that a level is cleared, the player is presented with an inverted pyramid tilted sideways, ranging from the letters A through Z, and every line of the pyramid has one more option. There are a total of 28 levels. However, because you select the path through that pyramid, you only play 7 levels. Now, when I ran the probability of the number of possible outcomes, I came up with 34. It was kind of complicated, and I used Google Drawing to do it, but essentially every time you go down the line, you get an extra option. So if you run A through the top, A through Z, that's 1, but then if you pick what comes before Z, Y, instead, that's 2, and then if you start and change at K, you get 4 options, and then that kind of splits in the middle. So let me know if my math is right. I'm not really sure here, but the fact that there are 34 possible outcomes for how you play Darius Gaiden gives so much replay value. Alright, so in an effort to be more culturally sensitive, I wanted to look up exactly how to pronounce the name of this game. And so let's take a listen and see what we got from Google Translate, shall we?
Darius Gaiden.
Darius Gaiden. Oh yeah, I love me some Darius Gaiden. Wow, it's a real party in the Dari USA, ain't it? But hey, that's no excuse to get drunk just yet, because this game is damn hard and it's going to test all of your reflexes. So it is hard, it's difficult, but it's not a bullet hell. So I find that a boon to the game. But that doesn't mean that you can just relax. There are a number of enemy units and bullets that come across on screen, and it can be very difficult to navigate around them. Fortunately, the player is allotted several tools at their disposal to help them. I'm gonna walk you through a few of them about how you can finesse your experience playing Darius Gaiden for a 30-minute session so that you can do your best to see the end. The first thing is, when you start the game, I highly recommend switching the difficulty to easy. I don't know what that does, but I can tell you that for your first playthrough, you will need it. Another thing is to understand the systems that are in the game. Number one is, this is a game that has upgrades for your shot power, for your bombs, and for your shield. Most spaceship shooters don't have a shield, so I actually really appreciate this one for having it and for giving you that kind of ability to keep your upgrades, because every time your ship dies or explodes, you lose a lot of your upgrades, if not all of them. And so with shot power, one thing to keep in mind is that you want to keep upgrading it, but you want to keep it safe. Because as you ascend a level of shot power, not necessarily like, if you get 2 blue shots as opposed to 1, but if you go from blue to red and then red to green, when you lose your ship, it then goes from green to red instead of all the way back to the beginning. And so preservation is key. Now, another way to really make sure that you keep your preservation is to keep your shield, or to get the shield if you lose it. And this can be hard because a lot of these bosses are really challenging, and one of the best things that you can do is to use your bombs. Don't let them go to waste. Don't be afraid to use a bomb to pick up a shield, because if that helps you preserve your ship, that is going to put you in such a better situation. And then another thing is, oftentimes when you get to that boss, they're going to take your life in a matter of seconds. And every time you respawn, you start with 3 bombs. And when you use the bomb, it gives you a momentary period of invulnerability where you get to cross across the screen and shoot the enemies as you like and pick up power-ups. And that temporary invincibility is huge. It's huge in dealing damage to enemies, in picking up upgrades, and also in withering away the bosses. This is not a game where you want to let that go to waste, so use that to your advantage. Another very interesting system that I didn't fully finesse but still found fun and useful is the system of picking up enemy units. Now, you can only do this with what are called average bosses. Within each level, besides 2 of them, there are both bosses and average bosses. The boss is the enemy that you fight at the end. The average boss is a mechanism that has, it's fish themed generally, and it has this kind of orb on top of it. And when you shoot the orb, you can actually pull it in and then use that as an ally throughout the level. Oftentimes I found them exploding because they were hitting terrain, within the screen. I couldn't quite figure out how to prevent them from doing so or from getting hit by enemy bullets, but they're really fun to just have tag team with your ship. Another thing is, I would highly recommend that, I know that there are so many paths within this game, so experimentation is kind of fun and an interesting aspect, but on your first few playthroughs, I highly recommend sticking with the path and really giving it a few tries and getting better every time. The more that you memorize the levels, the better you'll be at keeping your lives and also your credits, and that's super important in getting to the end, because this is a game where every life and every credit counts, especially if you're playing on single player.
Darius Gaiden can be absolutely brutal when you game over in single player, which is why we pass down this trick. Take the controller and put it in port 2. Beautiful.
So while there are a lot of ways to make sure that you really do enjoy the game, I think that's really one of the most important things that you do, is enjoy the game, because it's just damn fun. You can do co-op in this game, and I'm sure it's fun, but I'm also sure it's hard to see the end of the game. This is a game with a fixed credit amount. I haven't dabbled with an action replay cart, so I don't know about adding more. I honestly kind of like that, because it really does challenge you to get to know the game, to take it out for drinks, and really it bond with it. No, I'm just joking around, but the point is that this is a game that you can take your time with, you can enjoy it, you can come back to it whenever, you can enjoy it in multiple ways, and I really do think that's a beautiful thing. The entire experience is delightful, it's pleasant, and it's engaging. You're not going to look away for your entire playthrough, and by the time you finish, if you didn't get the end, you're going to want to come back and redo it. Every playthrough is about 25 to 30 minutes, so this is a real quick and engaging experience, and I think that's awesome. I think this is like, it's not necessarily simple. There's several mechanisms to get here, and several things that you need to do, like understand and memorize the levels, but it's one that is very much manageable, and I find that a lot of spaceship shooters aren't. This is one I was very, I found appealing, and I didn't, get intimidated about going back to. And I just had a blast with Darius Gaiden.
So wherever people stand on the Darius games or spaceship shooting games, I think we can all agree that Darius Gaiden is a fresh take on the genre. It's also a fish take on the genre. Does that make it a fresh fish take on the genre? Well, yes, but at least it's not an old fish take on the genre. That'd just be nasty, bro. I don't want that in my collection. Get that out of there. Oh, that stinks.
Darius Gaiden. It may sound fishy, but it's far from it. It's a damn good game. It's well made, and it's one that well deserves its legacy. Thank you for checking out the video. I hope you subscribe to Alex from TurboZone for more excellent Sega Saturn as well as great content. And check me out on my channel too if you liked the commentary style. I got more jokes up the alley, and I'm happy to talk all things Darius Gaiden. Maybe I'll check out that collection in the future.
Boom, baby. We're having cod fish tonight. Cod slices.
Welcome, Geeks and Gamers, to Review Month. And what better way to start off Review Month than with a review of a vertical spaceship shooter. This is GigaWing 2. The original GigaWing is actually one of my favorite Sega Dreamcast games. That's how I originally played it. I have never played the arcade version. I don't even know if that's been released over here at all. GigaWing is a spaceship shooter developed by Takumi, and so is GigaWing 2, which I'm talking about here. Like I said, I loved the original GigaWing. I think it had fantastic art style, fantastic gameplay, and it's just one of the best shooters on the Sega Dreamcast. And following up GigaWing it's hard. If you do want to play the original GigaWing, they actually re-released it recently with the Capcom Arcade Stadium thing on like the Switch and PS4 and everything. I have that on Switch, and I've played GigaWing quite a bit on there. That's one of the games that I actually go back and play quite a bit. GigaWing 2, not as good. Not as good as the first one. That's not to say this is bad, far from it, but it's lacking some of the energy that the original GigaWing had. I think my main complaint with Gigawing 2, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way so I can talk about what is cool about this game. My main complaint with Gigawing 2 and why I just don't like it as much as the first game is probably just the art style. It goes for more of a polygonal style, and I don't know if it pays off. To be honest, I don't think it works as well. I reviewed the original Gigawing way back on Frickin' Frack when I did Turbo Gamers over there. If you want to watch the original review of Gigawing, it's actually included in one of my shitty game review volumes. I wish I can remember which volume right now. I think it might have been volume 2. But the Gigawing review is in there. I think it is volume 2 actually. Is in there if you want to watch my original review of Gigawing 1. Gigawing 2, yeah, just the art style is not as cool. It makes everything, I don't even know. It looks weird. It looks unnatural. I don't particularly like this kind of art style for spaceship shooters, vertical shooters, bullet hell shooters anyway. So that could just be me. Maybe people do like this style. But to me, it just doesn't look as good as Gigawing 1. Like I said, not to say that's it's a bad game, because it's definitely not. If you're looking for a spaceship shooter for the Sega Dreamcast, which you have quite a bit to choose from there, but this is one of the better options in terms of the spaceship shooters on Sega Dreamcast. I would still put Gigawing 1 or Gunbird 2, which is my favorite, over this, or even Mars Matrix. I think I'd like Mars Matrix more than this game. But this game still has a lot of good. You have different planes you can choose from, and they all have different abilities. There is a story. I wish I could tell you what it was about. I don't care. I don't know anybody that has ever gone into a vertical arcade-style bullet hell spaceship shooter and been like, "Damn, what a good plot!" Like, I don't know if that's ever happened. Please tell me in the comments if you've ever cared about the plot of a vertical shooter. The Dreamcast version here adds a score attack mode. That's pretty cool. 4-player mode. That's pretty cool. A gallery mode and online ranking features. The online ranking features, sadly, they ended December 10th of 2003, so you won't be posting your online leaderboard scores. Yeah, it's just a great vertical spaceship shooter game. It was programmed for the Naomi arcade board. That's why it's here on Dreamcast, because that's basically what the Dreamcast is the Sega's Naomi arcade system. And I've never seen the arcade version, but apparently it uses a horizontally aligned monitor. I'm reading the Wikipedia article for some fun facts. It says much like the Treasure's Radiant Silver Gun, which is pretty cool. I know that game pretty well. But I still never played the arcade version. But that seems neat. Ahead of its time, maybe? I don't know. Released in the year 2000, Gigawing 2. Trying to merge the 3D style with the vertical 2D shooter. Kind of cool. Cool, fun game. Don't like the art style. This is big for a great co-op game, though. I do really like the mechanics in Gigawing and in Gigawing 2, where you can choose to bounce back the lasers with a little force field.
That is super nice. And of course, just like every spaceship shooter shmup game, you have like a bomb, you know, to offset attacks. And from what I can tell, which luckily this is the case, the Dreamcast version doesn't have a cap on how many continues you can use. I know that because I died quite a bit. I'm not great at this game. I'm not even great at the first game. But they're just so damn fun to play. Which I do appreciate that. I don't know why console ports of these kind of games give you caps on the continues. That makes no sense. I don't like when they do that because, you know, I'm not pumping quarters into this thing. I'm playing at home. Just let me continue the game. If I want to play the game with 3 continues or 1 continue, I will do that. But I also just want to play for fun. I want to play to practice as well. This really does feel like, at least for a while, like the end of the golden era of spaceship shooters, you know, vertical bullet hell shooters. You know, I think around the PS2 and through like PS3 era, you did see some, like the Castle Shikigami series, you know, and whatever, not Kavia, whatever, fuck, I forgot the names. The company that made Death Smiles on 360, whatever they were putting out. I wish I could remember their name right now, but I can't. You know, those companies, there were still some shooter companies out there, but I think they really just kind of like lost popularity after this era, after the Dreamcast. I think the Dreamcast, for me personally, felt like the swan song for these kind of arcade shooters. I think they're better on the Saturn, honestly. I think the Saturn has a better library of shooters, but the Dreamcast is pretty damn good still. So if you're looking for a good spaceship shooter, good luck buying a copy of this. You're better off either burning a copy to play on your Dreamcast, or doing what I'm doing here and emulating it, because I'm not paying those prices. Boy, I'm not paying those prices for GigaWing 2. GigaWing 2, definitely a spaceship shooter game. Tons of fun. Don't like the art style. I don't like the art style. I can't get around that. Thanks for tuning in to the first review of Review Month. These will all be pretty fun little reviews of fun games. And well, you know what? I can't promise they're all fun games, but they're definitely all games. So if you would like to continue on and see more reviews for Review Month and see what I'm going to review next, subscribe and check out Turbo Zone. I may have some guests on for Review Month for the rest of the month. With that, GigaWing 2. Geeks and gamers, what if I told you that I love a video game series about a cool platforming character who is blue and defeats an evil scientist who creates robots? What if I told you that? What character comes to mind? Is it it's probably Mega Man or Sonic. Mega Man and Sonic are almost one and the same in a way. You know, they're both they're both cool blue dudes who beat up robots and scientists, you know? So, I think it's only fitting that these characters meet up at some point. Not counting Super Smash Bros., which they did. The characters are actually both starred in their own... They have both starred in their own comic book series. I'm not really that knowledgeable about the Mega Man comics. I know that there's been a few of them. But the Sonic the Hedgehog comics have been going on for a while, be it the Archie series, which is ended now, or the newer IDW series, Fantastic Comics, all the way through. So, I saw this book at the store one day, and I usually don't collect comics that often. I collect ones that I care about, like I collect Turok, I collect Ash versus, just Evil Dead, or Army of Darkness, or Ash versus Evil Dead, or whatever comics tied to that series I can find. And I do, get some other ones, like I do buy the Archie comics, I do buy some Sonic comics, but I'm not like a hardcore collector. But I saw this book, Sonic and Mega Man Worlds Collide, the complete epic. And I knew I had to scoop this up. For one, it's a beefy boy. It's a big book. But getting to see two of my favorite video game characters in one story really intrigued me. Now, this is actually a collection of, as you can kind of guess, a mini-series of comics that were released under the Archie umbrella. Now, there were actually two of these. This is Worlds Collide. This is the first one. There's a second series called Worlds Unite. So if that's something you're kind of like, wait a second, I thought that had this character or that thing. There's two separate Mega Man and Sonic crossovers. They've done this thing twice. But this is the first one. I think this is a really interesting book. I'm going to be kind of showing you some of the pages, kind of flipping through them, because I don't really want to talk about too much. Like, I don't want to go page per page like I'm reading the story to you, because then what's the point of you even buying the comic for yourself, or the book for yourself? So I really want to just talk to you about the book and let you see some of the art. For one, I think this book is visually striking. Now, the Sonic comics, for one, like I said, I can't really comment too much on the Mega Man comics because I don't know too much about the Mega Man comics. The Sonic comics have always had this issue for me, the Archie series especially. The IDW series has been doing a really good job with it. But where some of the art is a little bizarre, but I think at this era, whenever this came out of the Archie series, they really had that Sonic character design down. And the Mega Man stuff looks really good as well. I've been a big fan of both these series. Sonic, I've been a big fan of Sonic my whole life. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I can spout off more useless knowledge about that franchise than I would like to admit. And Mega Man, I didn't play much as a kid. I played like Battle Network, and I think I played a couple of like the PS2 stuff. Like I played like the collection and like X7, which is not a good game to start out with. So I wasn't too knowledgeable on Mega Man until about my teenage years. I got really into Mega Man, and I love Mega Man now. I have almost everything Mega Man I can get my hands on. So, getting to see these two series that I love so much in one like story is cool. You would think maybe the art styles would clash, but they really don't. I really like seeing these characters together. I really like seeing the characters Dr. Wily and Eggman together. Something that the story does really well is both these characters have huge egos and they're working together, but they do clash at points because they both have huge egos. Eggman always names his stuff this, egg this or egg that, and Dr. Wily is always like it has skulls involved in his bases and stuff like that. So it's really nice to see kind of like those two characters play off each other, and like they're trying to name like their new top secret zone or whatever, and they ended up naming it I think it's like Skull Egg, because they couldn't decide on which name to go with. That's like something that I think is really clever. The other thing I really liked about this comic is that they do focus on Mega Man and Sonic, but they don't shy away from using the other characters from the series. Now, this is just the OG Mega Man. I think Worlds Collide branches out, and Worlds Collide uses characters from other Capcom and Sega franchises, but I believe this is just Mega Man, the original Mega Man series, and Sonic the Hedgehog. So you get to see, the classics, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Shadow. Silver's there, that's cool. SPO, the Chaotix are there. You get to see some of those cool characters, Rouge the Bad, Omega. Like these cool Sonic characters that don't really get a lot of screen time in newer games. It's cool to see them in this comic. And they have good moments. I love seeing characters like Metal Sonic. It's something that I applaud the Sonic comics for doing. They don't really forget about the characters. That's something that I think a lot of the modern Sonic games do have an issue of doing is forgetting about some of the side characters that are pretty interesting. The Mega Man side, I was kind of disappointed towards the beginning because mainly there was Mega Man, Dr. Light, there was Proto Man and Rush and Roll, the basics, but they didn't show a lot of the Robot Master characters or anything like that towards the end of the book. You do get to see a lot of the returning Robot Masters from the video games, which is super cool for me because that's mainly where I know Mega Man. And something that I think is really neat is that they actually, Eggman and Wily team up and they actually make Sonic's friends into Robot Masters, which they have some really interesting designs. They really do look like Robot Masters if from the Sonic universe. It's strange. But looking at a character like Shadow Man, which is Shadow as a Robot Master, you can really tell that it is who it's supposed to be and what they're supposed to be. It's hard to explain, but I don't know, it looks really cool. And I think some of the designs are really neat. And I like seeing the Sonic characters turned into Robot Masters. I think that was a brilliant idea, and it really adds a lot of flair to this story. In terms of the story, like I said, I don't want to spoil too much because it is a good read, and I think it's something that if you're interested, you should read. But if you have seen any other crossover, comic or movie or show or something like that, it does fall into a lot of those same trappings. The two main bad guys team up, the two main good guys have a misunderstanding and fight, and then they team up, and then all hell breaks loose until they can save the day, and things go back to normal. But with that said, I still think there are enough surprises. I like the fact that whenever Mega Man defeats one of the Sonic characters turned into Robot Masters, he gets one of their attacks, in the Mega Man video games. I think that's a really neat idea that they brought forth. For example, whenever he, which sounds weird to say because it's whenever Mega Man defeats Vector Man, who is Vector as a Robot Master, not Vector Man for the Sega Genesis, I'm sorry, he gets a attack that lets him shoot sound, sound lasers, which is really fun because if you know the character of Vector, you know that he always has headphones and he's really into music. So it's nice to see those kind of subtle touches, when he beats SPO Man, he gets a chameleon thing. It's a really neat idea. I would like to. I don't think they did a compilation for this for Worlds Unite, and I hope they do at some point. I know that things are kind of sketchy now. Archie doesn't have the Sonic license anymore, and after the whole Ken Penders thing and all hell breaking loose, I don't blame Sega for going with IDW now. But I would still like to see them, work something out and bring the second story of this crossover to a compilation like this, because I really don't want to have to buy it separately. I really don't want to have to buy the comics. I think I really like whenever series do this. I'm more inclined to buy a series when they're in these thicker books than the comics. I buy Saga. I buy Saga by the volumes, instead of the comics. Same thing with The Walking Dead. I'm just more inclined to do that, and I hope they do. But honestly, if you are into either of these franchises, Sonic or Mega Man or both, and you want a fun, good read, try this out. I don't know what it's going for now. I bought it at a half-price books for $20 one day, and I was like, that's a good find. This is a cool book. And I don't know. I mean,
what can I say? If you want to read some comics, here are some comics, man. Read them. And if you're a Sonic fan, or if you enjoy the Sonic franchise like I do, and maybe you don't like the games, but you like the character designs, read the Sonic comics. You can find some guides online on where to start or how to start. I wouldn't even say, go back to Archie if you want, but maybe look at the IDW stuff for now, because that's the newer series of comics. Because I think like I said, the Sonic comics really do help to capture the characters really well in the Sonic franchise, and they're really well written, well illustrated comics. And I think it does a better job with these characters than a lot of the newer Sonic games do. I wish Sega would maybe hire some of the writers from these comics, and use them to write some of the newer Sonic stories. But that was a look at the book, Mega Man and Sonic and Mega Man, Worlds Collide, the complete epic. And it is epic. Thanks guys for watching. Let me know what you thought of this video. Let me know if you want to see more Sonic content. I have a special surprise for you guys on the upcoming Sunday. I don't know what day that is. Let me tell you. Hold on. I'll get my phone out. On the upcoming Sunday, which is... what is it? The 7th? The 7th, we are posting a special surprise over on Teddy's channel, Majora T. It's a Sonic type collab that him and I did. He actually has it set to premiere right now. It's called Hedge God. It's about 2 or so minutes. You should check it out. Let me know what you think. And I'm really excited. I am working on a bigger Sonic project for this channel, because I do want to do something Sonic related with TurboZone, because I don't really do a lot of Sonic content, and I don't know why I don't, because I'm a huge Sonic fan. So I think that's something that I really want to pursue. So thanks you guys for watching. Spencer, don't say anything negative about Sonic in the comments, or else I will make a video where I talk about why Chrono Trigger is trash.
Whew. Finally, Sonic Forces has arrived. I got it here on the PS4. I've been excited for this game for quite a while now. It was announced last year, and I was excited. I'm a huge Sonic fan. So, after this year already gave us the great, fantastic Sonic Mania, it's time to dive into Sonic Forces and see what we're getting ourselves into. But you know what? Before I dive into this, I kind of want to see what other reviewers have to say about this game. I mean, Sonic's had a pretty good track record over the past few years outside of Sonic Boom. So let's pop up my laptop here and just watch a review.
Sonic, how I hate him. And all of that loathing has been focused into this invincible instrument of destruction.
Dick Wiggler here with IGN. As you might know, Sonic the Hedgehog is the worst franchise of all time. There has ever only been 2 really good Sonic games in the last 15 years. Sonic Generations and Sonic Mania. So now that Sonic Forces have arrived here in 2017, it's time to see if Sonic Forces is any good.
Rookie, just make sure you take good notes.
Sonic Forces is not Sonic Generations, therefore it is the most horrible game I have ever played. I give this game -25 out of 10.
God damn it! Jesus Christ. Sonic Forces is here, and I'm here to bring you my thoughts on this game. Before I start, Jesus, what the hell, guys? The social media and video game reviews, everybody has a voice now, including myself. The Sonic Forces feedback has been a literal shit show. It's been one side praising the game, and one side fucking bashing the game. And it is incredible. I have never seen a split like this within the Sonic fan base in my life. And I'm here to bring you my thoughts, my honest to God thoughts on Sonic Forces. Sonic Forces on the PS4 is a good game. Do not get that wrong. This is a good game. What I see a lot of people getting caught up here is the fact that Sonic Forces is not as good as Sonic Generations. Okay? Let's just get that out of here. Let's just clear the air. This game is not as good as Generations. But what do you expect? Generations was a fantastic game. It was a phenomenal game. I was surprised that game got the feedback that it did because, you know, it's Sonic, and usually no matter how hard a Sonic game works, it doesn't get that kind of feedback. No game, I don't think, will ever really live up to... No 3D Sonic game, excuse me. I don't think will ever live up to the Sonic Generations hype. And, I mean, Sonic Mania came out back in August, and that game also got tons of great reviews. And I think that's part of the issue with the Sonic Forces here, is the fact that since Sonic Generations and Sonic Mania are so well loved, people were expecting this to be another game changer, and it's not. And that's okay. I say Sonic Forces is about on the same level as, say, Sonic Lost World or Sonic Colors. Those games were not the greatest games in the world, but they were still good games. I remember whenever Sonic Lost World came out, people were shitting all over that game. People did not like Lost World. And then I got a copy of Lost World and played it, and I liked that game a whole lot. And I think that's part of the... there's this, like, disconnect with me and the rest of the Sonic fan base that I don't understand a lot of the time.
This is terrible. They've made a total mess of this place. We have to stop Eggman and end this war quick.
While playing Sonic Forces, I made it a point to not watch any reviews until after I had played like a few levels in, just to kind of see how the game works. So I got Sonic Forces, I sat down and I played it, the first like 3 or 4 stages. Then I started watching reviews, and I was really surprised to see how negative this game is, how the reception to this game is so negative. Sonic Forces essentially works like this. Dr. Eggman has created this new being called Infinite, who has helped him conquer the world. The gameplay centers around Sonic and Classic Sonic, much like Generations. You have 3D Sonic and Classic Sonic, but you also have a third gameplay style, which is your created character. Yes, Sonic Forces lets you create a character, which is honestly one of the coolest part of this game. There's been a lot of people talking about how they had their own Sonic characters as a kid. I never created my own Sonic characters, like as a kid. I thought that was stupid. I always just kind of drew the pre-existing Sonic characters, you know. But playing this game, though, it is a lot of fun to make your own character and see them interact with the other Sonic characters. And honestly, I think the created character levels are the best levels in the game. Because unlike the Sonic stages, they do kind of feel kind of like the same structure as a 3D Sonic stage, but they're based more around platforming and weapons, and it's really neat to see this gameplay here.
So, what's my move? It's not like I can swim out in
3D Sonic, this is probably the best he's ever controlled. With a few exceptions, I still don't really care for the 3D Sonic's 2D segments. I don't think modern Sonic needs those 2D segments. That's something that like Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations still pushed a lot, and I don't see why that's still here. But once you get used to his controls, they really aren't that bad. But the 3D segments, they are a blast. Like you go so fast, you have so much fun blasting through the enemies. It's such a fun time.
Be able to get into the factory through there. Stay alert.
This should be fun.
And Classic Sonic. This game actually ties directly into Sonic Mania, and that Classic Sonic has come over to Sonic Forces. And while his stages, yes, he doesn't control exactly like he did in Sonic Mania. That's to be expected because it's a totally different team who made this game. It's a totally different gameplay style. The classic Sonic stages are still really enjoyable 2D Sonic stages. They're still really fun to play through.
Still thrashing around, I see. Filthy little sewer rat.
And I found one of the most fun aspects of this game was actually the story. Not in a long while have I cared, not since Sonic Unleashed, have I really cared about a Sonic game story. After Unleashed, they kind of just became like haha kiddie stories where Eggman was a silly villain and Sonic and Tails made fun of him the whole time, and that was the whole game. I'm glad to see Sonic Forces actually kind of attempts to have an actual narrative. I mean, you even have a bunch of the other Sonic characters that I haven't seen in forever making returns, like Shadow, Silver, the Chaotix, Rouge the Bat. There's all kinds of cool Sonic characters here that I am glad have finally come back. I'm glad Silver the Hedgehog came back. I mean, this is his first big role in a Sonic game since Sonic 06. Yes, 06 was utter shit. Do not get me wrong. But I like the Silver character, and I'm glad that he's actually a big part of this game.
Such power exceeds even my expectations. Ha! My own genius scares me sometimes.
That means you miscalculated. That's a failure in my book.
The presentation here is phenomenal. The game looks fantastic, and I really like the levels. There's a lot of levels that harken back to the classic stages, like Green Hill Zone, the Death Egg, Chemical Plant, and then there's new stages that look really unique. And then it just feels like a mixture of, say, Sonic Adventure 2 and classic Sonic with a dash of like the Sonic Unleashed levels in there. It's really neat. It's really neat design overall.
Nice work. A fine display of skill.
Wow, you really showed him who's boss.
Come on! How am I gonna top that?
So yeah, Sonic Forces. If you are a Sonic fan, you should play this game. The problem is that every media outlet covering Sonic Forces simply is writing it off because it's just not as good as Sonic Generations, which is whatever. I mean, who the fuck cares if this game isn't as good as a previous game? It can still be a good game that stands on its own. That's what a lot of this video game culture, with a lot of the video game fucking masses, the people that play, the fans of games, they don't like change. They don't like things that are different. That's why Call of Duty, that's why Assassin's Creed, that's why other shitty games have just stayed the same for the last 10 years. Simply because gamers don't want change. Sonic Forces is a good game. Sonic Forces is a very good game. It's not my favorite Sonic game, no, but it's one that I'm glad I had the chance to experience. And like I said, if you are a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, I would play it. If you're not a Sonic fan, I don't see this winning you over. It's really a game for fans. But hey, if you're looking for a good, fun 3D platformer, it's out there for $40 brand new. It would still be worth a try.
Make them wish they'd never been born!
Stay calm. What you're seeing isn't real.
It's no use. Our troops are scattering in the confusion. Ah! This is bad. Our forces were all gathered together, and now they're plunged into chaos.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a new table of ranking? Not really a table of ranking, but there is a table here for ranking, a tier list. But I don't have a table. But just imagine there's a table in front of you. And we're going to rank some Eggmans. That's right. We're going to rank a bunch of different Eggmans. Some of them look kind of chopped off. Some of them did get kind of chopped off, but that's a-okay, because we're going to make it work anyway. So, We have 13 different Eggmen here. Some of them you can kind of see who they are. Some of them you can't really see who they are. And that's fine. Because we're going to go down the list and rank them from S being a top tier Eggman, all the way to D, meaning don't even get in my Sonic. Get out of here, Eggman. Which of these eggs is rotten, and which of them are good enough to go in my omelet? Let's start with the classic Eggman. This is the Eggman from the Genesis era of Sonic. Really cute design for this Eggman. I really like how he looks. Some fun boss battles in that era of Sonic. Really memorable bosses. The one that you probably know the most is the one from Sonic 1 where he has the ball and chain that he swings around. You know, it's just an evil scientist guy who wants to take over the world using the energy source that is small woodland creatures. And that's, you know what, that's A-okay. I think classic Eggman gets an A. He's a cool dude. This is Adventure era Eggman. This is Eggman from Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic Adventure 2, and you can also kind of lump Sonic Heroes and Shadow in there as well. This Eggman's a little more sinister than classic Eggman. He's pretty damn smart, even though he still gets defeated by a rodent. But you actually get to play as this Eggman at points, and I don't know. I think this Eggman is pretty memorable. Do I like him more than classic Eggman? I would say I like him just as much as classic Eggman. He's also in his way and his own classic Eggman. Not this next one though. This is 06 Eggman, whose head's been cut off in this photo. 06 Eggman is fucking disgusting. He is like an abomination. Like, imagine what Eggman might look like as a real person, which we'll actually see later, but just in a video game, like a video game real person, like a Final Fantasy character or something. That's what 06 Eggman looks like. I'm putting him in D. He is an abomination to mankind, and I hope to never see 06 Eggman again. Modern Eggman, I would say, really goes from like Sonic Unleashed to the current era. I don't know, you can kind of lump Frontiers in there, but this is the current Eggman. He's kind of a goofier version of Eggman. I like that. He still gets away with some pretty heinous crimes, but he's also really funny. I think he has some really funny moments in the newer Sonic games. He's kind of insane almost, which I think is really likable. And I actually, of the current Sonic era, I think that's one of my favorite aspects is Eggman. So I'm going to put him in S. Here's Sonic Boom Eggman. This is I think maybe the silliest. No, this isn't the silliest, but this is pretty damn silly for Eggman. He's not even the villain of the Boom era. He's sort of like Sonic's rival, Sonic's friend at points in the cartoon. Like, he's not really the bad guy. He's just kind of a nuisance, which makes him kind of funny. But I'll probably put him at B. I do like his design. But he's really not that evil of a guy. He's just a goofy old dude. All right, who do we got next? Which one of these guys should we do next? Let's do the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Eggman, aka Robotnik. You know, whatever you want to call him. Is the sexiest one. Man, they make it a point on that show to show his ass whenever they can. He is just a fucking goofball. And it's so funny that they either make Eggman just super goofy in these iterations or super serious. And I think Goofy Eggman, like in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog works in the context of the cartoon because it's more of like a Looney Tunes style cartoon where it's supposed to be off the wall crazy, and of course having an off the wall Eggman really helps. I would also put him at B. All right, let's do the other one. This is Saturday morning cartoon Eggman, voiced by Tim Curry. I will also lump in Underground Eggman, because I don't have that much different to say about Underground Eggman. This version of Eggman is probably the most sinister. He has a deep voice. He has taken over the world. That's the plot of the show. And he Tim Curry does a great job. So I have to put him at A. Okay, let's do Sonic X Eggman. Sonic X Eggman, I think, borrows a lot of traits that would, or not borrows a lot of traits, but has a lot of traits that would be put into the modern era of Eggman, which is my favorite Eggman, where he is funny and diabolical at the same time. He's almost like an insane character, so I'm going to put him in S. Eggman Nega. You can't see him, his face was cut off, but this is Eggman Nega. And he was in a few games. He was in like Sonic Rush and Sonic Rivals. He's Eggman from like an alternate dimension. And they never did much with Eggman Nega. I like his design. I'm kind of sad you can't see his face because he's got like goggles and a white mustache and stuff. I really like his design, but they never really did much with Eggman Nega. I feel like they could use him in some other cool ways. So I'm putting him in C. All right, we got, this one is Archie Comics Eggman. And if you know anything about the Archie Comics, is that they get weird. So there's many different versions of Eggman in the Archie Comics alone. I'm not that huge a fan of the Archie Comics, to be honest. They are a fun read from time to time. I don't know if I really cared about Eggman in any of the stories, though. Or any of the versions of Eggman, to be honest. Probably a C as well. Here we have IDW Eggman, which is the current comics. I think he also follows along some of the more modern Eggman traits, but I do like the fact that he has more stories. I like the fact there's a really fun storyline in the IDW comics where Eggman straight up loses his memory and doesn't remember that he's Eggman. He thinks he's like a woodshop worker or something like that, like a carpenter. And that's a really fun storyline. I would also probably put him as S. I think the current style of Eggman is my favorite, and I'm going to keep those up there. This next one's tricky. This is movie Eggman. This is Jim Carrey as Eggman. While I don't normally like Jim Carrey, I can say that out loud. I don't really like Jim Carrey. I think the only other movie that I cared about Jim Carrey in was the second Kick-Ass movie, which wasn't that great of a movie anyway, but the second Kick-Ass movie, which he also, like, right after disowned for some reason. I think that's the only other movie that he was in that I really cared about. But, you know, I think he does a good Eggman. He plays up Eggman as being this diabolical genius who's, you know, so smart he's just fucking crazy half the time. It's fun. It's a fun Eggman. I'm gonna put him as an A. I like Jim Carrey as Eggman. I was questioning the casting at first, but I think it works. And lastly, we have Sonic Prime Eggman. Probably not counting Frontiers. No, actually, you know, it might be. I think Sonic Prime might have come out after Frontiers. I don't remember. They were close together, but the most modern on-screen version of Eggman is Prime. And if you've watched Sonic Prime, they do some fun things with Eggman that you don't expect. I don't want to spoil that, just in case you are a fan and you want to watch Sonic Prime. But let's just say the image I have here is just his base design, and they go other places with it later on in the series. So, yeah, it's fun. I really like Sonic Prime, and the Eggman stuff in that series was very interesting. Again, I don't want to spoil any of it. I'd probably also put that as S. And there it is. I ranked all the Eggmans. At S rank, we have Modern Eggman. We have Sonic X Eggman. We have Sonic IDW Eggman. And Sonic Prime Eggman. In A, we have Classic Eggman, Adventure Eggman, Sat AM Eggman, and Underground Eggman. Kind of lump that in there. And Movie Eggman. B, we have Boom Eggman. And The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Eggman. C, we have Eggman Mega. And Archie Eggman, whose heads were cut off. And D, we have 06 Eggman, whose head was also cut off. Let me know what other versions of characters should I rank. Should I have included Sonic the Comics Eggman? I didn't because I've never read Sonic the Comics that much. I've seen stuff for it, but I've never given it my time. But I know it's fucking insane. So maybe one day I'll give that a look. But today, these are the mans. These are the Eggmans.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, welcome back to Turbo Zone. Today I'm doing a really interesting video. I'm doing my top 10 reasons why I think the Super Nintendo is overrated. It's
incoming package. Incoming package.
Incoming package? From who?
From Majora.
Alright. I guess send it in.
Here you bitch.
Jesus Christ! Oh, okay. We got a box here. From a good friend Majora T. Majora T runs a YouTube channel here on YouTube. Let's see what we got here. 32X, Sega 32X versions of Doom and Star Wars? That's weird. I don't have a Sega 32X. I don't know why he would send me these. That's a little bizarre. Oh. I got a Sega 32X. What? I've never owned one of these, ever. That's freaking amazing. Thank you so much, Teddy. Thank you for sending that to the Turbo Zone. That's pretty amazing. Now, I don't know the first thing about this. I have no clue how to hook this up. I mean, it doesn't fit into the Super Nintendo. Well, it does, but I don't think it's going to work like that. It's a little wobbly. I'm gonna need some outside help or something. I'm gonna have to look it up. There's a lot of cables that go to this thing. I don't even... God damn it, now someone's calling me. Are you serious? Who the heck is calling me? Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man? Do you have a 32X?
How did you know that I had a Sega 32X?
No. Don't worry about it. Just come on down to the store, man.
Okay. Well, kids, I guess it's back to Retro Rewind to see what Ash knows about the Sega 32X. Hey, everybody! We're outside of Retro Rewind. We're gonna go see if my buddy Ash can help me fix this. Well, not fix, but help me get this 32X to work. So let's get going. Go on in, see if we can help. Show the sign and stuff. What's going on, man? What's going on, man?
Not much, man. What you saying?
What's going on?
Same old, man. What you got up to?
Much. I got that 32X.
Alright.
Get that working.
You want me to take a look at it, huh?
Yeah.
What's it doing?
I don't know. Yeah, here's the 32X. Cool. I have that. I have the connector.
And it's just, and it's like the 32X wasn't messing up or nothing. It was just like a connection, right? Just like
yeah, I don't know. Well, that's what
you haven't got to right?
Yeah.
I didn't care to buy it. I was looking.
So when I got the Retro Rewind, we're filming this during business hours, so it's a little noisy in the footage. So for some of it here, I'm just going to talk and just kind of explain what really went down. So Ash took the 32X and all the hook-ins that I had. I only had the connector cable with the Model 1 adapter and the power cord. So in my head, all I needed was the Sega Genesis Model 2 AV out, and it should work just fine. So we go through the whole process of plugging up my Model 1 Genesis that I had brought. That I didn't know if it worked or not, because the other day I tried to plug it up and play, and it powered on, but I couldn't get any video like signal, so I thought maybe it was my AV cords. So I brought that in just in case it works, because, you know, last time I checked, my Sega Genesis worked. So we get it plugged up, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't work. So Ash goes through the process of plugging up one of his Model 2s that he has there at the store, and we actually use that to run the 32X through, and it works. It worked fine. It started up the copy of Thunder Force 2 that I had brought with me, and then it started up the other games just fine. So we knew that it wasn't the 32X itself. We knew that it was something to do with the connection, because it was playing fine on the Model 2. So we plugged back up. I can't talk today. We plugged up his Model 1, and we tried it, and we were getting video signal, but it was coming in like yellow, like everything was off. And we didn't know what was going on. We sat there for a while trying to fix it. Oh, that's awfully colored. Is it something to do with the connection with the 32X?
It could be. It could. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't understand anything like that. it's something with the color palette. So there's something not lining up right.
They're special. You have a special case.
I have a special green edition 32X.
See how that's like curly?
Yeah.
Try like see if we can't clean it up a little bit. See if it's something with a grounding issue or something.
Maybe it just doesn't like the Model 1. I think I'll just have to get a Model 2.
Right.
Oh, still yellow. Still yellow. Now I'm done. Doesn't like Thunder Force.
It's a regular game too. Let's see if it's. I'm almost wanting to. I'm still leaning towards it might be that ribbon. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's just that classic green Sega logo, right? See, that's the right color. That's correct. If it goes to the game, it's.
See all this. This is supposed to be gray. I think it's definitely the.
See, the blue is like black.
I'm almost thinking cleaning the ribbon in there would fix it. I just don't understand why it works on a 2 and not a 1. I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, like if it were going to be the ribbon, it wouldn't work on either one of them.
And finally, we figured out that it was actually the connection cable between the 32X and the Sega Genesis. So we got that all fixed up, and yeah, the 32X works on my Model 1 Genesis just fine now. All thanks to Ash, we got it all squared away. It works great. It knows half the battle. Well, so that means it should work on mine, because that's your Model 1.
Yeah, so let's do it. Yeah, okay, let's make sure.
So it should work on my Model 1.
Let's make sure. Let's see here. Let me try one more thing here. Let's try this one. Alright, good deal. Let's hope and pray here. Clock is changing the cord.
It was the cable.
Let's try your system here.
Yeah.
Good deal. There you go, man.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just give you that cord. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Because I guess whatever is converting in there.
So then I need to.
Yeah, so
I'll have to buy that AV cable.
I got you, man. There you go. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, nice. There you go. Yeah,
thanks. Look, I got a working 32X.
Yeah, there you go, man.
Oh, thanks,
there
Ash.
you go. See? Problem solving, kids. Problem solving. Never just jump in without looking first. See, look both ways before you cross.
It's so beautiful. Look at it.
Yeah. Now, but it's even prettier when the Sega CD's next to it and everything. It's a beautiful system, man. So I guess it really is.
What's the difference in 32X?
It just ups the.
Yeah.
It's just a higher processor, like more graphics.
Here, hold on.
These are a 16-bit system.
Let's plug this in. I want to show her how the game looks. I'll let you play because I have it.
There you go. Let's see.
Here, show her. Because
what it'll do, it's just basically like an upscaler.
I don't know what the different modes are.
And instead of running like just 16, like Nintendo's 8-bit, the Genesis is 16-bit, Super Nintendo is 16-bit. Well, the 32X is taking those, combining them, and basically doubling the graphics basically.
See, it has the polygons.
And that's the thing. Back in the day, like the Atari Jaguar, it was running I think at 32 bits. There were several other consoles that ran at 32 bits.
See, can't you change the camera angle to?
Let me see.
I'm sure outside the ship.
See, I think I gotta get through this little intro thing here.
Oh, I think it's. I think it's the mode button. I want to say maybe the controller. It's not working. Is it on the game or is it on the Thunder Force have worked earlier? That's concerning. Ooh, Blast Corps. We could just play Blast Corps.
Yeah, I sometimes do that. I'll look at how much I had urban payoff. Oh yeah, that's yeah, I was surprised. Because once they don't want to show. Yeah. Usually when they're on there, oh yeah, as soon as like a game becomes a gem on YouTube,
oh, there it is.
This is the brand new cord.
Wow.
It's right out of the box too. You saw me open it up.
Yeah.
That's really what caused the whole market.
See, that just goes to show, like how you know what I mean. Like a lot of people don't go through the process. Like they sit there and go, wait a minute, it doesn't work. Just like a frustrating situation like this. Like how I was wanting to open it up, fix the ribbon and everything else, but I kept telling myself, wait a minute here, let's keep trying before you do all this, and then we got to work. A lot of the time, if you just slow down and work it out and work through it, you can find a reason what's going on and why it's doing what it's doing. Very rarely we actually have to ever open it up, and then once you do, it's usually like a good cleaning or something simple like that, so. Then I always save time, because it took me the hard road, many times I'd do something like that. Oh, what's this and what's that? And I'd open it up and it'd just be like a simple chord, so. Cool. But cool, let's actually hook up yours or whatever to it.
Wait, is this not?
This one's mine, this one's yours.
That one's still yours? Oh, okay. I didn't know we swapped that yet.
This one's the high definition.
Oh, okay, yeah, yours is the thing on top.
I did that just so we could tell them apart. I knew that was going to be.
Mine doesn't have high definition graphics?
Yeah.
Oh,
my head.
All the Wii games.
My head.
Oh no. Guitar Hero World Tour.
Oh no.
At least Julian Michaels' fitness game recall.
And you can even on this model, this thing right here, you can even it's got a headphone jack right here, and you can like put that into like stereo, and you can actually have a different sound, like a surround or whatever. Or something like that.
To answer your question, Smaya, it has it basically could do early 3D games, like Doom, which looks like it runs better than the Sega Saturn version.
The graphics. It's a graphic upscaler. It's a fancy way of saying it's a graphic upscaler. It's like 16 graphics in terms of 32. That's why it's like all troublesome, because you have to have one going from this system, and this is basically a mini system of its own. And so that's why you have to have one going into the other one out to the TV, because the way it processes, it takes the graphics from this one, runs it through this. Basically, it's more chips for this board is what it is, and it just upscales the graphics. It keeps on going up to the 32X or whatever.
Look at this. You can do this on Genesis. You can barely do this on Sega Saturn.
I know the one thing I missed though about the Doom is the side.
Strafing.
Yeah, you can like strafing. That makes it more difficult.
It's still Doom though.
Well, yeah, this is one of my favorite games.
Yeah, I have Doom on almost everything.
Right.
Oh man, I should wear my T-shirt. I have a T-shirt with the cover art.
Right, that's cool, man. Yeah, sorry I had so much going on today, man. It gets really busy.
That's fine, man. We're filming.
I had 2 or 3 problematic customers going on, and the guy showed up to mow the back there. So.
We're filming during work hours, so I understand.
Oh yeah.
Makes it authentic.
Yeah, right. That's right. You got your cutting cut out for you, huh? Hopefully, it wasn't too bad for you. I missed the hostility. I was trying to be as pleasant as I could. Yeah, right.
And yeah, I saw you had some 32X games over there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll take you over and show them to you.
Check them out. See if I got anything good.
Well, I'm glad we can get you rolling there. And do you have any questions? Like, you have any questions from the back here? Had to get home.
No, I know how to hook it up.
Take a picture of that or something. But you're basically, you're going from your one here. You're plugging it out, and you're going to in. And then you're just taking in, and you're just going to your out, to your TV or whatever there, and you just plug them both in.
Cords.
Yeah, your 2 separate power cords there. So. Now this one is not. This one is just like a mono one. It doesn't have the red one or whatever. Okay. So I don't know.
That's the
if
same.
that was part of it or not. Whatever. But so.
That's the same kind of cord that I had for my mono one.
Yeah. If you actually want stereo sound, you can actually take the headphone jack there and plug it like into your actual stereo. Use like a Y converter with just the headphone jack on it.
I don't see you with the headphone jack.
And then you can. I know, right? It's smaller and cool, but it doesn't come packing the punch, So. Yeah.
It doesn't have this little slidey.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have slidey. It doesn't have the. It doesn't have slidey. It doesn't have
that was the technical term.
Yeah, all it has, it's just got the thing there for the Sega CD. Yeah, they all have it, but this little thing slides off this little, They all have it, but it's just, that's about the only
Next
thing.
I'll have to have a Sega CD adventure.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Sega CD is a lot of fun, man. And then when you get, both of them going at the same time, that's when you're like, hey, all right.
Yeah, hey, all right. What happened to my Genesis?
Yeah, right. It's like, hey, what happened here? But like full motion video is some of my favorite. I grew up during that time, so I guess I love full motion video. So that's why I love.
Like what's that game? Is it Mad Dog McCree?
Yeah, right. That's a great game.
I played that one before because they had a re-release of it on the Wii.
Right.
And I was like, why?
Yeah, like what? I don't understand this.
Yeah, kids today are gonna buy this for their Wii and be like, what is this?
Yeah, right. It's like, what is this blasphemy? Yeah.
Thanks for helping, man.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you brought it in, man. Thanks for coming in, checking us out, and giving us the opportunity to look at it. I'm glad we got it going for you.
Now I gotta work at 32X.
Yeah, that's
I can do 32X videos.
Yeah, and now you're moving on up, huh? Yeah. Now we gotta get you a Sega CD, and we'll really have you going, huh? But at least now you know what to look for if you ever come across the problems and problem solving. It's always interesting and fun. You never know what you get into.
I learned. The people at home.
That's right.
Hopefully learn something.
Right. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know which one you're gonna get. No, but for real, glad it's going for you.
Yeah, thanks for
having me on the channel, and guys, thank you all as well. So feel free to come in and let us help you out, guys. So bye bye.
Thank you so much, Ash. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that video. I had fun. Thanks to Ash, I know how to hook up this bad boy to my Model 1 Sega Genesis, and I will be doing some Sega Genesis 32X videos in the future. Maybe I'll showcase some games, some differences between versions. Once again, thank you so much, Teddy from Majora T. He's such a good friend of mine. He's been helping me with TurboZone since I started TurboZone, and he knows that I'm such a big Sega fan. So 32X is something that I've always wanted. So it really means a lot to me to finally have one in my collection, and I'm gonna be playing it. Not only that, but Doom and Star Wars box versions, super cool. And while I was at Retro Rewind, I picked up a copy of Metalhead, a copy of Virtual Racing, and a copy of Mortal Kombat 2. And there's some more 32X games I have on my list of games to get. Games like Knuckles Chaotix, games like Tempo, that I really want to own in my 32X collection. My relatively small collection so far, but it's gonna grow. I'm gonna keep collecting these games as much as I can, as long as they don't get too outrageously expensive. But hey, the Sega 32X is really unique, and I really look forward to really spending time with this console. So once again, thank you so much, Teddy. Thank you so much for sending me the 32X. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you had fun with it. Thank you, Ash from Retro Rewind. Once again, Retro Rewind. I did a whole video on his store. Go watch that. His Facebook page is linked in the description of this video. Send him all the support. He does a great job running that store, and I'm very thankful that he's happy to film with me.
and he likes making these videos with me. So it's always a fun time when I'm doing that. And also thanks my sister. My sister helped me film a lot in the store, because I can't be both a cameraman and a host. So thank you very much. And just thanks for watching, guys. Sega 32X. If you haven't tried it, give it a try. It's not as bad as the angry video game nerd says.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, and welcome back to The Games That Shaped Me, a series where I talk about the games that shaped me. It's in the title. This is available on YouTube and Spotify in the podcasting format. Today we're talking about something special today. I said today twice. That is because I am making this up as I go along, and I just had a bunch of sugar, so I'm pretty hyped up. If you've been around, you should know that I love Sega and I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I have made that very clear throughout my existence here on the internet, and in my existence in real life. People know me as the Sega guy. It's sort of my thing. So, there's going to be a lot of Sega and a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog here on this show. I will try to space them out. This will be the first Sonic the Hedgehog episode, but I will try to space them out and not do the Sonic the Hedgehog episodes. Today we're talking about something special. Sonic Adventure 2. A game that a lot of people hold dear. This is a game that I often hear people, this is how they got into the Sonic franchise. It's not how I got into the Sonic franchise, but it is a game that's very important to me, hence why I'm talking about it here today. Whenever I was a kid, a wee little lad, I had a Sega Game Gear, a Sega Genesis. I watched the Sonic cartoons that came on the television. I played Sonic games on my Sega Game Gear, Sega Genesis. I was a big Sonic fan, needless to say. Now, I didn't get, my parents, I believe, had a Sega Saturn, and I would run around the world in Sonic Jam whenever I was a kid. That was something that was really impressionable. I would look at the gallery and stuff and see the art, and it was really cool. And I kind of moved on from Sega consoles from there. I got a 64. That was my first home console that I owned personally. That, wasn't my parents'. And I also got a PS1 shortly after. I didn't get a Sega Dreamcast whenever it launched or any time during its relevancy. The Sega Dreamcast was not a console I knew existed until I was I was probably in the 3rd grade. And I went over to a kid's house that lived down the street. He was a childhood friend of mine, and I lived right next to his grandfather's house, so I would often go over to his grandfather's and climb trees, and we'd play outside and play with Transformers and do what kids do. But his parents lived down the street, further down the street, and my mother decided one day that I was old enough to walk down that damn street by myself to go to his parents' house. I had to call her when I got there, though. So that's what I did. And going over to his house, unlike his grandfather, we stayed inside at his house mainly. We did go outside every once in a while because he had a trampoline. But I would go over to that house, and I would go up to his room, and we would play video games. His parents were separated, and he lived with his dad and his stepmother. And, you know, I don't want to talk about his personal life because I don't know what it was like growing up there, but I would like to think that they spoiled him for that reason. Because when I went into his room, at the time, I believe at the time I had, it was either whenever I had the original Xbox or the PS2. I would get original Xbox and then I sold it for a PS2. So somewhere around that time period, whenever that was the relevant consoles in my life, I would go up to his room and he had an original Xbox, he had a Nintendo GameCube, and he had this other system I had never seen before. And he often told me that over at his mom's house, which he lived in like North Carolina or something, she had a PS2 for him there that he played. So the kid was living the high life. I mean, maybe not in the sense of like, you know, having a family that's structurally sound, but in the sense of like he's got all the fucking systems that were relevant at the time. So I would go over there and play games with him. We played Stubbs the Zombie. We played Star Wars Battlefront 2. We played, what else did we play? Luigi's Mansion, Smash Bros. Melee. But one day, he handed me a controller for the other weird system that he had. And he put in a game, and off we went. The controller looked like a spaceship. I didn't know what to make of it. It was the controller for the Sega Dreamcast. My first time ever playing a Dreamcast. He asked me if I liked Sonic the Hedgehog. And I said, yes, I do. You know, I had fond memories of playing Sonic games. And he popped in Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Adventure 2, to be exact. And we played the 2-player mode on that game. And my God, it was like an awakening. You know, it's like something deep in the recesses of my brain was like, this is what you like. It had loud rock music. The characters ran really fast. It had its own style. It felt a little more mature than the other, you know, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon games I was playing at the time. It was something special. I went home that day, and I remember getting home and telling my mom about it. And shortly after that, I would see advertisements for Sonic Heroes in a gaming magazine. I remember the advert very clearly. The advert had a bunch of old superheroes, and they were sitting around a computer or something in their secret lair or whatever. And I forget what exactly the tagline said, but it was something like, don't trust these old heroes, get new heroes, Sonic heroes. I was like, oh shit, I need that. You know what? This had to have been when I had an Xbox, because I would beg my parents for Sonic Heroes when it came out, and we got it. I would trade my Xbox for a PS2, and Sonic Heroes was the first new game I got for the PS2. So that was definitely that time in my life. Later on, whenever I was in middle school, I would go over to another friend's house, and that friend had a Nintendo GameCube, different friend than the first friend. And when I went over there, he had a whole bunch of games. His parents were fine, so they just bought him games. So he had like Mario games. He had fucking whatever Zelda games. He had Smash Bros. Melee, of course. We gotta have Melee. He had a bunch of different games that I got to try and play and have fun with him. And I noticed he had Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I was shocked. That's that game that I played years ago. At this time in my life, I didn't really have, access to the internet. I couldn't look up this stuff, so I was just like, oh wow, that's on the GameCube? That's so cool. And every time I went over to his house, I would pop it in, I would play the opening level, City Escape, one of my favorite opening levels of all time, rolling around at the speed of sound. And I would play through the game whenever I would go over there. Not like every time, but I would, work on my file. I actually helped him beat that game because he was having issues with the final chapter, which is pretty tough, honestly. It's got some tough parts there. So that was another time where I was like, oh my god, this is that game that I love so much. And I think he knew that I loved it so much, because he actually gave me that copy. I don't know when. It was eventually. It wasn't too long after that. I got my own GameCube, and he gifted me that copy, and that's the copy I have. That's my copy of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle that I still own. I'm terrified to play it, because if it's anything like my copy of Sonic Adventure DX, it's probably ripped to shreds right now. Same thing with my copy of Sonic Heroes that I had on PS2. That one was gone because I played it so much. So if it's anything like that, I'm terrified to play it. I usually, when I play Adventure 2 now, I usually play one of the ports to a modern console like PS3, or I have it on my Xbox Series S now. Sonic Adventure 2 is a game that isn't perfect. I'm not a Sonic fan that's going to sit here and tell you that the 3D Sonic titles are perfect, because they are not. And that's okay. What art is flawed. People are flawed, and games can be flawed. It's fine. It's perfectly fine to like something that has flaws. I feel like a lot of people like to jump into critiquing games, and they're looking for that perfect game. The game that does no wrong. And, every game does wrong. Even the beloved Ocarina of Time. I could go on for hours talking about how I feel that game has flaws. So, it's all a matter of perspective. Sonic Adventure 2 is the sequel to Sonic Adventure. You play as Sonic the Hedgehog, Tails, Knuckles, and that's on the light side, the hero side of the story. And on the dark, evil side of the story, you play as Shadow the Hedgehog, Dr. Eggman, and Rouge the Bat. The story of the game really follows Shadow. It's really his game, which, what he was a breakout character in this title. And it has some really mature underlying themes. I don't think it's mature in the sense of like the Shadow the Hedgehog spin-off game where, they're saying cuss words and their story, their story about death and destruction and darkness. No, it's dark in the sense of, or mature. Sorry, it's mature in the sense that it really makes you think about some things, the way people are treated. It's interesting. The game mainly follows Shadow as he is awakened by Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman finds out that his grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, had a secret weapon he was working on, and it turns out that secret weapon is Shadow. Dr. Gerald Robotnik was wronged in his past life. He was deemed to be a villain, which is probably where Eggman got a lot of that from. And he built this space colony arc that was actually secretly this big genocide cannon pointed right at the Earth. And he had a falling out with the military group Gun. Gun killed his granddaughter Maria, and Shadow was very close with Maria. So Shadow only remembers Maria's death, nothing else beyond that. I won't spoil the story because I don't want to spoil the story, because it is Shadow's arc. It's Shadow's story of learning to be a hero, I guess, in a sense. And it works. It works very well. I think sometimes whenever Sonic games, especially the 3D titles, try to have deep, dark stories that can come off a little edgy, like Shadow the Hedgehog, like Sonic 06. Hell, even Sonic Unleashed, I think at times can. But I think Sonic Adventure 2 works for the most part. I think its story works. And that's because it still has fun. It still has fun with the narrative and the characters. Sonic is still the whoa, way past cool dude who just loves to run and have fun. Shadow. Tails is still, just like in Sonic Adventure 1, is still pretty independent and smart. He's not a coward like you would see him in later games. And Knuckles still is not an idiot in this title. He is very instinctual. He's a very instinctual character. and I think that works for him. In later games, they would turn Knuckles into a bumbling idiot. Newcomers are Shadow the Hedgehog. He doesn't really have too much of a personality, other than he's just trying to figure out his place in the world. And there's also Rouge the Bat, who is a snarky undercover agent there to steal some jewels. And of course, there's Dr. Eggman. Gotta love the good Dr. Eggman. And the game's broken down between speed platforming stages with Sonic and Shadow, these mech shooting gallery stages with Eggman and Tails, and these treasure hunting stages with Knuckles and Rouge. I never have any issues with these. I think these stages types work very well, in my opinion. I know people don't like the treasure hunting stages, but I never found them to be that annoying. I actually have fun with them, and they're fun with the 2-player mode as well. So I never have a bad time playing through this game. I like the fact that there's varying stage types, and there's varying ways you can go about the stages, and there's different environments. There's the city environments that are themed after San Francisco. There are Egyptian-looking environments. There is a military base. There's a spooky pumpkin area. And, of course, there's the Space Colony Arc itself. I always found that the environments were really cool in this game. Some fun stories, or a fun story. I was actually over at a friend's house in high school, and we were playing something on his Xbox. I think we were playing like Borderlands 2 together. And I had plugged up my iPod to his little iHome speaker thing, and we were listening to music, and I had it on shuffle, and the Metal Harbor theme from Sonic Adventure 2 started playing, and we were both like, hey, this is a great song. And I said, dude, I love this stage. I love Pearl Harbor. I called Metal Harbor from Sonic Adventure 2 Pearl Harbor, and we fucking lost it. That was maybe one of the hardest times I have ever laughed in my life. It was so funny. Speaking of music, Sonic Adventure 2 has one of the greatest gaming soundtracks of all time. If you like rock music, if you like hip-hop, this game is your jam. It's a fucking masterpiece. Here, I will play a few clips from a few songs to give you a taste of how fucking good this game's soundtrack is. now that's just fucking awesome. Sonic Adventure 2, I don't know if another game has topped it in the Sonic Adventure. Sorry, the Sonic 3D franchise, the 3D Sonic games. I think I do like Sonic Colors a little more. I forgot what I ranked them in my 3D rankings. It could change. Colors and Generations were great games, but Adventure 2 just, I don't know, it just has this style to it. It has this feel to it that it always puts a smile on my face. I can't play this game and not be happy. It's a game that I love, and it's a game that definitely shaped me. Thanks for listening to me ramble about Sonic the Hedgehog and Sega. I'll do more Sonic and Sega episodes somewhere down the road. If you want to hear more of my voice, maybe accompanied by other people, check out the Button Mappers. That's the podcast I do with me, Teddy from Majora, and Spencer from RPG Archive. It is on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And if you want to listen to me talk to my best friend Damon about whatever the hell we want to talk about, check out Turbo Dojo. It's the official Turbo Zone podcast. It is on YouTube and Spotify. Thanks for listening, guys. Bye.
Yeah! Well, I don't show off, don't criticize. Yeah! I'm just living by my own feelings, and I won't give in no compromise, because I only have a steadfast heart to go. I don't know why I can't leave, though it might be tough, but I ain't out of control, just living by my word. Don't ask me why, I don't need a reason. I got my way, my own way. It doesn't matter now what happens. Yes. Long as the voice inside drives me to run.
So, Sonic Mania and Sonic 2017 was just announced, and I was all like, oh my god! Sonic is among one of the few things that I actually nerd out over, along with Crash Bandicoot, Resident Evil, and Pac-Man. So, I thought taking a look at the very first Sonic game would be cool, because before this, and this, we had some truly classic games. Plus, why not start my career reviewing Sonic games at the first game? Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis is why I'm a Sega fanboy. It's the first thing Sonic I ever played, and like most people, I fell in love with it. So much that I would watch the cartoons, I would play the Sonic games. Heck, I even got a Sega Game Gear to play Sonic. Before I even got a Game Boy. I was that kid.
Yeah, some people are like that. But then some people like to eat pickled pork lips. System and game sold Saturday.
So what makes Sonic on the Sega Genesis so good? One word. Acceleration. See, Sonic isn't really about being fast, it's about going fast. The speed was and will always be about being rewarded. Everything in your path could stop Sonic. So learning the game and how to play it, and just getting good at it, means you kept that speed. This is what makes Sonic so addictive and fun. This would continue to be an element of his gameplay for the most part, through a lot of his future titles. If you know how to play the game, you're going to learn how to zip through these levels pretty fast, and it's so much fun just to know where things are placed and, earn that acceleration. And the attitude of this guy just gave off something that was so 90s. This is why there were so many copycat characters like Bubsy the Bobcat and Awesome Possum. He started this trope of this way past cool platformer character. And hell, even Sega would later do the same thing with Shadow. another Sonic character who would have a more 2000s attitude. So edgy. And the level design complemented Sonic's design with swoops and loops. Each stage had different paths and hidden passages to get from here to there. This makes it really fun to replay. The soundtrack is also legendary. You can't tell me Green Hill Zone isn't anything but.
You're too slow!
The story was simple. Dr. Robotnik has...
I kidnapped all your friends and turned them into robots.
So you must stop him. It's a nice change from Mario's Princesses and Mega Man's Robot Masters. The only complaint I really have is the pacing. It feels a little off with the second zone. The first zone, Green Hill Zone, is fun and fast, and the third zone, I think it's Spring Yard Zone, right? Is super fun and fast. But the second zone, whatever Marble Zone I think it is, it just feels out of place. It feels like this should have been later on in the game, maybe, because it's a lot more about waiting. And yeah, it doesn't feel like it should be the second zone. But that's my only complaint about the whole game.
おいおい、みんなが君を随分と待っていたぞ。ビュンビュンハリネズミ、ほら来た、ソニック登場。この面白さったらもう目が離せやしない。カットビアクションゲームソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグメガドライブから。
In my opinion, this game still holds up today. It is super fun. This is why Sonic is Sonic. This is why Sonic is an icon. Even though sometimes he will get mistreated by Sega, that's something that we've learned just to take in full force. But with that said, Sega Sonic Mania looks amazing. It's coming out in spring of 2017. It looks amazing. And whatever Sonic 2017 is, I'm calling it Sonic Generations 2, because that's what it looks like to me. Whatever that is coming out at Holiday 2017, I will be more than happy to play and more than happy to review. And I am so excited for Sonic because I've been missing him. After Sonic Boom, I just felt like Sonic fell off the grid for a bit. And, he kind of took some missteps there. And it's good to see him back. It's, because the only thing I had to look forward to this year was Mario and Sonic at the Rio Games. And that's pretty sad, coming from a Sonic fan, that's the only game I had to look forward to the whole year for Sonic the Hedgehog. But with that said, yeah, I'm glad Sonic's making some kind of return. Happy 25th anniversary, you little blue needle mouse. And I will do tons more Sonic reviews, because I've been avoiding it till now, because I wanted to wait until something actually happened with Sonic. I've been avoiding it, but Sonic's back. And I will definitely be taking that plunge into more Sonic games. So yeah, go back, play this game, see why it's legendary, and I will see you guys in my next video.
आओ चलकर हैप्पी मील खाए और मैकडॉनल्ड्स से सेगा गेम्स लाए टेल सॉकर सोनिक स्केटबोर्ड रोग एंड एमी टेनिस Dream of Flower Catch Shadow Basketball Knuckles Baseball जी भरकर फिर खेलें खूब हल्ला गुल्ला मचाएं और दोस्तों को भी बतलाएं चलो चलकर हैप्पी मील खाएं चलो चले मैकडॉनल्ड्स से Sega Games लाएं
Hey Geeks and Gamers, welcome back to the table of ranking. Here's my table. I use it to rank stuff. Last time we did NES games. Today I'm doing something different, and we're actually going to rank the 3D Sonic games. So I'm only ranking Sonic games that are 3D platformers. So the classic 2D games, not going to be here. The racing spin-offs, not going to be here. Anything of that nature is not going to be here. I am throwing in the storybook series because I do consider those to be 3D platformers. So, from worst to best, what are the worst to best 3D Sonic games? Number one worst, in my honest opinion, is probably Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. This game, I don't like the Sonic Boom franchise. This game was pretty bad. There's not really a lot of redeeming qualities from this game for me, and I don't really have any nostalgia for it. So this is easily at the bottom of my list. Next up, this one should not be a shocker. It is Sonic 06. I do put it above Sonic Boom because I do like some aspects of this game. Like, the music's pretty solid. I like some of the ideas presented in this game. And I do have some weird nostalgia, even though it's, like, traumatized. Like, I was traumatized by it, but I don't know. There's something about this game that I don't really like this game. In fact, I hate this game, but I don't know. I like Silver. Silver's cool. He's a guy. But really the soundtrack is what put this above Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. The soundtrack for that game is pretty fucking cool. Speaking of games with good soundtracks, here is Sonic and the Black Knight, part of the Storybook series, which only had 2 games. We'll see the other one here in a bit. This game is weird. So the Storybook games are like on rails 3D platformers, and this one decides to give Sonic a sword, which isn't an inherently bad idea. What's bad about it is the fact that you use Waggle to control this sword. I like the setting. I like the Knights, like, the King Arthur setting. The music. There's a lot of songs done by Crush 40, and the music's pretty solid. The story's okay, actually, but the gameplay is just what I can't get over. I really don't like the Waggle in this game, and I don't find that to be fun at all. Here we have Sonic Unleashed on the Wii. I'm actually ranking both versions of Sonic Unleashed because the Wii version, or the Wii PS2 version and the PS3 Xbox 360 versions of Sonic Unleashed are basically 2 different games. They had different teams behind them, different level designs, and different ways that they go about playing the game. This version I feel is very watered down. There are some fun aspects, like the daytime stages are actually pretty fun. The Werehog is very bad though, and I don't like the fact that they took out the progression elements with the open environments. There's no open towns to explore anymore. It's all like a static map, which is kind of boring. And they cut content too. So I think this is like the port that you only played if you just had a PS2 or a Wii, which I can attest to because at the time, I first played this on the PS2 actually. Later on I would get the PS3 and the Wii version, but yeah, my first time playing it was on PS2 and I didn't like it. And this is that same version, so it's pretty low. Next up, Sonic Forces. This game was a huge disappointment. I mean, it was a lead up to, it was coming off of Generations, which was so good, and this is what this looked like. I mean, it had classic Sonic, 3D Sonic. You can make your own character, which was a cool idea, and I do like that aspect of the game. The story seemed to be more dark and serious as opposed to the last, 3 games. But it just kind of all fell apart in execution. The game's very short. The story doesn't really care about what's happening. The characters are kind of flat. Like I said, I do like the character creation aspect of this game. The soundtrack's pretty solid too. It's got some electronic music that's pretty good in this game. 2D Sonic played like ass, and especially after Sonic Mania came out 3 months before this game, so it really highlighted how shitty this version of classic Sonic played. And the modern Sonic stages were so short. Some of them were over in a minute. This game, I didn't have a bad time with it. I don't hate it, but it's not one that I would recommend. Sonic and the Secret Rings. I do have a nostalgia for this game because this is one of the very first Wii games. Not this copy. I actually sold my original copy and bought this one pre-owned apparently for $14.99. But the first time I ever played this, I got it with my original Wii. It and Super Smash Bros. Brawl. So I spent a lot of times on both those games. So I maybe have a little more of a bias towards this one than I should. The controls are weird. It is like Black Knight where you're on rails, but there's no waggle, really. You just kind of tilt the Wiimote back and forth and move Sonic back and forth, which works sometimes. There's some situations where that just does not work. But for the most part, I think it's okay. It's definitely not how I want to control a game like this, but I get it. 2006, they wanted to make use of the new Wiimote. And I think there was worse ways they could have done it. This is okay for like a more experimental game. I really like the setting of the Arabian Nights. The soundtrack is way better than it should be. This game's soundtrack is fantastic. It's got a great party mode too. That's probably why I put it a little higher, because it's got like a Mario Party type multiplayer mode with like mini games and stuff. Overall, I don't think this is a bad game. There's Shadow the Hedgehog. I make fun of this game constantly, but yet it's this high on my 3D rankings. Why? Because I actually like this game for some reason. It's stupid. The plot's stupid. The morality system is stupid. Shadow is stupid. And it's just dumb. And I love it because it's just dumb. This is my original copy from back when I had it as a kid. I played it to death. I mean, look, there's a fucking cutscene at the beginning of the game where, like, Shadow kills Sonic. Like, this is the most edgy, dumb bullshit. Like, whenever this was first announced, people thought it was an April Fool's joke. And I sort of love that. I love how stupid this game is. Like, it's trying so hard to be this edgy, like, I don't know. There's just something endearing about this game. It's gameplay wise, it's actually fine. It's kind of slippery. Not as good as the other 3D Sonic games of this era, but it's fine. Some of the missions can be a little repetitive, especially the ones where you have to find certain things in levels. I do like some of the music, once again. I like all the music, basically. But the environments are kind of fun. And I don't know, I just like how stupid this game is. So that's why it's a little higher. Sonic Lost World on the Wii U. This game was different. It tried a different approach. I don't think it paid off. I think people didn't like it. It tried like a more parkour thing. People compared it to Mario Galaxy. I think it's a little unfair. It was Mario Galaxy in the sense that like there's like different like surfaces you can walk on in the game. But the gameplay mechanics were actually pretty fun with the parkour and the running system and stuff. And you get 3 set speeds. The story was bland. I mean, the Zeddy are kind of dumb characters. Even if I do like their designs a little bit, they're kind of just like one-note characters. And they keep trying to bring them back for some reason. And I don't know, this game was fun. I don't think it's what the franchise needed at the time. I think they should have stuck to their guns and made a really good game, because this followed up Generations, and I don't think this should have followed up Generations, but I do like this game. This game's fun. And this is probably the last of the games that I think are okay. It's the HD version of Sonic Unleashed. I actually like this game. The daytime stages are a ton of fun. Just absolute blast. This is like coming off of Sonic 06. This is like what really turned the franchise around for the good. They really started to understand like what 3D Sonic could really do in the modern age. The daytime stages are a blast. What really holds it back are the Werehog stages. They're like God of War rip-offs. I don't think this is as bad as the Wii version, though. And I do like the fact that they have different hubs you can explore. You have little like sun and moon medals you have to collect. Makes it feel like more like a little collectathon. I like the orchestrated soundtrack in this game. Story's not bad. I like Sonic Unleashed. I actually defend this game, so. Now, these last, what have I got? 1, 2, 3. These last 5 games, I actually consider to be good, really good. Bam. Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut, or just Sonic Adventure. You know, I don't have a Dreamcast copy, so this will, substitute as my Sonic Adventure. Classic, first 3D Sonic game, first real 3D Sonic game. Dreamcast classic. Voice acting is a little rough. Graphics are a little rough. Gameplay is a ton of fun. I love the story in this game. I'm really nostalgic for this era of Sonic, especially, as you'll see. So, there are some elements of this game that do suck, like Big the Cat fishing. But I don't. This is just like when Sonic was at his most Sonic. You know, after this, I feel like they've kind of took him in weird different directions, but this was still Sonic, and I really like Sonic Adventure. This one I'm going to get some flack for. Here's Sonic Heroes. I know this game gets shit on, but I want you to understand something, that I didn't have a Dreamcast growing up. I played it at friends' houses, so I played Sonic Adventure and Adventure 2 at friends' houses. When Sonic first went multi-platform with Sonic Heroes, this was my first chance to really play 3D Sonic. This is the Xbox version. I've also owned the PS2 version and GameCube version over the years. Both those versions don't work anymore, and I got rid of them. Now I have this version. That should tell you how much I played this game. I absolutely adore Sonic Heroes, and it's completely from a place of bias. I don't think this is some masterpiece of a game, but I just played so much of it as a kid. I like the characters a lot. I like the music a lot. I like the stages a lot. I like the ideas presented with the 3-team mechanics. I'm never going to be able to call this game bad. You know, I may get flack for that, but Sonic Heroes is a game that I really love. This next one has a very exciting cover. I don't have a cover. I originally owned Sonic Generations on the Xbox 360 and sold that when I sold my 360. So I ended up buying this version for PS3 so I'd have a way to play it. And there it is. So it's Sonic Generations. And here it is. Generations was great. It was a celebration of the entire franchise. I mean, you had 2D Sonic stages, 3D Sonic stages. They brought stages back from all the other games, like, one stage per game, per mainline game. And, remade them in 2D and 3D. Cool story, great music, gameplay was fantastic. This is really like where Sonic was really at his best in the modern era. I think Generations is just a great game. But I have two more. So if I'm saying this is where he was really at his best, why do I rank these better? Well, this is Sonic Colors. I think this game gets it. See, my problem with Generations is that I don't think they did enough. I think the game's too short, honestly. And Colors, I think, has a little more content. It's all 3D Sonic, but the 3D Sonic stages also kind of morph into 2D stages at times. But there's a lot more in terms of levels and things you can accomplish in the game. I like the creativity of being in an interstellar amusement park. I mean, this is getting a remaster here, I think in November. So I would definitely be picking that up on whatever. I'll probably buy it on like my Xbox or something. But this game really, I think, is like where Sonic, I mean, this game was like perfection, honestly. Like Generations was perfection of the gameplay, but this was like where he really made his comeback. Like Colors was where people took notice. Like, oh, Colors, like Sonic can be good. And last but not least, if you're counting, you should have figured out what this last one is. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, or just Sonic Adventure 2. I have a crazy, deep nostalgia for this game. It's a game that I played a ton with friends and by myself. I love the characters. I love the storyline in this game, the levels, the music, just everything about Sonic Adventure 2. Just screams what I love about the franchise. And I don't think they've made a game that has stuck with me like this one. I always return to this game. I always return to the soundtrack. I love the art design. It's a game that I can't escape, and I have to put it as my number one Sonic game. So that was my rankings of all the 3D Sonic games. What is your ranking of the 3D Sonic games? Some of you are going to say they're all terrible. Some of you may actually defend some of these. I'm curious to see what you all think. Is your favorite Shadow the Hedgehog?
Hey, do you like Tetris? Hey, do you like Puyo Puyo? Hey, here's Puyo Puyo Tetris. Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game available here for the PlayStation 4. It's on the Switch. There's versions on PS3. This game is my favorite puzzle game of all time.
Whenever this game was first released back, I believe it was back in 2013, 14, it was a Japan exclusive. It only recently got localized here in the US. Before I bought this PS4 copy in English, I actually imported a copy from Japan for the PlayStation 3. And, yeah, so I've bought this game twice. I just want to put that out there before I start giving this game as much praise as I possibly can, because I want you to understand the perspective that this review is coming from. I love Puyo Puyo and I love Tetris.
This is not good. I got teleported from home, and I'm in some weird place, and I'm all alone. This is so not good.
Captain's report. A girl in a non-form-fitting outfit has materialized aboard the SS Tetra. I believe she is currently performing an improvised alien comedy routine.
Beep, beep, beep.
Don't be hasty, O. Something about this seems not normal.
Puyo Puyo Tetris is a crossover between the two puzzle giants, Tetris and Puyo Puyo. More than likely, you're more familiar with Tetris than you are Puyo Puyo. You know the rules of Tetris. The blocks fall from the top, and you clear lines. Pretty simple. Puyo Puyo is a bit different. You have different colored Puyos, which are like little jelly guys, and you match them up by four of each color, and you want to try to set off a chain reaction, one after the other, to hurt the opponent. It's a very fun, very strategic game that I absolutely love. Puyo Puyo Tetris is unique because you get both games mixed together with a ton of different modes. You can just play Puyo Puyo and Tetris, at your liking. There's a story mode. Yes, there's an actual story mode here. There's a bunch of different modes, like modes where you swap back and forth, modes where you play both at the same time, which is fucking ridiculous. There's all kinds of challenge modes, trial modes, an online mode, multiplayer. This game is huge, and the game only cost $20 brand new in box. Like, how the fuck? Go buy this. If you don't have this and you're a fan of puzzle games, go get it.
There's no way I'd mistake that voice. There's only one Rapina!
Silence. The boundary shall fall. The two worlds will merge. And if you stand in my way, I shall kick you. Really super hard.
Who in the heck? I hate arrogant, spoiled, stuck-up, self-entitled girls. Ugh!
Do you see what we have to deal with now, S?
I was actually kind of surprised. When I played the Japanese version, I obviously, I can't speak Japanese, so I just kind of flipped through the story cutscenes. So I didn't know what the fuck was going on when I played the Japanese version. All I know was Tetris, and that was about it. So whenever I got this version, I started playing the story, and I was actually surprised by how fun the story is. I mean, it's a story mode to a puzzle game, so it's not like the most in-depth, greatest story. You know, this isn't up there with The Last of Us or something as the fucking pinnacle of video game stories. But if you're, like the fact that it's even included here on this puzzle game, it's pretty fun for what it is. But coming into Puyo Puyo Tetris, you're probably just here to puzzle, and there's a lot of puzzle. There's a lot of puzzle, guys. Puyo Puyo Tetris is a fantastic game. I mean, I can't praise this game enough. I mean, there's not much else to say because it's a puzzle game. I mean, I don't think I had anything I didn't like with this title. No, there's nothing I can say negative about Puyo Puyo Tetris. I hope they do another one of these. I know this one was kind of a pain because for a while I believe EA had the Tetris rights here in the US, so they couldn't bring it out for a little while. But I hope Sega has a chance to make another one of these, because I would love to see a follow-up to Puyo Puyo Tetris. I think this game is fantastic. I think the art design's amazing. The music is charming. And the characters are fun. The story's fun. And it's just all around a really, really solid puzzle game. You know what? I do have one negative. I don't believe this is available on the PlayStation Store, like digitally, which is very strange. You'd think a puzzle game would be, but I tried to look it up before, and I couldn't find it on there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough, but I did not see it digitally on the store. I'm too lazy to check because I don't really fucking care. But maybe that's the only negative I have with this title, is that I could not find it digitally. So physical is your only option. So if you're not into physical copies of games, I am terribly sorry. But if you want this, go fucking buy it, guys. It's easy to find. I mean, I went to GameStop. I went to GameStop on Black Friday and just found this game sitting there. It wasn't even on sale. It was just sitting there for $20 brand new, and I was like, well, shit, I love that game so much, I might as well buy it in English, so I can understand what everything says.
Are we all safe and sound?
You betcha! But wait!
Affirmative.
I know, right? I was surprised at first, too.
Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game where you puyo some Tetrises, and Puyo Puyo Tetris is Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game. The Sega Genesis, Model 1, one of the greatest consoles of all time, my favorite console of all time, being a Sega fanboy. The Sega Genesis was home to tons of classic games like Rocket Knight Adventures and Samurai Showdown. So while I love the Sega Genesis, what I love more were Sega Genesis themed products. So let's go ahead and just put that off to the side here, get my games over here. And today, what I'm looking at, something I actually got for Christmas. Thanks to my parents. Thanks, Mom. Move that up a little bit. The Sega Genesis USB hub. No, I haven't opened this yet. But judging by the front of the box, it looks like a USB hub shaped like a Model 1 Genesis. So I figured we'd do a little unboxing here, a little short video, just to show what this thing is, and let you see for yourself. So slide it on out. Ooh, looking good, looking good. Twin brothers here. All right. Let's see. Open the top up here. Oh wait, hold on. What was in there? Oh, there's a Sega Genesis sticker. Ooh, that's nice. Thank you, guys. So, yeah, here it is. Oh my gosh, the switches move, everybody. The switches actually work. There's, yeah, you see, it's just a USB hub. There's 4 little slots on the front for USB inputs, but it looks like a Model 1 Genesis. There's the USB output there. Wow, this thing is really cool. Let's see if the bottom looks. Nah, of course it's not going to be. Well, the little tabs are in the same place. But wow, seriously, this is crazy cool. I didn't expect it to be this detailed, but like even the switches move and everything. This is awesome. I mean, as awesome as a USB hub could be. Sadly, there's not like a little game you can put in there or anything, and it doesn't actually play games. That's kind of upsetting, but it is about the same size as a Sega Genesis game, as you can see here by Samurai Showdown. A little bit bigger, but I can't get over how cool this thing looks. So there you go. If you're ever out and about and you see this thing and you need a USB hub and you love the Sega Genesis like I do, definitely give it a look because it does have high definition graphics. And it is quite awesome.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, Alex here to do a pretty short, pretty easy video. I would call this maybe a half episode where I'm just going to talk about something. At the moment, I'm a little busy. I don't really talk about my job much, but I have been training for management at my job right now. So I've been working on a few cool episodes, but I don't really have a lot of time to work on them right now. So in the meantime, I've been playing some video games, and one of the things I've been playing is Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania Plus was just released recently. It had a physical version. It was the updated version of the original Sonic Mania, a game that I reviewed last year. I loved Sonic Mania. I am a huge Sonic fan. Sonic's my favorite thing in existence. So, yeah, Sonic Mania was my favorite game of 2017, I would say. I would have to think about that, but off the top of my head, I would say Sonic Mania was probably my favorite. And they've released Sonic Mania Plus, which, if you have the base Sonic Mania game, like I have digitally, I haven't bought the physical version yet, you can download the DLC for Plus for $5. I find this to be a much better option. I do want to get the physical copy, but it's still $40, and I already have the base game downloaded, so I didn't really find a reason to spend another $40. I just bought the $5 DLC. But what does it add? What does this add? What does Sonic Mania Plus add to Sonic Mania? Is it worth getting the physical version for the extra content? Maybe you've never played Sonic Mania. If you've never played Sonic Mania before, it's a classic Sonic game, but made in 2017. It was fantastic. It was handled by some of the fans. Sega approved it, let them come on and work, and it's just incredible what they were able to create. And what does Sonic Mania Plus add? It adds, for one, the big addition is it adds 2 playable characters, Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel. Now, Ray the Flying Squirrel hasn't been seen since the Sega Sonic arcade game, which is really obscure. And Mighty was also in that arcade game, but Mighty made a few other appearances. He appeared in Knuckles Chaotix. He appeared in the Archie comics. So Mighty's gotten around a lot more. Mighty's a lot more well known than Ray, but both these characters haven't been seen in years. So they added them back in as playable characters, and I was worried at first because I thought they would play similar to the main 3, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. They really don't. They have their own quirks. For one, Ray basically has the cape from Mario World. You can kind of swoosh through the air, which is really cool for getting to new places and for speedrunning. Because, I mean, Tails can fly, but Tails, his fly, you really have to stop to get it going, and it really doesn't feel that intuitive. I find Ray's little glide through the air to be a lot easier to pull off, especially keeping your momentum. It's a lot of fun. Mighty has this little ground pound, which is useful at some points. Not really as much as the glide ability from Ray, but Mighty can take damage from a spike one time and be fine, and then he'll take another, if he takes another hit, then he's going to get damaged. So it kind of gives you a little leeway. Of the two, I think Ray is a lot more fun to play as, and you can play as these characters in the main game, in the multiplayer, and in the brand new mode, Encore. Encore mode takes place after Sonic Mania and after Sonic Forces, I believe, because Sonic goes to Force. He goes from Mania to Forces, back to Mania. I don't know. Who fucking cares? But Encore mode is a remixed version of the original game, with a catch. For one, the stages are remixed to a point. Some of them I couldn't really spot the differences except for palette swaps with the backgrounds. But the bosses get changed up, the stage transitions get changed up. It's enough to make it feel fresh, enough to make you want to replay it. But the main thing here is that where on normal mode you would pick your characters and that would be your characters throughout the rest of the game. On Encore mode, you play as all the characters. You start off and you get to choose between Sonic and Sonic chooses between Ray and Mighty. And from there, as you go along, you get monitors that give you other characters, monitors that switch your characters, and monitors that give you random characters. You can have up to 5 characters, the 5 characters Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Ray, and Mighty. And every time you die, it switches to the next character in your lineup. Meaning that those are essentially your lives. If you run out of characters, it's game over. That's it. The game does save what zone you're on, but if you die on Act 2 of a zone, you're gonna have to go back to Act 1. It does add some challenge, but I don't think it's that bad. I do think it's a really interesting change-up that I had a lot of fun playing. It really does make me want to go back to the game a lot more. The other addition that they added was a 4-player competitive mode. There was already a 2-player competitive mode, so now if you want to play with 4 friends, you can, because there's 5 characters now. I don't really care about the multiplayer. I don't really have a reason to go back to the multiplayer. It's not something that I see myself doing. I don't play classic Sonic games to play multiplayer. But I think the Encore DLC is definitely worth it. I mean, once again, it's $5 and you get a bit of bang for your buck, especially if you're looking to go back to Sonic Mania. I mean, Sonic Mania is already a game that I go back to quite often. Just because it was one of my favorite games of last year. It's one of my favorite it's probably my favorite Sonic game. It's so good. So the Encore DLC is definitely worth it. If you don't have Sonic Mania, pick up Sonic Mania Plus. The physical release is out there, or just buy the digital game. Either way, it's pretty rad. There's other games I want to be playing right now, but I don't really have a lot of time because once again I've been working, and when I'm not working, I'm sleeping or I'm working on videos. So with that said, next time I return, it'll be for a full episode where I'll talk about stuff and games and things like I do on this show. One quick thing is that I've been thinking about doing a Q&A. So that's something that I'm not sure if I want to do yet, is a little Q&A. So let me know in the comments if you'd be interested in a Q&A. I know I have a lot of people that have subscribed lately that maybe don't know much about me, maybe don't know much about my channel, and just could want to ask me a question. You want to ask me what my favorite gummy worm is? It's the green one. It's the green one.
I hope you enjoy this song, because it's in the entire game. Welcome to my review of Pango for the Atari 2600. Pango was an arcade game that was released by a company that I know, a company that you know, Sega. This game was released in 1982, the original arcade version of Pango. It was a game where you played as a penguin, and you have to push blocks of ice to crush snow bees? That's what the enemies are called, snow bees. Like snow bee or snow bees. They look like moles to me. I like to imagine they're moles, but apparently they're snow bees.
Pingo is a pretty simple little puzzle game. Not even a puzzle game, it's like a puzzle action game. Where it's more akin to the old games like Dig Dug and Pac-Man, where you just want to avoid the enemies, but you actually have to take them out in this game to clear each stage. So I guess in that sense, it's sort of like Dig Dug. But you have to push blocks of ice to crush all of the enemies. You also have blocks of ice that you can't crush, which are the ones with the little dots inside of them. And the snow bees can dig through all of the ice except for those that you can't, like, crush up. So you want to strategically try to take out all of the enemies with the blocks before they have a chance to spawn more enemies, because they will spawn more enemies. And if you don't act quick, this game can get pretty challenging. This wasn't one that I had heard of before. I actually bought this on the 2600 at a random, on a random whim. I was just at a game store, and I remember I was buying a bunch of Atari games that they had, and saw Pango, and I was like, what the hell is Pango? I didn't know that it was a Sega game at the time. And then actually, like, the same year, I went to an arcade and actually got to play the arcade version of Pango, which is a lot of fun. If you ever see that version of Pango in the wild, it is a lot of fun. And this Atari version isn't bad. It is fun. A little repetitive, but it is fun. But the goddamn music. I'm sure you've heard it. I mentioned it at the very beginning, but this goddamn song plays on loop the entire time you're going. And even recording the footage for this, I, like, got a headache after recording for, like, 15 minutes. It's too much. It's just too much. But in terms of Atari 2600 games, this game is simple enough to fit right in with the rest of the library. It's not an arcade game that's too ambitious to work on the Atari 2600. I think this game works very nicely. The sprites are cute, the game is recognizable, and the game's a lot of fun. I just wish, they either toned down that song or, like, tried to maybe only play the song during, like, the in-between parts where it shows your score and stuff, and just have silence the rest of the time, because most Atari games just have, like, ambient silence, because the Atari couldn't handle doing, music. And this is what I'm talking about here. Some games had okay music, but this is what I'm talking about for the most part, is that this game obviously just has a few seconds of a loop, and it plays over and over, and it drives you goddamn crazy. I would just like to note that while researching this game, which apparently was developed by Core Land and published by Sega, the Game Gear version was developed by Arc System Works, which is fucking hilarious to me to think about that, because Arc System Works is like the fucking Guilty Gear guys, right? And Blaze Blue and stuff. So I'm thinking about, like, Pango in one of those fighting games. I would pay to see that. Apparently, this game was also on the Atari 5200 and Atari 8-bit home computers like the Atari 400 and 800. Of course, the Game Gear also got a version, and there's an arcade version. But this is the 2600 version. I think it is a good version. Just put your TV on mute, because it will drive you a little insane.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh. It was just a dream. It was just a dream. Oh, God.
can still hear the song. I can still hear the song! I can still hear the song! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, God! Oh! 911, please! I don't understand! There's a song! There's a song! It found me! It's in my bed! Help! Please!
Welcome to the Turbo Zone, everybody.
Turbo!
Today, we have a very special video in store for all of you lovely guys and gals.
And by the way, in case you were wondering, it's me. Majora tea.
A jar of tea.
According to closed captioning, some might call him a jar of tea.
This feels very reminiscent. So about like a year ago, we did a video on this channel. It was like a little less, a little over a year ago. But we did last year. We did a video on this channel talking about the Genesis Mini whenever it was announced, and the Sega has just announced another tiny console.
History repeats itself, and I guess it's the same with Sega.
So here we are talking about it again.
The micro edition.
Sega has announced, which they've only announced for the Japanese audience right now, but I'm sure we'll also be getting it, hopefully. Sega has announced the Game Gear Micro.
Alex, you got a few words about the Game Gear in general?
I love the Game Gear. That was my first console. And I have a lot of fond memories of playing the Game Gear. I've always, even though the hardware itself was kind of crappy, I've always like held it close to my heart. And anytime I can get my hands on Game Gear games, or like on the 3DS, I bought a bunch of Game Gear games. Or like when I modded my PSP, I loaded it up with like every Game Gear game. So like any chance I can get to like play Game Gear, I always go back to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you know what my first Game Gear was? It was the 3DS.
3DS?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But now I'm interested in all of the Game Gear games on the Sonic games on the GameCube.
Yeah. That's another good way to get into some of those old Game Gear games. Sega doesn't really re-release that stuff a whole lot.
I did like the price point on the 3DS. They were like $4 each, I think.
Yeah, they were dirt. Yeah, some were like $3. Like if you wanted like Mean Bean Machine on the Game Gear, like $3, man.
Yeah, I have that. It's like PC prices. Oh my gosh.
So they've announced the Game Gear Micro, and the first thing of note with this thing is that like it's fucking tiny.
People have called this a keychain. Do you agree?
It's so small. Yeah, no, I agree. It's super tiny. Like I get like the appeal of it, but at the same time, I think that's like almost shooting it in the foot to like right at the gate.
Okay, I would have been okay with this idea of it being micro, but they also made it proportionate in terms of the screen size.
Yeah. So it's gonna be. I don't think this is like something you just like play every day. It's not meant to be like your handheld console. This is like a novelty item, of course.
Yeah,
it's like how I kind of view it. It's like, it's like when you buy those little like arcade games at like Walmart that like are like this big, and like very tiny, like the size of your hand. And then, you could play Space Invaders on it, but it's like super tiny, It's like nobody's actually gonna sit there and play Space Invaders on that thing.
Do you buy those?
I have one. Damon got me one for Christmas one year. I actually did an unboxing on TurboZone for it, and it was cool. It's like the actual arcade game of Space Invaders. The little marquee even lit up and everything. It was a cool little little replica. But like, I don't sit there and play that thing. It's like a collector's item, It's something I kind of put on display. So that's kind of how I feel about these in a sense. I don't know. How do you feel about this thing? What's your thoughts going into it?
Well, I guess the lead up to this is that Sega announced big news, or some rumors were going around about big Sega news, and then it ended up being a small product. And I think that's hilarious, especially because this may not be the big news. There may be other news in store at the time of this recording. That's what I've heard, is that there's still more to come. But it's a commodity at the end of the day. It doesn't really feel like as big as the Genesis Mini when that was announced. When the Genesis Mini was announced, it was like, wow. Yeah, and emulation's going to be handled by M2. Like, finally, they're going to put those games fellas to shame.
Yeah, I mean, you and I did we did 2 videos on that thing. We did one on this channel, then we did one over in the Button Mappers after we got it. And, I mean, that was a big deal, you know? I think
it still is, too.
Yeah, the Genesis Mini is still awesome. I still love that thing. This feels like something else, in a sense. We can kind of go through, and do you want to kind of go through and like talk about the different units? Because there's 4 different ones.
Okay, I could do that. So, I'm on the Sega Shop. All right, we're referring to Polygon right now, and I know, the most credible source in gaming, and but no, they are a resource to use with gaming news. So, Sega announces the Game Gear Micro, the strangest retro minigame device yet. It comes in 4 colors with 4 games on each handheld. There's 4 models that release in store: a black one, a blue one, a yellow one, and a red one. And this is in Japan only for the time being. The black one comes pre-installed with Sonic the Hedgehog, Puyo Puyo 2, Outrun, and Royal Stone. Do you want to take this one at a time, or do you want me to go through all of it first?
We can go one at a time. And I do want to mention that since this is the Japanese versions, like the Genesis Mini, there's a high probability of these games getting changed for localization.
Right.
So so some of these might be replaced by some of the more popular ones here.
What do you think is here to stay and gonna go on this standard model?
All right, so the black one, which is the one that I am more up to buying just from the looks, because I have 2 black Game Gears already, so it looks like the Game Gears I own, like a tiny version. So Sonic the Hedgehog, that has to stay. That's like, I played that game whenever I was a kid on the Game Gear, fantastic version of Sonic.
Agreed.
Yeah, Puyo Puyo 2 I think is a good choice, because it's a fun puzzle game. They probably rebrand that one as Mean Bean Machine for us, but I could see that one staying. Outrun's a good choice, even though there was an Outrun for Game Gear exclusively. It was like Outrun Europe or whatever. Outrun's a good choice. Royal Stone, I've never played Royal Stone, and I don't know how big of an audience it has here, so that one might be switched out for something else.
Is that a Sega exclusive? Do you know?
I don't know.
Japan exclusive.
Let me look it up.
Okay.
Because it might be. I've never played Royal Stone.
I can't say I have either. I've been to Cold Stone. Royal Stone. In the meantime, I'm going to go on to the blue model. So this one comes pre-installed with Sonic and Tails, Gunstar Heroes, Sylvan Tail, and Baku Baku Animal.
Oof. So Sonic and Tails over here is known as Sonic Chaos, and that one is also really good. Gunstar Heroes, fantastic version of that game. The last 2 I also have not played. I think those are bigger Japan titles.
Yeah, I'm looking at the footage right now. Sonic and Tails looks like a good successor to the original Sonic. What was the next one?
Okay, Royal Stone was a Japanese only game.
Okay. Oh, I am looking at the footage for Gunstar Heroes. It does look like a really cool chibi Gunstar Heroes game. Sylvan Tail is definitely Japanese. It looks like Wonder Boy meets Landstalker, or not isometric though. What's a game that's like considered the top-down Zelda of Sega?
Beyond Oasis.
Beyond Oasis, yeah. It looks like Wonder Boy and Beyond Oasis.
And Baku Baku Animal is a puzzle game. I know that one.
Yeah, that one looks forgettable.
I'm glad you mentioned Wonder Boy, because there actually is a Wonder Boy game on Game Gear that they could include.
Okay. What do you think would stay and would go of this version?
Sonic and Tails, which would be called Sonic Chaos. I think that one would stay and Gunstar would stay. I think the other 2 would change out. Like I said, maybe put the Wonder Boy game on here, and maybe put They have a version of Streets of Rage 2 on Game Gear that's actually pretty solid, so that one might be a good one to put on there for the American audience.
Okay, that could be cool. Although Streets of Rage 2 by yourself would be like weird, no?
No, I mean yeah, but it's the it's the Game Gear version. But I mean, I don't know what the popular Game Gear titles are over here. So because like that console is never as big as like the Game Boy or the or the Genesis or anything. So you never hear people be like, oh, this is the definitive Game Gear list.
We can even go through those after we go through all these, like what the top Game Gear games are. In the meantime, I'm going to go to the yellow model. This one will definitely suit the SRPG fan because it comes complete with Shining Force Gaiden, Shining Force Gaiden 2, Shining Force Gaiden Final Conflict, and Nazo Puyo Arle no Ru.
God, that is a great lineup.
Yeah.
Of games.
You're the Shining Force fan here at Turbo Zone. Why don't you go ahead and talk to the audience about Shining Force?
The only one of these I've played is 2, which I believe here was the sword of whatever it's called, Hygiga or something. That's the one I've played because it had a localization. But I would so be down to try these games. I love Shining Force. And then the last one is a Puyo Puyo RPG, which we've never seen that before. We've only seen the main puzzle games come over. So yeah, so I would also be down to try that one. So this one I would not want to change it. I think this one's good.
I think it appeals to a certain demographic because I'm looking at the footage. Each one of these Shining Force games looks identical, and I don't think that's necessarily a problem because like if you really like the Shining series or like it's pretty reputable at this point, those classics, that would be cool to have all 3 in one Game Gear console.
I think realistically for the American audience they would change this. Like I'm pretty sure they are going to change this, and it's not going to have all 3 Shining Force games. But I would be happy with this unit. I mean, I might even just get the Japanese unit.
Yeah, that's fair. We're moving on to the last unit, which is the red one, which comes complete with Megami Tensei Gaiden Last Bible, Megami Tensei Gaiden Last Bible Special, the GG Shinobi, and a favorite, Columns.
What a fucking weird one this one was.
Yeah, what's up with Columns?
Okay, so you have 2 Atlas games, which are great. I'm sure they'll get changed for the localization. It won't be there, but great for fucking Megami Tensei fans. This is a great way to play those early games. GG Shinobi is fantastic. I love that game so much. It's not the best one. That's Shinobi 3, but it's close. It's good.
It's no Columns 3.
Columns. And Columns is here, everybody.
Aside from that, I think this is the one that would be most suited to me. It looks really good as far as those Megami Tensei games. Like I was watching like the dungeon crawling and even how like the animations are with the characters coming on screen.
It's a cool unit. Like I said, I don't think Columns fits.
Not at all.
Columns would have fit better on like take out Royal Stone and put it on the first one. I think that's like a classic Sega lineup. Puyo Puyo, Sonic, Outrun, and Columns. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that's very westernized.
Yeah, but like here, I don't know. And we should mention that if you pre-order all 4 units in Japan, you get a Wide Boy add-on, which is just a magnifying glass for the console.
It's like when you used to go to like the Jurassic Park themed roller coaster and you sat in the TV.
Well, it takes me back. I didn't have one for my Game Gear growing up, but I did have one of those type of magnifying glasses for my original Game Boy Advance. So it takes me back to like that era of like handheld gaming where you just buy this tacky crap and tack it onto your handheld. It's like, oh, this is a magnifying glass, and here's a light, and here's this is a rubber case, and crap like that.
It might help to put a picture on screen for the viewers, but what I'm seeing is like it's almost like a mini CRT attached to the front of the thing. Is that, like, accurate?
I mean, no, that's accurate. That's how big the actual thing was for the Game Gear. The Game Gear had a bunch of interesting attachments. Like it had a TV tuner. You can watch TV on the Game Gear. You could technically like
run something through that TV tuner and play out the Game Gear like a TV. So I mean, I'm sure somebody's done it, but I'm pretty sure you could hook up like a more modern console to the Game Gear if you really wanted to. And then there's a bunch of other. There's like battery packs. There's one that like, because the thing took like 6 batteries, which these minis are taking 2 AAAs. So there's a battery pack that like attached to your hip that like charged the Game Gear through the port, through like the charging port, which uses the same port as the Genesis Model 2. So that was the thing. There was a bunch of weird add-ons for the original Game Gear.
Alright, very interesting. At least it would make this thing more functional, though, because in its current state, do you think this thing is functional at all?
The size is what's tripping me up.
I have the dimensions right here. It's 3.5 or 3.15 inches by 1.7.
That's so small.
That's like your thumb by like half your thumb.
Yeah, like, could you sit there and play a full game like that?
I don't know. Can you play anything like that?
Like, could they maybe they'll make it a little bigger for the American release or something?
You know what this unit looks perfect for?
Who's that?
Like Tamagotchi.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it does remind me of like a Tamagotchi, doesn't it? And that's probably like sort of the crowd they're going for, isn't it?
I guess. Are they trying to bring Tamagotchi back?
Well, I don't mean, it's on a virtual pad, but you know what I mean, like with the different colors and the size, like. I get the appeal in that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But as a Sega fan that grew up playing the Game Gear, my first console, I would like something that maybe represents the Game Gear a little better.
Hardware-wise, right?
Yeah, hardware-wise. Maybe something that's actually a little more playable. Maybe something like the size of like a smartphone, or maybe like a little smaller than a smartphone. I think that would be good,
I'm also noticing it only has one speaker, like on one of its sides. And I don't know anything about a headphone jack.
They didn't say anything about a headphone jack. I wonder. I think the volume button's still there, but I don't know if the contrast and brightness knob is gone. I think it is. That's something.
We should mention the price point.
Yeah.
This is approximately $50 per, and in order to get that add-on that makes the games, lookable, or that you can actually see them, you need to pre-order all 4 of them. Basically, like making a commitment to buy 4 of these things.
Yeah,
and that's like $200, right?
That's a little much.
I think so.
I mean, the Genesis Mini came out at what? It was like 60.
Yeah, 7. I don't.
It was somewhere around.
I spent a decent amount of mine, but yeah.
Well, you imported yours too.
Yeah.
I think mine was like a little over 60.
Well, currently you'd have to import these. There's no guarantee that they're coming over.
Yeah, there's no guarantee we're getting them, so that's even the thing. But like, if we do get them, I think that price point's not going to fly.
Not at all.
I think a good price point for these things would be $30 at the most.
Maybe 40.
Maybe 40, yeah.
I would consider it for 40. For 50, I'm not really considering it.
Yeah.
Realistically, though, just why not get a Nomad in a couple Genesis games?
Or get an actual Game Gear.
Get a Game Gear.
Here's the thing about Game Gear is that the Game Gear, like here in America at least, they're dirt cheap, and the games are dirt cheap. Like nobody wants them. It's not really a big collector's piece anymore. Like nobody cares about the Game Gear because it was like it was seen as a failed console here.
Mm-hmm. What do you see the Game Gear as?
I think it's a good handheld console. I think the hardware is its biggest flaw now. I have 2 Game Gears. Both of them are not working. The newest one I have worked. I bought it at the beginning of 2019, and it worked great. And then the capacitors for the screen went out. So that's definitely an issue with that like old hardware. That like if you buy a Game Gear, you might have to do some maintenance on the thing to keep it working. There are workarounds where you can buy other things that play Game Gear games, like I think the Retron does.
But like in terms of the games themselves, they are super cheap. I have a bag. I have that bag that I got from, remember that that Game Gear case that I got from Damon? I had that thing just full of Game Gear games that I bought for like a lot of them for like $50, just a ton of them. You know, it was like, so it's like nobody wants them here. You know. So I don't know if, like, I'm kind of like on the fence, like if this thing will even come over or not.
I mean, it's so out there. I think if they did like that limited supply thing, it would be like they could finesse it where people would buy it. But what's the point? Like, this is such a weird collector's item. It's not very functional, you know, as we've kind of seen. And in order to even make it functional, they have to bring something over and make it accessible. I don't like the idea of like these limited products. I mean, it's precisely the reason I wasn't lining up day one to get like NES minis or SNES minis, because I knew like that it would just be a hassle to get it. But even those are like far more accessible, not even now, but just even for gaming. If they could bring back the Game Gear in a way that you saw fit, how would you want them to do it?
I would want them to make something, like I said, like probably the size of like a smartphone, no bigger than a smartphone, you know, and so it has a decent sized screen and buttons, and I would want them to include at least like 30 games, 20 or 30 games. I think that would be the best way to capture an American audience.
Okay, I'm kind of, I mean, I kind of like the thing that they're going for. They're doing like that, like the Pokemon thing where it's like release a red and a blue version or whatever, except you actually get different games and like different consoles. But they have to fix the screen size or like just the unit size. Everything about this is like, is not suitable to gamers. And the only people I know buying Sega stuff are gamers.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this is going to be one of those things that like collectors and Sega fans will be like, "Oh, cool, yeah." But then like I'm probably going to go to Walmart and see it on the shelf for years, just sitting there.
And this will probably, if it is one of those things, it's going to drop down. It's going to get a price.
Yeah, it's going to be like $20, like a few months later or something.
Which realistically is probably how much this should go for.
Realistically, yes. I mean, $20 is probably a good point. I don't know. I'm so torn because I want them, because like it's so cool that they're doing something with Game Gear, you know, and I want Sega to embrace that side. Like I want them to stop just feeding us more Genesis, like give us some Game Gear, give us some Saturn, give us these other consoles that they don't really talk about as much. But at the same time, like I don't think this is the way to do this console.
No, they did it dirty. They did it dirty, but at least it doesn't require 6 batteries.
At least, yeah, you can just use 2 AAAs. So.
And I'm confirming here it does have a headphone jack.
Okay, good.
And you power it up. You can also power it with a USB micro cable.
I don't know. I'm probably still gonna end up getting one of these things. At least one of them.
And what's your pick? Is the Shining Force one?
I guess it all depends on if they get localized or not. I do want the Shining Force one, but I don't know if I can play it in Japanese, especially that's small.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
That one is really cool though. So maybe the black one, if not anything else. That one also might be a good pick for me.
Yeah, I think that's a safe pick.
I mean, the blue one's cool, but like I only care about 2 of the games on that one. And then there's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to play Megami Tensei Gaiden, either one of those, in Japanese, and then I don't care about columns.
Alex, how could you say that?
How could I say that about columns? Our Lord and Savior, columns.
Express your true feelings. What if they made the GG columns featuring Shinobi?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Then it would be worth it.
I don't know. I'm so torn on these things, man. And it's funny because I was listening back because I knew we were gonna do this today. So I was listening back to our Genesis Mini reveal thing, and we were like, I don't know about this thing. It looks kind of dumb. Like, what's the point? And then we ended up loving that thing.
Mm-hmm. But do you think we'll say the same for this?
I don't know. I don't think so. But we've been proven wrong. That Genesis Mini is awesome.
What would it take to make you pleased with this?
Okay, so if they localize it, a better price point, and a better library of games. At least rearrange the library a little bit. That's all. Honestly, like, I could probably live with the size if I wasn't paying $50. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about you?
Just do it better. Just do it bigger, do it better. There's no excuse. If they actually wanted to make a console and not troll everybody like this, like, they would actually made it decent size. Because this is such a good premise. Like, 4 different Game Gears, 4 games on each. Why not just make it like, look like the Switch? You're not like saying like make it Switch-like, but like make it compete with like, or at least the mini consoles, right? It's the first mini handheld. That's so cool. But they made this gimped version. So, even from a collector's standpoint, what's the point? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's like I said towards the beginning, it's a novelty item. It's definitely a novelty item.
I just hope that they were hyping up something better than this.
Yeah.
If I don't understand what the hype was, like, because people just took the rumor and just made it a big thing, but this is not a big thing.
It's so funny because this was announced and all the outlets I've seen kind of covering it are like, cool. Yeah, neat. Like, no one's like, oh, hell yeah, Game Gear. They're all like, oh, neat, cool, it's kind of neat.
They're like, yes, another way to play columns.
Yes, columns in my pocket.
Yes, pocket columns.
Pocket columns.
Perfect, I just got done with the long demon battle in Megami Tensei. I'm gonna go cool off with some columns.
Maybe that's why they put that in there.
Have you ever cooled off with columns?
That yellow one is still a good price point. Would you feel different if these had like a way to them up to a TV or something?
Yeah. But so you're gonna play it on the mini unit hooked up to a TV? That would be interesting. What if the big news was that this USB micro cable plugged into some other mini console or whatever that they were gonna make?
I say, what if this was like there was some other way to use it? Like I'd probably buy all of them.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be.
What if you could actually play Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles on Switch with these 4 Game
Gears?
Local.
There you go. That's so funny.
Perfect.
Oh, God. Man, I just, I have a lot of fondness for this console. I know it's, like I said, it's not the most perfect console. It's seen as a failure here, but like I said, it was like, this is the console responsible for me becoming a Sega fan, or just becoming a fan of gaming, So like, to see it kind of done like this, and like, I don't know, it gives me mixed feelings because I like the fact that they're representing the thing in some fashion, but it feels kind of like. Do you remember whenever SNK brought out that little mini Neo Geo and people were like, "Oh, this thing sucks."
I don't.
Like, it kind of feels. Oh well, it sucked.
Yeah, I can see that.
Kind of worry. It worries me that it's going to be like that again, where it's just like, oh, it doesn't really represent the console.
Who knows? Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, like I said, we don't even know if we're getting this thing or if we're getting it in the same format. So it could be totally different for the US. We could get an announcement for the US version tomorrow, and we would literally could be like, oh my god, this thing looks amazing.
I am interested in that idea of playing on the TV. So maybe there is some, mechanism that they plan to roll out. I don't know. What do you think the big Sega news is, if you don't mind going into prediction territory?
Oh, if it's not this, I don't know. I have no earthly idea, because I'm not one of those people that are like, oh, it's a new console, because I don't think it's ever going to be a new console. I think if anything, it'll end up being like a Sega Retro Servers or something. You can play all the retro classic Sega games in this thing or something. What do you think?
I want to believe in that idea. If there is big Sega news, I think maybe it's another Sonic game.
Well, we already know that's coming.
Do we? When?
Yeah, they said that they're working on it, but they're taking their time.
2D, 3D? Do we know?
The next mainline Sonic game, so that's... I'm guessing 3D. So maybe the big news could be another Mania game. I don't know.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Mania 2.
I would lose my shit if they were announcing Mania 2 tomorrow.
Wait a sec. If they did Mania 2, what would that look like? Would it be another like throwback game?
I don't think they should. They wouldn't call it Mania 2. They call it like Sonic something. I don't know. Sonic. I don't know. I can't think of a good
Peanut butter.
subtitle. No, that's not. That's not.
Sonic Jam and Sonic Peanut Butter.
That's not a good subtitle. But they would call it something.
Wait,
like
Sonic Bang.
Yeah, Sonic Bang, and then like
they went out with Sonic Boom, and now they're about to go out with Sonic Bang.
It's a new it's a new retro style game with all original levels or something.
Sonic Cheeseburger.
Sonic
Delicious.
5. Sonic Adventure
Sonic
7.
5. Episode 3.
No.
Sonic 4 Episode 3?
Sonic 4 Episode 3, yeah, that's the next announcement. Jesus Christ.
The long-awaited sequel.
No! Why?
That's the big news, alright. For the wrong reasons.
So, I don't know. You have anything else you want to say about the Game Gear Micro?
No, I don't.
No,
Do you?
I think we voiced our opinions. There you have
Yeah,
it,
no,
world.
if I buy it, it's going to be like debating whether or not I should have bought it.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those things that like, oh, like I have to have like just like some extra money in my pocket or something. Be like, oh yeah, whatever. I can't just be like, I'm saving money aside for the Game Gear Micro.
Can't wait to put my pre-orders down.
If you're watching this and you want to play some Game Gear games, just buy an actual Game Gear. They're not hard to find.
Or even just experience it these, other ways that are available.
Yeah.
Like I have access to most of them just through the Sonic games on the Game Gear.
Yeah, the Sonic. Well, they're on the GameCube. They're also on the PS2 with the Mega Collection Plus. Also on Sonic Adventure DX, there's some Game Gear games. You can also download games on your 3DS, which is a good way to do it. You can also put the ROMs on other devices if you want to be a dirty pirate.
Do you think Spencer would
Spencer
do that?
doesn't want to play these games.
Would he play Sonic?
Spencer doesn't want to play. Spencer doesn't want to play
pirate?
Game Gear. I will say though, like I put every Game Gear game released on my PSP, and it was a very small file. So that's a good option. Do you think Spencer's gonna play the?
All right. Well, if you've got the gear, then you got the game.
Gear.
The Game
Meet me
Gear.
next time where I'm gonna do a review of my 2 broken Game Gears.
And put his Game Gear Micros on top of it.
Why is Sonic
All
Sonic
four of
Rush
them.
on any? Not Sonic Rush. Sonic Drift. Sorry. Sonic Rush on the DS. Why is Sonic Drift not on any of these units? That's my question. Sonic Drift 2. That game's legit. I have that game.
If you could have any Sonic character as a pet, who would it be, and why would it be Chow?
Ooh, as a pet? Well, I mean, you can already do that in Adventure and Adventure 2, though. With the Chow Garden, you can take care of chows.
Tell him, Alex.
Do it. You can do it. And
do it.
Toot Sonic Warrior. Toot Game Gear Warriors.
Toot pet
4
Chow.
colors, 4 games, and it's consoles. It's coming out in October. Jesus.
Just don't give it to your children under.
Oh my god!
20.
Can you imagine if like somebody ate one of these? It's small enough to swallow.
What if they like put them in cereals, right? And then like it just got.
They'll just do like
You would call that
a hidden gem.
A hidden gem
what if,
ear.
they do like the Switch games and they make them taste bad on purpose? Because oh wait,
Okay.
do you know about that?
I mean, that would
so you'd
discourage
like,
choking
Do you know about that?
Yeah, you lick the back
yeah,
of the card.
Nintendo made them taste bad on purpose, so that kids don't eat them. Like that's kind of amazing. Sega, make the Game Gear Micro taste bad. That's all I ask now. Teddy says, "Aw."
I got nothing.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Maybe I'll cover this thing as we get more information. I don't know. Teddy, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, it's
If
been
you
a pleasure.
If you enjoyed hearing us ramble, go check out the button mappers.
I agree. We do great
Every
ramble.
Monday.
And we talk games.
Me, Teddy, and
Ooh, we are planning on doing some
yeah,
Game
so
Gear
that's
map
the
out
thing. I don't know how soon it's going to be, but that's a thing.
down the road. Be patient. Every Monday we got uploads.
Me, Teddy, and Spencer. The biggest Sonic fan, Spencer.
I know. He's been absent as of late for the Sonic content, but we'll get him there.
He'll join in eventually.
Eventually.
He'll
He'll cave.
If we just do nothing with Sonic content, we kind of can force him into it.
Nothing but Sonic Timber and November. And spring.
Spring yard.
Yard.
Spring's already passed, though.
And Labyrinth Zone.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Check out the button mappers. Check out Teddy over on Majora T. He's been doing some really good Sonic the Hedgehog content. And don't forget that we have a special thing coming out on the 7th. Whoop whoop. Premiere.
Whoop whoop. Premiere. You can watch it after the fact too. It's gonna be great. You're gonna put that on your playlist, and you're gonna put it on loop.
Going around loop. Loop to loop.
Loop that Sonic content. Loop Sonic content. Loop Sonic content. Da-na-na-na-na.
Loop Sonic content. Hey Geeks and Gamers, welcome to a brand new review of a Sega Saturn game. I fucking love the Sega Saturn, and we should all love the Sega Saturn. I've said this 5 million fucking times. The Sega Saturn is one of the most underappreciated consoles of all time, and one of the reasons to own a Sega Saturn is for spaceship shooters. Shooters like Galactic Attack. Galactic Attack started off as a game published by Taito in the Japanese arcades called Ray Force, I believe. And Ray Force was ported to the Japanese Sega Saturn as Layer Section. Layer Section was also brought to Europe as Gunlock and brought to America as Galactic Attack. That's really confusing. Why the fuck does this game have 4 names? Why can't spaceship shooters just stick with one name? It's the fucking Mobile Light Force Gunbird fiasco all over again, times 12. Jesus Christ. But Galactic Attack on the Sega Saturn is, like I said, a Taito produced arcade shooter brought to us on the Sega Saturn, like published in America by the people at Acclaim. It's crazy because Acclaim, they're gone, they're dead. You know, they kind of, I believe Acclaim got sucked up into THQ, if I'm not wrong, and THQ is kind of gone. Maybe it's weird. But people don't really look back on Acclaim all that fondly. When people think of Acclaim, they probably think of shitty licensed games, and like. They published, I believe Acclaim published Turok, which is one of my favorite game series. I love Turok. But people don't really think about the Sega Saturn. If you have a Sega Saturn,
chances are you're going to own quite a few games by Acclaim. They were one of the few companies that really supported the console. And they did bring some good games to the Sega Saturn, like Galactic Attack. Galactic Attack, like I said, is a spaceship shooter. It is a bullet hell style game. This game is really fucking good and pretty costly. Honestly, I mean, not as costly as like some other shooters on the Saturn, but it'll still run you about $50 or so. I actually got this thing disc only at a retro gaming store for $3. So Jesus Christ, I was lucky on that one. But the game is fantastic. I really like the way that this game does its shooter mechanics. Kind of reminds me of like Xevious or something, where you have a top layer where you can shoot your lasers, and then a bottom layer where you can like aim the reticule and shoot down there. And a lot of the times, before enemies will actually fly up onto screen, you can get rid of them before they fly up onto the top layer and can attack you, which is really handy. I'm terrible at this kind of games. I think they're fantastic, they're fun, but I've always been more of a fighting game or a platformer guy. Spaceship shooters like this are really fun, but I am just not that good at these kind of bullet hell games. Like my favorite spaceship shooter is Galaga, if that tells you anything. But this game is still pretty fantastic. The music is fucking kicking it here on the Sega Saturn with its CD quality audio, and I love seeing these kind of games. This is where the Sega Saturn is really at its best, is with these kind of 2D games. The Saturn can do 3D, but man, it fucking rocks these 2D spaceship shooter games. Some of you out there probably didn't know that this was a game on the Sega Saturn. Probably, many of you maybe not even played the Sega Saturn. Hey, whatever. You should though. You should give it a try. That's one thing that I love about the Sega Saturn is that it has such a deep and interesting library of games, and you'll find something like this, like Galactic Attack, which has one of the fucking best names in the world, Galactic Attack. That's awesome. Even though it's fucking the fourth name that they've given this game. I don't hear people talk about this much. The first time I heard about this was actually through Classic Game Room, of course. I watched a ton of Classic Game Room back in the day, and this is one of the games that he reviewed and really recommended on the Saturn. I believe it has gone up in price over the years. Well, most Saturn games have gone up in price over the years. So if you really want to play this one, you might want to import it. I believe it's cheaper to get layer section than it is to get a copy of Galactic Attack. But the game is really good, and I like the feature. I like the fact that you could turn off the HUD. So if you don't want to see your lives and your score and stuff, you could turn that off and just kind of have the whole screen free of clutter. Galactic Attack not only is my new metal band, but is a fantastic game here on the Sega Saturn. If you own a Sega Saturn, keep your eye out for this one. Like I said, layer section, the same game, so is Gunlock. If you ever see a Japanese arcade machine of, was it Rayforce? That's the same game. This game has 1,000 fucking names. I'm gonna give it a new game I'm gonna give it a new name right now. I'll name it Space Ship Game. Yeah, fuck it.
Welcome to the Turbo Zone, where
videos happen. where train wrecks happen in slow motion. Are you?
Turbo!
Today we're doing
Turbo.
the top 25. Yeah, that's right. I just sprung that on you. Top 25 best Sega Genesis games according to Dorkly.
We got Spence.
Dorkly.
Yeah.
Dorkly.
Where did he go to college?
We got Spencer here. We got Teddy here. We got me here. And we're good to go.
All right, number 25.
25.
Fantasy Star 4.
Oh, that's the best one.
I heard that was the worst one.
What? No, 3.
Oh, 3
is
is the worst one.
No, yeah, 3 is the worst one. You guys are gonna fucking
Gotcha.
come on my turf, tell me what I know.
I'll tell you what you know.
Step up on my turf.
Yeah, 4 is they're RPGs, so like Nintendo had Final Fantasy, Sega Genesis had the Phantasy Star series.
Yeah. Which I mean, they were pretty good series. You know, it's a pretty good series. I mean, I wish they would do more with it now, but
yeah, I'm surprised they haven't released like a 5 or
like they had a Vita game, right? They had like an online game on Vita in like Japan or something.
They made dozens of those Phantasy Star Online games. Not dozens. That's the wrong terminology. But like there were 2 on the Dreamcast. There was 2 on the GameCube. There was one in like the PS3, right? PS4, Xbox 360. There's one on the PS4 right now in Japan. So they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff with it. But
yeah, but I wish they'd do like an actual like turn-based RPG. Yeah.
They had the collection on the Game Boy Advance, which was a port of the first 3, and we hadn't seen the first one since what was it? The Master System, and then it was on the Xbox 360, PS3, Sega Genesis collection. So I mean that game's all over the place, but yeah, you're right. They don't do anything with it.
All right,
not with the lore anyway.
Number 24, which I disagree with. I think this should be higher on the list. But
wait, are we doing just quality wise or monetary?
Just quality.
Okay.
Number 24. I think this should be a lot higher. Shining Force 2.
Ooh, that one should be a lot higher.
Shining Force 2 is a turn-based tactics game in the vein of like Fire Emblem, but it actually lets you go from town to town like a traditional RPG.
Yeah.
24, really?
Yeah, I'm surprised. It should be not this far back. It's a good game. I don't even like Sega, but this is a good game.
That game's a classic. It's a classic.
It's a classic. Yeah, it had tons of like secret characters and tons of secrets to find out in the world, plus like really good turn-based, gameplay. A big challenge too. It was a hard game. I'm sorry. I'm just shocked it's this far back.
It's shocking.
But traditional Sega fans are they don't really know what they want, so that makes sense.
What? Don't even. You're discriminating my people.
Number 23.
23.
Gunstar Heroes.
Gunstar Heroes.
Really, 23? Oh my gosh! I swear, if we get up top and it's like Vector Man, I'm like Vector Man's not better than Gunstar Heroes. Don't even.
Wow. Yeah. Yes, I mean, on a gameplay merit wise, yeah, but Vector Man should be high. Just saying.
But the game is Gunstar Heroes.
Gunstar Heroes is awesome.
I love
Gunstar.
Game.
Yeah,
I didn't like it at first, like the first time I played it on PC, because the emulation quality sucked and like the sounds were really weird, and playing with the keyboard sucked. But after playing on my 3DS, I love it. It's a great game. It would be even more fun to play with another person. It's classic treasure difficulty, and sprites are beautiful, and it's very animated. It has an anime style, and it works well.
I agree.
Humorous, yeah. Not much else to add.
Number 22. Alex agrees. Number 22.
That's a great game name.
The Revenge of Shinobi.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I'm actually not that big a fan of Revenge of Shinobi. I mean,
it tends to be the cult classic. On YouTube, people seem to really love that one. It's really challenging. I got into the final boss several times. There are stages in that game I love. There's stages in that game I hate, and I still haven't figured out how to beat the final boss. I don't know. It's tough because I like it for being a competent action platformer and actually like being a good challenge, but sometimes I feel like it can be a little unfair, especially with some of the jumps.
It's a little clunky, yeah.
Yeah. I think
they definitely fixed it in the future. So, but it's still a good game. I can see it up there. I guess.
Yeah, 22. I mean, you could debate it on either side, of higher, where it is.
Yeah.
It is kind of classic in its own right.
I feel like this one belongs right where it is. Number 21, Ghouls and Ghosts.
What's classic? Well, Ghosts and Goblins is classic. Ghouls and Ghosts, okay.
People like that one more than Ghosts and Goblins, though.
I don't. I like Ghosts and Goblins a lot more, but it's still a really good game, though.
I like Ghouls and Goblins.
I like Ghosts and Ghouls and Goblins.
For the Super Genesis?
It's got 3 of
For
them.
this Super Nintendo Genesis.
Yeah, that
64.
that was my favorite.
64.
64.
Rextro bit.
Of the G
Sega Genesis. Sega Genesis 64.
On the Rextro arcade cabinet.
Alright. I guess moving on.
Number 20, Contra Hardcore.
Hardcore. It's hardcore.
Hardcore.
It's hard corpse.
Have you guys ever played hardcore?
No, I've never played this.
Have you ever played hardcore, Teddy?
Can't say I have, but I'm not too big into the Contra games. I know I shouldn't say that, but I don't know. I never played them, really.
Don't say that.
What have you done? I've just lost all my subscribers. Thanks, Teddy.
It is just for you.
They all left.
I played, what are they called? The Metal Slug games. I like
That's
those.
close. That's close.
But I have like the Konami Classics collection on the DS, which has Contra. But I don't know. I didn't grow up in that era, so it's not really my style.
Okay.
Number 19, Comics Zone, and that's with an X.
Ooh, that's a good game. That's a really good game. Comics Zone. I like Comics Zone.
Wait, but you never say anything about Contra Hardcore.
Oh, that's okay.
Have you played it?
Yeah. It's just your middle of the road Contra game. It's not better than Alien Wars, but it's pretty good.
All right, now what about Comic Zone?
Comic Zone's fucking awesome.
That one
Some
had
people don't like
the unique art style, right, of being in a comic book.
Yeah,
well, it's like you literally jump to the other slide or whatever, like the other panel.
Yeah, it's a cool idea.
Yeah, neat concept.
Come on, I like the concept of Comic Zone.
Conks Zep
It's a
with the X.
concept, I guess, but I love it.
Comic Zone.
You wear some really cool shades.
No, Comic Zone's really hard though. Like I never got past the third level in that game, so I suck at it.
I just realized.
What?
When you edit this, there's a very suggestive.
What?
I don't know what you're saying.
There's a very suggestive ad playing on the bottom.
I'll put a content warning.
Where are you looking? Where are you looking? I don't know what you're talking about.
You're just losing it over there.
Number 18. X-Men 2 Clone Wars.
Wow, that one's higher than Comic Zone?
Oh, yeah, that's the one right above Comics.
And Shining Force 2?
Yeah, it should not be above Shining Force 2 for sure.
Like the X-Men games were okay, but I mean, like, it's not better than Shining Force 2.
I mean, I'd be real surprised if X-Men 1 tops it. X-Men 1 is painful.
Oh, it is painful. I mean, I know 2's pretty good. It's just better than Shining Force 2? I mean,
and
really?
Comic Zone, yeah.
In Comic Zone, really? Is this really? Really?
Spencer's getting a kick out of it.
Just having a good time. I wish we could see what you're seeing. I mean, because this is just...
You will. Oh my god. Can you just describe it?
No. Alright, number 17.
No.
Altered Beast.
Oh, rise from your... Hold on. Rise from your grave.
What is Altered Beast? I've heard about it. I've never played it. What is it?
It's the game based in, like... It's like Greek mythology, almost.
right? And you're like beating up things, and you turn into like wolves and stuff. It's fun.
But it's a side scroller, right?
Yeah, look up a video of it. It's. I mean, you know what it is if you saw it.
No, I want to look at this, this image more.
I'm sure you do.
Blindfold.
Alright, Altered Beast, great game. Okay.
And Spam Block. Where's your Spam Block?
How would you describe Altered Beast, Teddy?
That's like the quintessential classic, cheesy, not actually very good game that's pretty good.
That's the quintessential man turns into animal game that all games afterwards took after.
Furries were born.
Alright, number 6.
I mean, it doesn't look good, but it is good. It's actually like interesting.
I think I've seen video footage of that game. Now that you get
it's got like the classic kind of Greek feel to it, like with the columns and everything, and even like some of the creatures.
Doesn't
and
it look a little generic?
It does, but it actually it doesn't look
it was
like
really
Flash
early.
animated though.
Mm.
By any means.
It was like a really early game on the Genesis.
It was a pack-in, but it was also like I don't know. That was an arcade game before that.
Yeah.
And it was a really close home conversion of the arcade game. I guess that's funny.
I'm just.
I know what you're doing.
I'm about to
I
leave
have
this
no
page as soon as we get to this next one. Alright.
Okay.
Number 6.
What's going to be on the next one? There's no telling.
Oh, yeah, I have no clue. It might be better than this.
Number 19.
Number 16.
Viagra for
now
men.
it's starting to get into the good games. Number 16 is Toe Jam and Earl.
Wow, you threw me off because you said good game, and then you said Toe Jam and Earl.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Did you like walking around to fucking nothing forever? Welcome to Toe Jam and Earl.
Oh man, there's so much hate, so much anger.
I'm sorry. You know what? I shouldn't have that much hate to that game, but I heard about that game.
By the way,
so
for the person that liked Pac-Man 2.
I heard so many good things about the game for a long time, and then I finally tried it, and it was boring, and nothing happened. The sequel was a lot better, but
again,
wow.
Says the person that likes Pac-Man 2.
Don't judge me.
Mad at a walking simulator.
My Pac-Man 2.
Alright,
I'll be honest with you. I kind of wish I have played Toe Jam and Earl just so I could comment on it, but I haven't. That's one of those games I want to get around to, but I also don't see the desire to like I don't have like the I don't even know what it is really. Like I know it's like walk around and like
it's two really cool alien dudes.
No, like I like the art style and stuff. It's just the gameplay itself is boring, man. Like I don't know who okayed that.
I mean, well, see, the thing is, like, in a game like Yooka-Laylee or, like, you know, the Banjo-Kazooie or, like, any of those 3D adventure games, I love walking around. I love, like, just doing nothing. Like, the Zelda games. So, I don't know. Maybe it might be right for me.
You have to give it a try. I'm interested to see how you feel about it.
Yeah. One of these days.
Number 15. And on this new page, they've replaced that offensive GIF with an ugly GIF. So I'm okay.
Wii Sports.
Yeah, Wii Sports. No, it's The Lion King.
That's a good game. That's a really good game.
That's the one with the second level is like bullshit, right?
Yes, it is bullshit, but if you get past that, the rest of the game is not. But the game's really fun. I mean, I don't know if it's better than some of the other games, but...
Than Shining Force 2?
No, it's not better than Shining Force 2. Definitely not, but it's a good game.
Well,
Disney licensed games were pretty good.
Weren't they all like supposedly the same, like a cut and paste to each other?
No,
I heard that they were all kind of a cut and paste.
You can't say The Lion King is like Quackshot.
Exactly, yeah. Quackshot's...
Or Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
I didn't know they made a Pocahontas video game.
Or Castle of Illusion. Because Castle of Illusion.
Castle of Illusion, right.
Yeah.
No, like, I heard it was the same as like Aladdin. Like they're all kind of the same shell game.
They have the same art style, I guess, where they're supposed to look like the movie, but I don't think they play the same, though.
That's just something I heard.
Well, you heard wrong, boy.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir. Okay, number 14, Double
52
Dragon.
52 and 1.
Double Dragon.
Sorry.
Just Double Dragon?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the Genesis version.
So much for that one.
All right, number 13.
Double Dragon Quest, I can talk about.
If you didn't know anything about Double Dragon, you'll definitely not know anything about number 13, Battletoads and Double Dragon.
I have played that one. That one's really good.
It's Battletoads.
Yeah, it's Battletoads and Double Dragon. But you're playing it just like it plays just like Battletoads. It just has the Double Dragon guys in there.
I think Battletoads is like super clumsy.
Really?
Yeah,
it's fun though.
I don't like that one.
Oh, well, that's sad.
I like if I'm gonna go beat 'em up. I like River City Ransom.
That's just sad, man.
I like the Streets of Rage.
I like raging in the streets.
Of Rage.
Of Rage. All right.
Okay.
Primal Rage.
Number 12. Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Okay.
LucasArts classic.
Yeah, I played it on the SNES, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that it's the same game on the Genesis. So.
I almost beat it on the Super Nintendo. Almost.
There's giant babies, so that's gotta be worth something, I guess.
It is.
No, that game has style. Though.
Are you covering your mic?
Me? No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello. I am Alex.
Can you go? Hello. Can you go?
Alright,
Sorry.
yeah, Zombies Ate My Neighbors is really fun. I like it. I like it a lot.
Uh-huh.
I recommend it. Alright, number 11. This is a good game, too. Golden Axe.
Oh shit! It's Golden Axe, son.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Yo, Buster Rap.
Yeah.
Buster Rap.
Yo, Golden Axe.
That's fact.
Life is
fact.
on tracks.
Golden
And
Axe.
I'm relaxed. With my golden axe.
You want to kill, you better get contracts.
Gold Axe.
Next.
You got
Alright,
3
I'm just-
characters.
Golden Axe, of course, is a side scroller. Beat 'em up with, like.
Everyone knows what golden axe
yeah,
is.
okay.
We're in the Turtle Zone.
That's
where
so good.
Wikipedia pages are right at your disposal.
Oh, this site now has an ad for Magic Mike Live, so everybody gets to
What?
Some
He's
guy
gonna be
with,
live?
It's a guy with ads. Yeah, it's live now.
Dude, you should have
Shit.
stayed on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I should just kept to Wikipedia. Dorkly is very suggestive.
Freaking
We
dork.
need to go.
Lee. Who's this dork Lee?
All right, number 10.
Is it like Bruce Lee?
When do you guys want to start? When do you guys want to start guessing?
I've been guessing every time.
Okay, number 10.
Number 10.
NHL 92.
What? No. What?
Come on, NHL and Justice.
Hold on. Let me use my brain power. Damn. I don't know.
All right, number 10 is Castlevania Bloodlines.
Ah, damn.
A 10?
Yeah.
Like 2. It's a really good game. I mean,
it is.
Apparently, it's pre-Metroidvania though, so that's no good. It's like some shit
it's in this
side
weird
scroller.
spot because it's like Castlevania 4 came out before this one, and it fixed the control issues, and then Symphony of the Night came out after this one. So this is like right in the middle where like they still have the weird NES controls, so you still get like weird knockback and stuff.
yeah, but the NES controls is almost like a staple. And plus, it's like raw. It's got that raw kind of feel to it.
I mean, have you played 4 though? Like 4's so good.
No, I don't have a Super.
We need to find a way to play 4 sometime because it's better.
Well,
But
I like
Bloodline's still a fun game though.
Bloodlines.
All right, number 9.
Wait.
Oh,
Number 9.
more to say about Bloodlines?
Sonic 3D Blast.
Super Hang On.
Super what?
Hang
Hang
on,
on.
the motorcycle game.
Oh, no.
I may not be a band dude, bro, but I know what Super Hang On is.
NBA Jam TE. I don't know what TE.
Yeah, I get it.
Tee.
What's TE?
Teehee edition?
What's TE?
Techno in
What is
no,
Tee? I know
entertainment?
there's like a bunch of different versions of that game, but I don't know what Tee.
Tournament edition.
There we go.
There
You
we
are a genius, friend.
I just know my sports. ESPN.
NBA Jam was great. I love that one. That's the best of the sports games.
I mean, I bought it for because I understand it's like one of the best selling games on the console. But I don't have any nostalgia for it, so I don't know. I like Space Jam.
That has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But I like Space Jam.
One of them is good.
You know what
and the other
basketball
one
movie
is
I like
Space Jam.
is the Sixth Man. That's a good basketball movie.
All right, number 8. Anybody want to guess?
Wait. F-22 Interceptor.
What?
Afterburner.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me think. Give me a second, guys.
Really think about what hasn't been mentioned.
Streets of Rage.
Streets of Rage. Okay. The answer, number 8, is the Hyperstone Heist, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, that's sad.
Konami.
Okay.
It's just another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat 'em up.
Yep.
Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja.
All right, number 7.
Yeah, we're not.
Wait.
Oh.
Streets of
Virtua
Rage.
Racing.
Oh, are you guys guessing? Okay, number 7. What is it?
Virtua Racing.
And?
Oh, Streets of Rage. I said Streets of Rage again.
All right. And the answer is Battletoads.
Vectorman.
Battletoads.
Oh. Why are these games that are like notoriously better on Nintendo consoles keep getting
Just
shoved
rubbing
on
it
here?
in. Just rubbing it in deep. All right, number 6. Take your guesses.
Zoop. Everyone's.
Number 6 is Streets of Rage 2.
Damn it!
That's when he stopped guessing Streets of Rage.
Yeah. That one deserves it. 2's the best. He gets it. 2's better.
Well, okay, this one kind of cops out at the end. Just throwing that out there. All right, number.
Okay.
Number. Not that it wasn't great from the beginning. Number 5 is Aladdin.
Okay.
Am I supposed to feel a kind of way about that?
You're supposed to feel pretty ashamed for Dorkly.
I have it on the game.
Fucking dork. Lee.
Fucking dork.
Fucking
I mean, Aladdin's
dork.
okay.
Lee.
Fuck dork.
All right, number 4.
Aladdin's okay.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Vector Man. This dork Lee's not gonna say Vector Man.
Vector Man 2.
Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, the Mortal Kombat that had blood, right? That's the deal.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, you know what? That's an iconic Genesis game, though.
Yeah, that's
So,
true. All right, number 3.
Wait.
Sega.
Bubsy.
Yeah, Bubsy. That's
Sonic.
Sonic Jam.
Sonic. It's
Sonic.
Super Street Fighter 2.
Super Sonic Fighter 2.
Yeah. Number 2. This should have been. This should. Oh, yeah. Why do you keep saying wait? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
You're gonna say
it. This one should have been number 1. I think.
Sonic.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No. Stop. Hold on.
Strider.
No. Wait. Have you guys seen the opening movie to the original Resident Evil game?
No.
Oh, is he? Chris is like, wait, don't go! And he yells towards the helicopter. That's what you keep reminding me of. Wait.
You
okay,
go.
what is it?
Oh, you weren't gonna. Okay. Number 2 is Earthworm Jim.
Ooh, you know what? I didn't even think about that one. Wow.
I'm not crazy about I have the game and I get stuck at the same stage every single time. So I don't really like it.
Get good.
I'm good at the first 3 stages, like the bubble stage, which is like really hard. I'm good at that one, but the booger stage, I don't like it.
Get good.
Too much for you.
I have a daily battle with boogers as it is. I don't need to battle boogers in video games.
All right,
booger battle.
Number 1.
Wait.
I'm gonna strangle you. Number 1.
Sorry. Sonic 3D
2.
Blast.
Sonic 2.
3D Blast. Dorkly.
That's what I'm saying. It's a cop out. They picked all 3 Sonic games.
Really?
Yeah. No, all 4. They picked all 4.
No. You gotta. There's not 4. Let's put that out there. There's not 4 of them.
Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and Sonic and Knuckles. Which one?
Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic and Knuckles is not a standalone game.
Right,
though.
I think they're just counting it like as a group.
Yeah, see, it goes on to Sonic 3, so.
3D?
3D. Because Sonic 4. Sonic 4 is Sonic 4.
There is Sonic 4.
Is there Sonic 4?
On the
Sonic 4 episode 1 and 2.
Yeah. It's a thing that came out on like the PS3 and stuff.
Sounds bad.
It's a game.
Could you call it that though?
Episode 2.
So
episode 2.
Out of all these Sonic games, which one's the best? I would say Sonic and Knuckles.
2.
1.
2.
3.
2. 2 is
4.
best.
Episode 1.
I've always
Sonic
heard that
Revenge of the
Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was
Hedgehog.
No, 2 is better.
No.
2. You want to fight me on this? You
to the death.
Wait.
What do you think, Spencer?
I don't
Which
give a
one's better?
I think all of these games are bullshit. I think Earthworm Jim is the best. I think
You were just talking all about Shining Force 2. You can say all these are bullshit.
Shining Force 2 should have been the top. Earthworm Jim should keep its place at number 2.
I think this list was bullshit. They didn't say a single spaceship shooter game. Or NHL.
Oh, that's true.
That's a good point. NHL was like a big deal back then. That was a good game.
It was. Most of the sports games like
And
this.
they didn't
had
say
NBA,
Mutant Hockey League, guys.
Yeah, I'm Spencer.
And we'll see you next time on the Turbos.